have the pleasure to chair the oral presentations for the next session. We have a few changes to the order, so there's some slight shifting around from some of our presenters from this afternoon, but you'll see that as we progress over the next presentations. If I could just say to our presenters, if you could stand at the lectern so that we can pick the audio up for the recording and for those watching online, that'd be great. Okay, so we've got a great range of presentations. I'd like to invite Ada Jeffrey to come up and to give his talk, which is on collaborative play and encouragement to cheat, theorising on everyday resistance with live action role playing, and that's from FBCI. So welcome.
Okay. 1 second, please. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ada. My pronouns are they, them. So I will be talking today about collaborative play and the encouragement to cheat, theorising on everyday resistance within live action role play. So, just a background for the questions. So I'll just start on why I selected this this question. So when I first started getting a layer of the land, so to speak, in live action roleplay, or LARP for short, I started going to some of these events as a player to record what I noticed. When going to one event and taking part in one of the battles, or that is to say, Bert, my character, was killed. I was bleeding out on the battlefield, and my character technically died. I was informed that I could go by the organisers of this event, that I could go and have a teary farewell to the rest of the player group, which I decided to do. However, as I started limping over to a random healer, and I explained that I was dying. I needed something for the pain so that I could face my comrades without wincing. I was told at this point that no, your injuries, you look like your injuries are healing. You don't need to worry about it. You're fine. You're fine. It was at this point I realised I was being encouraged to cheat. I was encouraged to essentially subvert the game rules for my own experience. This became an interesting point in terms of my research, as this indicated solidarity between the players in the interest of enriching one's experience, that's subverting the rules of the game itself and the event. As part of my research, I'm interested in seeing how acts of everyday resistance in participatory cultures presents itself. So I'm here to theorize how collaborative play can become transgressive within LARP practices. And in this discussion, I'll be elaborating on how everyday resistance, the significance of it, and how it may be applied to LARP communities. So just to start on everyday resistance, let's ask, what is everyday resistance? Now, everyday resistance is a term used by the theorist James C. Scott to connote actions performed by a subaltern group, that is, a group without any with limited power in an environment. These actions performed that are rarely done for political reasons, but could become far more relevant as a form of resistance when viewed cumulatively. Bars et al. Describe that an additional form of everyday resistance performed in solidarity with subaltern groups, proxy resistance. In terms of why this is important, these actions of everyday resistance can have very wide effects on society and culture. When treated cumulatively, the effects of this can be greatly damaging to the powers that be and could become even culturally normalized, thus paving the way for this to become more widespread. While everyday resistance proved useful to me in my research, I found the work of Fisk and his contributions of proletarian shopping to be very useful within commercial spaces. However, I don't think it will be useful in this regard in terms of a LARP, primarily as the commercial space used for proletarian shopping appear to need urban sites that need to be widely promoted and accessible, at least in terms of urban populations being able to get the sites. This does not seem to be the case with most LARP spaces, which happen in the middle of nowhere and an empty field. With a basic understanding of everyday resistance, I will now give more of an understanding about what live action role play is. While there are varying types of LARP, it is best understood as a form of spontaneous in-person role play. Taishan et al. Compares this to an improvisational theatre and notes its ability to exist based off player-to-player interactions with very limited facilitators, also known as crew or game masters. As you can see here, we have a player here, Windbone Seeker, preparing for a battle in Empire LARP. So from this, it is arguable that LARP could actually has a form of self-policing in the qualities of maintaining order. From my experience interacting with some of these games, it appears that to be the case that LARPers are taking on the rule of authority as police-like militia, occupy friendly new to game unspoken rules where new players are supported and given special attention. In case of one game, raising you up 2 fingers like that and saying new to Anvil will make you very popular and give you a lot of attention and a lot of support. LARPers are often also recruited as volunteers by the organizations to maintain a level of work needed for the game to function. With this extensive level of proactivity within these communities, along with degrees of solidarity between players that is encouraged, the possibility of everyday resistance becomes far more feasible. So expanding on this, there are even concepts like play to lift, meaning play that enriches and encourages someone's play, and play to lose, that is play which supports other players at your character's expense. For example, deliberately throwing hints of your evil master plan at a heroic player. In fact, there is also the practice of monstering, where players take on the role of the enemy forces during a massive battle, so that players can have a more immersive experience. Draken et al. Notes that the game masters often need to rely on the labor of volunteers, of players, through an established hierarchy of unpaid volunteers to maintain the game. That sense of delegation means that although social capital may be present as a benefit for volunteering, the organizers and to some degree any unpaid volunteers will have a sizable advantage over any player. From this, it is also clear that players are given degrees of given extensive degrees of unpaid labor, while having little control over the game except as enforcers or informants. However, with cheating, players are able to subvert their character's abilities, status, and relation to the world by temporarily ignoring or actively disobeying the rules of the world the character exists in. This would be an act of everyday resistance in the fact that, in the sense that players in a LARP would classify as the subaltern group due to their lack of control in the space and are taking small acts of resistance in order to make the system benefit them. My theory is that the forms of solidarity within these LARP spaces allows for a more controlled and self-policed form of everyday resistance, in which players encourage certain fudging of the rules to benefit other players' experience. If this is the case, it would almost certainly disrupt the play space to some extent, simply just because players are brutally ignoring the rules of the world that their characters exist in for this to happen. However, in order for it to be truly disruptive, this would have to be more commonplace and more cumulative in order for it to present a real problem for the organizers. In terms of how it will be evidenced, I think I've gone a bit far. And 1 second. In terms of how it would be evidenced, it would likely be able to gain some degree of evidence through interviews rather than through participant study. Possibly, this could mean that I receive secondhand accounts of solidarity for cheating from interviewees on top of firsthand. All of this should be taken with a degree of caution. I would need to phrase questions that would encourage players to open up about incidents of cheating without fear of retaliation by the organisers, thus relying on supporting their anonymity. Although no real laws have been broken by them disregarding the game rules, a player becoming exposed as a cheater might have very clear consequences, such as being banned from the game. I do foresee some issues in the sense of needing to establish trust beforehand, and I hope legitimacy of a university PhD will assist in this. No worries, I'll be very quick. So to recap, live action roleplay events often rely upon degrees of unpaid labor from their players. There is also a culture of solidarity between players in these games. And solidarity could be present in these communities through actions of everyday resistance. If it is, these examples of everyday resistance could have adverse effects on the game as well as the organisers themselves. And I am interested in finding evidence of this within my work, and I believe that I'd enjoy some success in these interviews, although there are challenges that would have to be dealt with. Thank you very much. Here are my references, and I will accept questions.
I'm not a football fan. I'm probably the world's most notorious non-fan. But having said that, I'm extremely interested in the business. Sometimes it's been in the headlines of both the Financial Times in the UK and in other financial reporting channels across the world in terms of corruption. What you've said so far seems to match very, very well with what is being reported in those newspapers. How do you feel about that?
I cannot speak for football organisations. I am unfortunately not a fan of football, and I am uneducated on that. But I am very well aware that there is a possibility that fandom in terms of pop culture and fandom in terms of sport will have some degree of overlap. There is almost certainly some degree of everyday resistance in practically any space where democratic control is not exercised, and even in liberatory spaces, the everyday resistance exists. I cannot speak as to how degrees of corruption are present within football, but they are present in any space that is not democratically owned by the people who have the most to gain in those spaces.
Thanks, Aidan. Very interesting talk. Just wondered whether you think that media representations of law could be shaping the expectations of players or view in relation to cheating in their activities.
Very good question. So in terms of media representations, there are a few. The most clear one would be the comedy, the sort of semi-stoner comedy role models. I think there is a degree of misunderstanding in terms of what LARP is, because the most widely seen version of it is American styled LARP, which has wildly different play in terms of a Euro LARP or Nordic LARP. In terms of how media shapes all of this. I think it's hard to say because ultimately I think the fact is the player base will encourage people to maximize experience at the cost of rules. They will also there's also rules on break immersion to keep yourself safe, break immersion to make sure that you are comfortable and enjoying yourself. And it's a very interesting dynamic in terms of that magic circle play. I don't think that answers your question. Oh yeah, no worries. All right, thank you.
Okay, so next we have Athro Martin Ôl-raddedig for the presentation, and this is on design and simulation of a two-dimensional bead, millimeter wave phased array antenna AW band. I probably should let you explain that.
All right. The name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, all of you. My name is Athro Martin Ôl-raddedig. I'm happy to present in brief my Ymchwil research work, which is entitled Design and Simulation of a Two-Dimensional Beam Steering Phased Array Antenna at W band, which is from 75 to 1 gigahertz, respectively 4 to 2.4 to 2.47 millimeter. This project has been supervised by Dr. Prof. Aliola and the Director of Studies, Dr. Nghanolfan. Paper of the field has been shown in this project, start from the introduction up to the conclusion. Background, we start with the introduction, which is the background of the millimeter wave. When we say millimeter waves, start from the range of 50 to 300 gigahertz, which is high trouble. Progress of the network generation. What we are now in the third generation, which is the data rate 1 gigabyte per second. So we have the advantages and disadvantages for this millimeter wave. So the advantage is high frequency use, secure communication links, very small size antenna, better spatial resolution, array higher gains compared to seen physical aperture size, as it is shown in this figure. We see that the size aperture for 3 gigahertz and 30 gigahertz, how it is. And we have disadvantages is the high path losses for link reason and complex design and feed networks, high precision components required, high cost of millimeter waves. So my research work, it goes to the W band, which is classified from the IEEE. We see that W band is the last band, which starts from 75 gigahertz to 110 gigahertz. And the advantages of this band, we see that the throughput and the antenna size, it goes from lower to high, and spectrum band and susceptibility to rain attenuation. And that's why we are working in this band, and this band is under research now. Why we choose the W band? Because of the availability of wide bandwidth and low atmospheric absorption. You can see here at 95 gigahertz, the W band can work in terrestrial application, means that point to point to get a high data rate, as well as we can use it for mobile and satellite communication to communicate from the Earth station to the space. Why? Because the attenuation at this band of frequency is 0.2 dB per kilometer, which is very low, and it helps to work in outdoor environment. Here, how we can use this band for transmitting from the Earth station to the space. We use the phased array antenna, which we have linear and planar, and this is my own design. So when it comes to the phased array antenna, this is a general block for phased array antenna, and we had like a simulation for 7x1 elements at the broadside direction and some kind of angles like 120, and we have here like fire end, which is 180. This is the typical simulations for linear arrays. Now the project objectives. So this is my own design, starting from single patch antenna. The main objective of this research work to design a two-dimensional beam steering phased array antenna at W band. We start to explore an antenna. We have to start from this patch antenna to simulate and to work in the 16 gigahertz and to work at the linear array antenna. The project objectives is to design the 4x4 element phased array at 75. This capable of two-dimensional electrical beam steering, absorbing far-field simulation results, investigating the concept of beam steering, obtaining excitation matrix of array elements, amplitude tapering, two-dimensional beam steering. So this is the main target, that you have to design two-dimensional beam steering with the amplitude tapering. So what's the benefit of this project? And what's the application? It's shown in this slide. As we have here, the parabolic antenna is a traditional, which we have in this slide, that we have the parabolic antenna in a couple of areas. So we need to make it as a one panel microstrip antenna to do the same function as the parabolic antenna. So this is the main point as well. Instead of designing a two-dimensional beam steering with applying the amplitude tapering. So design methodology, I started with single patch antenna. After optimization, this array, single patch antenna, I have to operate to design it for 16 element phased array antenna, and then we have to reduce or to control the side lobes. After that, we have to apply a two-dimensional beam steering, and this is the main point. So the design methodology is shown briefly here, starting from the rectangular patch antenna design, and then I apply that one. After optimization, I apply the 16 elements as it is shown here. But the point is, we have side loops here, which is undesirable for communication between the space, between the ground and the space, or between terrestrial, which is point to point. Why? Because we have to be annoying or disturbance other neighbors. That is not allowed. Even in the ITU, it's not allowed to be transmitting with the side loops because it will be interference with the other neighbors. So what we have to design here, the amplitude tapering, which is controlled and reduce the side loops as it is shown here, and it is done. After that, when we reduce the side loops, we need to beam steer now. So we have to design the MATLAB code to control this array steering in any direction that we need it. So I have done this with MATLAB code to steer this beam as it is shown here. The angle for the azimuth and the elevation is 0 and 30, and the beam is steered now. So this is the results, and this is where we are now, because I am working at 75 gigahertz, and this is, what does it mean? Means that all the power which is injected in the patch is going inside without reflection, and this is the optimization. And this is also the results as it is shown in this table. And where with the previous diagram is a 3D, but how we can take the results from the polar form, this one. So this is the results which I have gotten. From the single batch, we go to the planar array now. So I have designed this one, planar array, as it is shown in this diagram. Why? Because the gain which I have got at the single batch antenna is not enough to transmit from the Earth to space. So we need to increase the gain of the antenna. We design the planar array to increase the gain. So the 16 elements also have been optimized at 75. All of them. So now the gain should be increased now. So let's see the results now. The previous batch it was 7 and now 17. So now the gain is increasing. And this is the results here. But still we have radiation of the side lobes here. We designed the MATLAB code to control the side lobes. It's already controlled and this remove it from the array. Okay, this is the results how we choose the side lobes is reduced here. Now we need to steer the beam for the target after controlling the side lobes down. So now is rotated here with the angle of elevation and azimuth 0, 30 shown here, and this is the results. Now another angle 20, 20 is also rotated. This is the results here. And now we had beam directions for AZ azimuth elevation 0, 30, 30, 30, 0, 40, 40, 40, 0, 20, 20, 20. And this is the result. Now we can recognize which is the highest gain that we can achieve here. But also we have to look for the beam width. We have to look for the beam width at the azimuth plane. Also, still the gain is not enough for 15 to transmit from the Earth to the space. We have to increase now the array. So I have designed it 80 by 80. So here, all the simulations, it takes like a couple of weeks to get all these results. It's not easy to take it in 1 day or 2 days. So it takes a couple of weeks to get all these results. So now I designed it 80 by 80. I achieved 41 dB. So based on the LC technology measurement, they design a W band, the gain of the antenna from the Earth to the space. It should be 54.5 dBi. So now when I apply 80 by 80, still I am 46. So now I need to be increased. But there is limitation for the software because this is educational students. And also I have to do another method, which is boundary condition, to increase the number of elements and to achieve the gain, which is mentioned for the LC technology, 45.2.5 dBi. Okay, briefly. So after that, we have to calculate the link budget. By the way, this design have been designed for geostationary satellite, but as we don't have any data at the moment because it's under research and there is nothing now up there, so it's maybe kind of secret. But I have calculated the link budget at LEO, which is low Earth orbit, means that the distance between the Earth and the space is around 500-600 kilometers. But originally, I'm designing at GEO, which is 36,780 kilometers. So still we have, this is, we increase, let me finish. So we increased the batch for 300, okay? And this is the results. We rotate the radiation pattern, and this is the results. And also we have to conform with the radiation pattern because there is a legend that you have when you transmit. You shouldn't never otherwise. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry that because the project is very long and I make it short. To be honest. I couldn't. It's not enough. I'm sorry that my project the slides, I have reduced it like 15 or 10 slides because of the 10-minute limitation of the 10 minutes presentation is not enough. And I am in rush because, you know, yeah. Yeah, any questions, please? Yes, please. Oh, thank you. Oh, you are welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my question is, what?
Yes.
It's the research question.
What's the research question? Yes. So as I mentioned it in the previous slides, where there is a parabolic antenna. You see one of the slides, there is a photo of parabolic antenna, okay? It creates like a long area of space. And all these antennas, they're connected to space, to satellite communication. So instead of using this parabolic antenna, I need to design a microstrip patches antenna independent of 1 by 1 or maximum 2 by 2, and to do the same function like the parabolic antenna, which is created a long space in the area. This is the point. The second point, I have to design a 2-dimensional beam steering, which is with parabolic antenna. They make it a mechanical rotation, which is difficult. Not difficult, is electrical rotation, but the radiation pattern from that parabolic antenna is not 100% accurate to contact with the satellite, because sometimes the satellite, if it is dropped suddenly, so it will be misalignment. So that's why we're designing electronic beam steering, controlling electronically. This design and simulation of a 2-dimensional phased array antenna at W band. What does it mean, W band? Means that the frequency band from 75 till 1 gigahertz, which is millimeter waves. The wavelength is very short. It's 4 millimeters. This is the point. And now we know that the millimeter waves is the key research at the moment, and this is where we are. And this band, W band, is the new research point now. And this is where we are now. All right.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and if anyone has any other questions, we can pick them up in the break if that's okay. Okay, so our next speaker, we have Nghanolfan Ramanadaki. Oh, have I got the wrong one? Oh. Okay, sorry, I've written the wrong one. You know, I'm going to reshuffle. Okay, back on the. I jumped into number 4. So we have Bintu job, and it's health and safety challenges facing construction companies.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bintu, and I am a PhD student. I specialize in health and safety, predominantly in highway sector. Today, I'll be talking to you all about health and safety and the construction industry, a highway sector. What is health and safety? Health and safety means identifying work activities that could cause injury or illnesses, taking action to control them. Now, what are the reasons employees need to consider workplace health and safety? According to the HSE, the Health and Safety Executive, we do not want to see anyone injured at work. Therefore, employers should strive for a goal of zero accident community. In addition to that, employers have a corporate social responsibility towards their employees. Research shows that fatal accidents linked to construction risk management can affect the success of the project. Now, the methodology of this research. This research examines literature on health and safety in construction in the UK and the Anglophone countries in West Africa. This research further explores literature findings on similar themes using in vivo software applications and to establish benchmarks and set targets. Now, the literature review demonstrates that health and safety is a global challenge to the construction industry. It is the most common cause of workplace-related injuries and accidents, according to the Health and Safety Executive. Now, what are the worldwide statistics for workplace injury and occupational illnesses? According to the Society of Occupational Medicine 2014, 280,500 workplace fatal injuries were reported. In 2015, 2.7 million cases of occupational illnesses were reported, and proportionately, 20 to 30% of these figures were related to construction sector. Now, the UK statistics. In the UK, construction has the highest number of work-related injuries among other industries, as shown in the bar chart. Now, statistics in the developing countries. In the developing countries, statistics are limited as a result of poor record and data keeping. This means that strategic decisions in these countries are based on information that were neither timely nor accurate. Now, what are the challenges? Research findings on similar themes that are common to the UK and the developing West African countries. Insufficient compliance checks. 17% of construction enterprises still register manually in the UK. Companies in developing countries do not keep accurate records. Employers do not adequately communicate best practices in safety procedures due to low awareness. Inadequate training on safety in real situations, poor manual handling, and poor organizational safety culture. Now, additional challenges for the developing countries. Poor working conditions, working without safety boots or gloves. As you can see, the employees working without having PPEs on with any safety marks as well. No safety warning signs on construction sites. Sites open for public without barricades. Now, what are the set targets? The aim of this research is to develop a best practice guideline for a health and safety for a construction industry in the developing countries. This guideline could be used as a guide for many other African countries in developing a good practice. UK being the benchmark for many African countries and because of the colonial ties as Commonwealth nations. Urging the UK construction companies to work towards zero tolerance for accidents, working towards the international ISO 45001 industry target to provide a higher benchmark and to achieve maximum responsibility within the industry. Now, what is the ISO 45001, the international standard? It is an international standard for health and safety at work. It aims to improve best practices in workplace safety. It helps to guide the organization in developing a safety culture within an organization. Training on realistic scenarios for health and safety, training to ensure employees have the skills to deal with real-life emergencies. It facilitates organizing on a central system for health and safety documentation. It facilitates centralized tracking health and safety audit. However, small organizations may apply these standards that applies to their organizations. Thank you very much, Dila. And I'll take a question and answers.
No, thank you. Regarding the developing countries and Africa itself, is one of the biggest challenges the social and economic environment? And if so, how would Africa come up to the same sort of standards as the UK if that is a problem?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. They have to start at a lower level from now on. That is the policy that this research aims to develop. So then starting from that, they can improve for international improvements regarding the safety or the international standards. Right, so one of my research questions actually is, are there any laws in Africa to support the strength of health and safety at work? So what are the legislation in place to support health and safety at work? So that's where we begin from.
to brilliant presentation. Such outcome very important. My question is, studying your research technological. Might there be any technological constraints that would hinder occupational health and safety measures within construction responding to accidental events, especially sports. There are certain technology in place that security companies typically construction to respond to such kind of accident that happen. Like in case a worker gets injured, there are certain like CCTV camera footage to survey this kind of activity when so that in case an accident happens, there's a quick response measure to respond to accidents that happen to workers. Might there be any constraints around that?
That's a very brilliant question. Actually, they should be working on a reporting system, just as the reader in the UK, where they've got like a reporting mechanism to report like accidents to the HSE. So the UK has got that in place, but the developing country haven't set up that. So yes, the law should be directed on that aspect, having a reporting mechanism to report these injuries and accidents.
Thank you. Sorry. Hi there. Thank you very much for a good presentation. I was just very curious. In terms of, and I understand this is probably quite a varied question with no easy answer, but with individual workers who suffer workplace accidents due to poor health and safety guidelines or MEP, what supports do these workers get after an injury has occurred?
Yeah, really, that's a very critical question as well. And then it's a critical state in developing country. What support do they have in the psychological trauma that they go through under that working in hazardous conditions? And that it hasn't been established yet. So working through from a point going forward to that, no, they haven't got any support regarding that. So it's what really they can take in a work site, because there's no law backing it up.
So now we do have our fourth speaker. So we've got Gyan Ramanayake to present on numerical and experimental investigation of optimizing hybrid rocket engines, rate geometry.
Before I start my presentation, I'll start with a few definitions I'll be using throughout the my presentation. So when I mean numerical over here, which means I'm represented a form of numbers and periods, results in numerical from numbers rows. I mean I do. Result out of a series of results, and I will look at engine, which means by being the rocket engine normally consists of two fuel types, and it can be a solid propellant with a liquid oxidizer, or it can be other way around. But however, it got two phases of the liquid and gas, or solid and gas. Either way, it got two phases of the fuel and oxidizers. Thrust being the force which will be moving a rocket or the space vehicle or whatever it is when it's moving upwards or making movements in the air or in the space. So propulsion system is a method or a system which accelerates a rocket while allowing it to make free movements in the space or in the air while it's in the flight or when it's doing the. So these are main 3 rocket engines types, as I said. So we got liquid rocket engine, which uses only liquid, where the oxidizer will be a liquid and the fuel will be a liquid as well. And then we got solid rocket motors, where the solid fuel grain will be there and the oxidizer and the everything will be in a solid condition, such as the this phase. So that's a solid grain where everything is made up out of a solid material or solid product. So this one doesn't have 2 or more than 1 mixture of chemicals. It's just a 1. So this is a solid rocket motor, and this is a hybrid one where my research is focused on. So in here, they uses a liquid oxidizer and a solid fuel. So the solid fuel will be a grain where similar to the solid rocket motors propellant grain. So we will be using a propellant grain inside here, and then a liquid oxidizer in the top as the oxidizer. So these are the main parts of the engine. So we get the propellant grain, which is the fuel, and then we will be injecting oxidizer through the injector to this one. So in my research, I'll be using NOx, and I've considered few other oxidizers as well, such as liquid oxygen as well. So we got several main parts in the engine. So nozzle plays a vital role, and the propellant grain and the geometry of the propellant grain plays a main role as well. So in this example, you can see it's a white hole throughout the grain, which is a cylindrical geometry shape throughout the grain. So these are a few grains designs. So you saw a cross section of the motor, and these are the different grain designs. And you can see next to the grains, there are graphs which are thrust against time. So these are the thrust profiles produced on each grain when it's applied on a rocket motor or in a hybrid motor. And these are the graphs you get while it's burned or while it's inactive. So we can, according to this, we can categorize different types of grains. We got progressive grains, neutral, dual thrust, regressive, and two-step grains. So my focus will be on XQ thrust profile, which is not shown in here, and it's not in the existing practical scenarios as well, due to complexity of the thrust profiles and obtaining it in a practical condition. So why is it important? So max Q is a maximum dynamic pressure when a rocket passes through the air. And when it passes through the air, when it reaches to the max Q, a rocket structural wise, it faces a huge and maximum stress on the body. So it is important and vital to pay attention to this one, because if this one fails structural possibilities in the max Q, it will reach a fatal accident and it will cause a lot of damage. So in the same way, once it reaches a maximum stress level and max Q, there's a huge velocity drop from the speed of the vehicle and the velocity in the rocket. So my concern is, and my research is focused on addressing this velocity drop, maintaining a neutral line in the thrust profile, and keeping and maintaining the thrust profile by altering the geometry shapes of the grains, which I explained before. So these are the grain types, as I said. So my research is changing this grain shape into, this is a single grain, a solid one whole grain, so which is similar to A. So my research is focused on using complex this sort of grains and altering their geometry parameters such as diameter, length, and all, using different optimization method, getting the maximum output of the grain to reach the closest level I can on the thrust profile that I'm aiming to gain. So these are a few optimizing methods I have considered when I was doing the research. So goal programming, linear programming, simulated handling, and multivariable optimization. So out of these, I choose multivariable optimizations because I need to address various dimensions in the grain and various variables in the grain sizes and the rocket. So I use this one alongside with the evolutionary algorithm. So where it allows me to write a simple function in the MATLAB or code with a simple thrust profile, and I use that thrust profile as a function or in command in the algorithm to get the results I want. So what I do is I create a profile, and then I use that one as the end or termination condition in the algorithm, where it will run through a number of times, and it will produce various solutions and will provide me with a solution which I need or which is closer to my requirement. So the one thing I use evolutionary algorithm was it provides me a lot of opportunities and solutions unlimitedly until I've given a terminated condition to the algorithm. So that's one reason I use that one. And this is a thrust profile I have created for closer to max Q. So you can see this one, it goes up and then there's the velocity drop over here with the thrust. And my point is to address this drop and get it closer to the reduce the thrust drop and make it more closer to the max Q and get better performance. So while doing that, I have used this algorithm. So you can see it has run number of iterations when the algorithm is run. Because my termination condition is to give me something as this one. So till it reaches that level, it has run through various conditions. So this is the first set of results it provides when the algorithm is run, and this is more developed, more optimized, and the second set of results, and this is the last set of results the algorithm produces. So when producing this one, I need to get something more closer to my max Q plus profile other than this one. So I'll be altering different geometries, different geometry dimensions and all, and I will be putting it to an algorithm and my termination code where it will give me a closer algorithm, and then I will be 3D printing the grain and we'll be testing it on an actual hybrid motor, firing it up and testing that one. So that's my research, and I'm ready to take any questions. Thank you.
It's not my field, but I am really interested with the hybrid rocket engine. So my question is, how control between the solid and the liquid, and how you know that it's optimized when it's working?
It's different rocket engine type. So if you want to optimize a liquid engine, it's a different process. If you want to optimize a hybrid engine, it's a different process. So when in my hybrid one, I am using solid and liquid. So I will be optimizing different. My focus is on the geometries, but in the same way, you can optimize it with the throttling or different other ways as well. So there are different ways of optimizing the engine. In the same way, I'm optimizing with the grain. You can optimize with the nozzle and nozzle diameters as well. We are controlling the thrust and the thrust which is coming out from the nozzle. So you are asking the combination of the. It depends. So liquid one, it's a grain. So grain doesn't have an exact one, but we are using calculations, and there are a lot of other softwares we use to determine the length of the grain and the diameter of the grain. So that's all depending on the calculation you do, and depending on the burn ratio you want or how fast you want to burn the grain. That's all depending on the how much of oxidizer you fuel into the injector.
Additional to my question, is there any
Yeah, there are operating temperatures for the engine which need to maintain, and while firing also there are temperatures which might go, because if you fire the motor for a longer time, it might cause a lot of temperature for the outer case, and also we need to be considerate about the burning time and the time where the rocket fires is as well. So liquid oxygen, when we are stored in liquid oxygen and NOx, there are pressure levels we need to maintain, and then the temperature levels as well. So we need to have a specific level of pressure to inject into the rocket motor, so where it will produce the exact thrust and the requirements we need. If it's below than pressure we want, we won't get the results we want because there will be a pressure drop anyways when it's transferring to the ejectors as well.
Thank you very much. I remember in teaching in Open Comprehensive School, Professor Heinz-Wolf encouraged us to set up a space club. And we set up the Bydd Space Club with Russia, and Kenneth Sharman became our first British astronaut. So your rocket space is exceedingly exciting for me. Can you please go back to your diagrams that you had the circles with the different shapes, geometric shapes, please? Yes, yes, those. Now, which one was the best, please? I don't quite understand those diagrams.
If you want a neutral transport, it depends on the mission of the space vehicle. Let's say you want to have a file or a transfer file where you go up to this level and have a neutral one, neutral thrust, and then you want to drop it quickly. So then get this one and then you have to reach a maximum or within a very short period of time and you drop it quickly. So that depends on the requirements of the mission or the vehicle, space vehicle or whatever it is using the motor. So you can't race depending on the mission and the payload and everything. So there's no specific best one or good one, but in my opinion, in my research, it's one best one for me is more closer to the max Q one.
Yeah, very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got our final speaker of this session. We've got Nacha Nthonga. Come up, Nacha, and this is experimental and theoretical investigation on method device of hybrid rocket.
Hi everyone, my name is Nacha Nthonga. So before I begin, I would like to give you the agenda of today's talk. So firstly, we're going to talk about research motivation, and then chemical rocket engine and application of hybrid rocket engine, and then throttling the key operational consideration, issues and solution, active oxidizer flow control, and then research approaches. So to begin with, we are now in the new space era, which is cyberspace 4.0. In this new space era, the space are becoming more accessible to private sector, academia, and not limited to public industry. And the space industry are now moving forward to more commerce in becoming part of the planning the future mission. So this there's a more innovative way of using low cost and more affordable and short time manufacturing process for spacecraft and the small spacecraft such as the satellites to rapidly for us to test and to find out whatever scientific things that we want to know. So as you can see here, there's a growing demand in the reusable rocket, 11.4% from 2021 to 2026, and 67% of the growing demand in satellite is from commercial, and then 7% growing demand in hybrid rocket engine. So there's a lot of approaches toward this new space era, but one of the potential solutions is hybrid rocket engine. The hybrid rocket engine is the combination between solid rocket engine and liquid rocket engine. So with this combination, they give both of the advantages of the solid liquid engine and solid engine and liquid engine. So it's storable, simple, low cost, safe, throttlable, means you can change the thrust control and then it's high performance. But because of the reason this research have been conducted is because the low technology readiness in hybrid rocket engines. These engines have been there for more than 90 years, but the technology level is lower than the solid and liquid one because of the limitation in terms of technology part. But now because we have more advanced technology, so we can do more research and study and development into this research. So I would like to a little bit explain about the chemical rocket engines. So there are three main rocket engine type, which is solid, liquid, and then hybrid. Solid is one that combine the fuel and also in chemical rocket engine there are two main components, which is oxidizer and fuel. So in solid rocket engine, the fuel is normally powder, which is ammonium powder, and oxidizer is ammonium perchlorate. While in liquid rocket engine, there are two different tanks that store the fuel and oxidizer separately. Then this fuel and oxidizer got mixed together in this combustion chamber and then produce thrust. So there are two valves to control here. So one is controlling liquid fuel and one is controlling liquid oxidizer, make it more complex in terms of controlling the thrust. But in terms of hybrid rocket engine, they are solid fuel and liquid oxidizer, means only one valve is used and it's less complex. Also in terms of oxidizer use, you can see in hybrid rocket engine, they are safer in terms of to store the gas. In liquid rocket engine, most of the oxidizer are cryogenic, means they have to be stored in low temperature, and they in terms of pump valve are more complex. But in hybrid engine, nitrous oxide is really storable and doesn't require a lot of pumping. This is just several spacecraft that integrate hybrid rocket engine and have successfully launched. But this is just in a test state. So this is a mini launcher and this is sounding rocket. And this is for space tourism. So throttling is one of the main key in hybrid rocket engine. But because hybrid rocket engine have solid fuel and liquid oxidizer, when it burns, sometimes they create a motor inconsistency. And because of this nature and also some of the key operations in terms of like pressure drop between injectors is also the very critical thing for the hybrid rocket engine to maintain that, because the flow of the oxidizer flow from high pressure to low pressure. So we have to make sure that that's going to be the case, because if the pressure drop at the injector is higher than the tanks, mean the flow going to flow back to the tank, and the tank not going to be able to handle the pressure, and it's gonna so with this in mind, that's why it limit the thrustability in hybrid rocket engine, and that's why despite this attempt to trying to launch this rocket, it still not pass some of the legal requirements because it leads to some significant hazard and launch vehicle being in danger. So with my researchers, we are trying to integrate this active flow control to connect the components and logic engine to study how different system of different part of the rocket engine works, and then on the computer level and trying to understand how we can monitor and control this and maintain the good performance. So with this, it allowed throttling system to be more compensate for the model variability and ensure proper function of the engine and with desired performance. So this is just basic flow chart of the control system. So we first know with our research, we first have a limitation in terms of thrust of the motor. So with thrust calculation, we know our required mass flow rate. So, and then we put this requirement into our controller. Then the controller sends the control signal to the control valve, moving the valve, which open how many angle you want for the oxidizer to flow, and this oxidizer flow affect the combustion chamber, creates a hot gas, and hot gas flow into the out from the nozzle and create thrust, and this hot pressure got received at the pressure transmitter and then sent back to the controller, and this the differences between the input and output is calculated, and only the difference is sent back to this system. So this is what we are now. So this is our hybrid rocket design. This is ABS, which is a normal plastic you can find like off shelf, and is also material that used to build Legos. So and yeah, and then this is our draft system. So here we have the oxidizer tank, valve, which is a shut off valve. If something's go wrong around here, we can, for safety reason, we turn off this one, and there's gonna be no contact, no flow, and there's no power produced basically. And this is math related to keep to know what is the math related between here. And this is another solenoid valve to be able to shut off if there anything's go wrong. And here's the main control valve, which control how much the oxidizer flow in. So this is a diameter of our view grid, and this is our data engine. Yeah, so the conclusion. So as hybrid rocket engine is one of the potential game-changing for low-cost space transportation and growing small spacecraft demand for space for POIO. And hybrid rocket engine has a potential application for both in space and for use in suborbital flight. Active flow control using pressure as a feedback can reduce variability in engine and improve efficiency and performance. Thank you. Any questions?
Could you go back, please, to the diagram where you show your, yes, that one, yeah. Could you please show me where the control valve is in the diagram? Thank you. So that is a very significant point. Yeah. Are you interested in the design of the ball valve, of the control valve?
Because of the research time frame, I'm just going for one which is commercially available. So I'm just gonna go for one that's available and match the certification that I wanted for the.
Please correct me if I'm wrong when I say this. I understand that hydrogen on the spectrum of various fuels is a relatively high energy density. And for some time, I believe that hydrogen was only produced by one manufacturer in the world. Do you know if that is still the case?
I don't have an answer to that, unfortunately, but because the hydrogen is kind of up to liquid oxygen, which is not the scope of the study, but I'd be happy to have a look and come back to you afterwards.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thanks to all our speakers there. We had a range of different projects, but we had LARP at the beginning. We had some hybrid rockets, some health and safety, and actually even got a boom in there. So yeah, but one thing to say is that they're all really impactful projects, and you know, we can see the variety, but some overlapping themes. So, and well done to the students also for building those range of questions. So if we could just give a round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you. So we now have lunch and then we're back at 1:30 back in here. Thank you very much, everyone.
So yeah, I'm Becky and I'm a PhD student and I'm looking at the declining child rate in England and Wales. So in England and Wales, we consider a young person to be solved or cleared through one of two ways. The first and most common way is that a suspect has been identified, arrested and charged. And second, use the American terminology, is cleared by exception, so that can include things like if the suspect has died or committed suicide. So in England and Wales, we've been experiencing a kind of gradual decline of homicide offences where a suspect has been charged. And quite a drop off on the Home Office is getting designated priority area. The overarching aim of the project is twofold. First is to explore what kinds of cases make up this growing majority of unsolved cases in comparison to the ones which have been charged, and second, to understand what factors. So the first thing I did was conduct a literature review where I looked at solvability factors of different types of homicide. So what factors make specific homicides more or less vulnerable, the underpinning theories of those, and also the reporting practices. Through this review, I identified several potential drivers of things such as police resources. So organisation factors such as reducing police resources, and also an increase in the frequency of homicide itself. So basically the police are being asked to do more with less. So for example, between 2021 and 22, there was a 23% increase in the frequency of homicide. And then between 2011 and 2018, Wales experienced a 28% decrease in the amount of detectives seeing in the major crime squads. So yeah, less people to investigate more homicide. Also, there's been a changing nature of homicide itself. So fewer self-solving cases. So those include things like domestic homicide, which are typically associated with high crime. And then there's also been an increase in more complex investigations, such as those involving crime, involving gangs or drugs. So those are both also related to lower clearance in the literature. There have been changing racial components of victims. So there's been between 2019 and 22, the homicide rate of Black victims is approximately 4 times higher than that of any other ethnicity. And in the literature, homicides with Black victims are associated with lower clearance. And there's a lot of reasons why it might be. But the increasing victimization of minorities, reducing public trust in decline in police legitimacy could be affecting charge rates over time. Less people, less members of the public are going to be inclined to support investigations through things like witness statements. And then finally moving on to recording practices, there's been changes in recording practices in England and Wales. So in 2002, we moved away from an evidential approach where evidence must first be presented in order to record a crime, towards a victim-oriented approach where all allegations are recorded until proven otherwise. This might affect the homicide charge rates in England and Wales, as it might be harder to like re-record something, and it might be initially classified as a homicide, and then it's harder to disprove it and get it removed from the police databases. So preliminary discussions with the Home Office have suggested that current practices do make it more difficult to remove the mission to re-record them and something else such as for my project, I'm using a mixed methods approach, using 4 distinct data sources. The first is the Home Office Homicide Index, which is a database which details all the homicides in Wales. So I'll be analysing a bespoke data set covering 10 years. So I'll be trying to identify any case characteristics or conditions which are associated with higher or lower clearance. And this will also help me to target the 3 points which further into. So one which has high clearance, one which has low clearance, and then one which is mid-range. I'll also be looking at police documents. So I'll be looking at charging decisions and case summaries, and I'll be mapping the trajectories of investigations, trying to figure out kind of where things go right, where things go wrong, but outlining the decisions and processes and actions involved with charging a suspect. And then I'll also be doing observations of meetings between investigating officers, homicide detectives, GPS representatives. And this will help unpack the complex decision-making processes involved with charging a suspect and what factors do support charging a suspect and those that challenge it. And then finally, I'll be conducting interviews with homicide detectives, senior investigating officers, CPS representatives, and Home Office representatives. Document this. Things like the police databases and Home Office Homicide Index. Trying to understand what the challenges are involved with reaching the threshold to charge a suspect and what factors support the charging involved. And again, those specific challenges involved with different types of homicide. So my project is going to be original contribution to knowledge. It's even though it's a phenomenon that has been experienced kind of defining charge rates in England and Wales haven't been explored yet. So a lot of the research is US centric, and so I'm trying to again most of the literature that introduced modeling of case characteristics. So with the inclusion of my qualitative method, I'll be able to explore this and much like richer and deeper understanding why this might happen. And I'll also be analysing a bespoke data set.
Thank you. Question for Becky then. We should reduce it about 9. So I was just going to ask that so it's during your literature review. That's the fourth. But you won't just go back. Sorry. Yeah, so appears to be quite intimately linked in the sense that the oppression of racial oppression and the bloody conflict in the different agents of the state. They very curious as to why you definitely like the
So the reducing, they are very interlinked. The original component. So for example, you know, so Black citizens especially are experiencing reduced confidence and trust in the police, but this is across all entities as well. So, for example, by having a lot of unsolved cases and the high charge rate, it is reducing the overall.
And in your presentation, you touched on your
So for unlimited people, I can't say which ones they are, but yeah, I'll be looking at across. I think it's 44 police Wales, and I'll be looking at the one which has the highest clearance rate, one which has the lowest, and one which is mid range, and then kind of comparing it across.
Hello, yes. In terms of prevention, is it possible the fact we're getting better preventing crime, and that might be one of the reasons?
I haven't really looked at that prevention yet. Sorry.
question. Thank you very much for the presentation. Really interesting area of research. I'm more interested probably in you as a researcher. It seems to be quite an emotive topic and difficult topic, particularly when you go in and start asking, I get more think about mentoring, detectives, etc. Have you thought or talked to your supervisory team about how you manage those working aspects? So you keep this out of research.
Yeah, so both my supervisors very established in the field, and they both do a lot of quality research. One thing that was provided to me was to keep research.
Oh, yeah. Your presentation regarding on this side, like just one. That's cybersecurity. What was cyber cases for responding? Cyber. Yeah, responding. Has been occurring. Stopping.
So I'm looking more at the kind of investigative processes themselves. So not so much the cyber side of things, but the actual active police work. Sorry.
Okay.
next presentation, antibiotic resistance health approach.
Understand why I'm looking at E. coli as the bacteria I'm using to check how that is influencing our antibody. So E. coli strain here, we have different subtypes of E. coli. And then at the same time, we have different E. coli strain here. So we have different types, and according to the types we have, and then looking at the strain of E. coli here, permits me, I just look at some of the nasty things that E. coli causes. And because of some of these things, if you have a UTI, you need antibiotic to get treated, meningitis, and E. coli causes a lot, and it's making us spend a lot of money on antibiotics. So these are the strain of E. coli. So I talk about my method and show you, because I thought about just putting in the slide to say these are the method of my research, PCR and this and that, and I just want to put it with some pictorial representation so we can understand clearly what PCR is. This is a picture of a PCR gel. I'm sure with COVID, so many of us were aware of you need to do a PCR COVID test for confirmation. For our E. coli, we had about 150, over 200 samples, but we decided to just narrow it down to 150 samples of E. coli, which were isolated from pig, from the environment, open water, river water, and then from waste water. And this E. coli were kind of screened. First of all, you see, I'll just tell you guys, just kind of carried out why am I strain of E. coli? Because looking at the kind of E. coli helps us to understand the relation between E. coli we have so we're able to E. coli, how what type of E. coli this is a plate where we have our agar, and then we infuse it with an antibiotic mix to be able to know if the antibiotic will be susceptible to the bacteria will be susceptible to that. And we're working with 8 clinical antibiotics here to test the strains of E. coli from the 3 sources to find out if they are resistant or they are not. So after doing that, the susceptibility to strain of E. coli from the graph, I couldn't put in the 8 graph, I just picked just about 3. E. coli interestingly, we found out that the strains we're working with showed resistance to cholesterol sulfate and to erythromycin. I mean, with cholesterol sulfate, we got 100% resistance, which is frightening because it's supposed to be one of our last resort antibiotic, but we're already picking up resistance with that. And then with erythromycin, there's also a very high resistance, and this finding is still ongoing. So because we saw antibiotic resistant cholesterol sulfate, we wanted to be sure if WHO has put cholesterol sulfate as one of the last resorts to say you do not administer that until there is no option, and we're picking up resistance to that. So we wanted to check, could it be there was an error? Could it be that we're working with something is wrong? So we did a confirmatory test to further check that resistance. This is a 26 well plate where you can culture 96 bacteria at the same time. So we did that, and based on that, the color change actually shows bacterial growth, which is a confirmation that the E. coli is resistant to that. So because of that, we move ahead to check, because we noticed most of the water sample had multi-drug resistance. So we went to concentrate more on the water samples, and you can see from here the resistance in the water sample, like comparison of samples from 3 locations at the Y River from the Mawrth area. So this is the so this is a plan that is ongoing. We're looking at the genotype of this E. coli to find out if the resistance, if we can pick the gene resistance from that. My reference.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Hello. So it's not my field, but as far as I know, the antibiotic is kind of treatment. If somebody got, like, for example, like a chronic infection, so how you can treat this person, or what's the alternative method that you can treat the person if she has, or if she had chronic infection? You mentioned it in your presentation that there are a lot of people dying due to the antibiotic. So what's the alternative method to treat the person if she had or has chronic infection?
They take your history, and they refer you to do blood test where maybe the microbiology or wherever they want that to be tested for them to check specifically to know the cause of the infection. And then antibiotics will be used to find out which particular antibiotic will work better. So you're not just giving antibiotic at random to be able to cut down on misuse of antibiotic trial by just trying to be able to see if it works or it wouldn't work. So you have gram-negative bacteria and gram-positive bacteria. So yeah, so that's why we encourage people not to buy antibiotics across the counter, because you don't know what you're dealing with. You need to do further testing to know precisely, are you dealing with a staph? Are you dealing with an enterobacter? Are you dealing with strep? Specifically, we need to know that to be able to know what antibiotic. But sometimes it may not even be an antibiotic. You may just need to rest and drink water.
Thank you. You have the microphone already.
Hi. Thank you very much for your excellent talk. I just happened to hear something recently about antibiotics being given to cattle, overuse of that by farmers in the farming industry, and then obviously humans may be consuming that, and that also being a factor. I wondered what you knew about that and if that was part of your research as well. Thank you.
Thanks. So during my literature review, I got a paper in Asia where a particular community was screened against a certain antibiotic gene resistance, and it was present. However, none of the people within the application have ever been exposed to that antibiotic. So we checked, and it was discovered that some of the animals within the areas were being treated with that antibiotic, which they had acquired the antibiotic, and then by you consuming that, you got the transfer of the gene into you even when you were exposed to that. That's why the One Health approach works better, because now you have policy in place that looks at what happens agriculturally, and then what goes into the environment, and then what happens.
Okay, well, I think we're out of time, so another round of applause for Susie, I believe you're the next presenter. So developing evidence-based research for social prescribing in Wales, creativity at the heart of community well-being.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just wonderful. First, we've seen some wonderful speakers today, and I hope that my contribution will add to the knowledge of research. Globally, because I'm looking at a concept where we're looking at social prescribing of prescription, where doctors are enabled to look at ways in which we can reduce the medication. We just heard collaborators here who's saying that we have to be careful about the medication, because if increased medication, it may not help at all. It may even worsen the effect. So what is with the Wales School for Social Prescribing, and I am so grateful we can get as students here. I'm very mindful that we need to show will in our research, that if we wish to have our research to continue throughout larger, yes, thank you, Gina, thank you. If we wish for our research to be recognized in the world, there needs to be some sort of political will. And I think we have found this political will here in the UK with the all-party group, which is looking at marrying the social services and the political will with the Arts Council. This is a huge step forward for us in the UK and is gaining worldwide recognition. So what is social prescribing? This is a definition that we find with Professor Carolyn Wallace, my Director of Studies, and we can see that we need to have some way of recognizing and realizing the work that is so well established here now in the university. Now then, we need to make sure that we have a growing body of research here in the UK so that we can foster and encourage other nations to follow what we are doing here as exemplary with the team that is backing the research. So I would like to say thank you for everyone that has helped us in this research. And indeed, the Social Services Act of the UK establishes the evidence base that we are working towards. So, what is the background of the study? The background is such that we know that there's a growing expertise within the medical profession and the healthcare workers. We know that people suffering from anxiety, depression, and mental health disorders are gaining greater confidence in using their creativity and unleashing their creativity, which to me is essential in our daily life. We should all recognize that we have a streak of creativity that will help us go through all phases of our life. It is really challenging, but the two-year study by the all-party parliamentary group has established a two-year research program which has really given us the springboard to further the research in this university. the focus of my research is to look at how does social prescribing encourage people to go to art workshops and creative centres, gardening, book clubs, walking, making sure that they recognise beauty in the world and unleashing their ideas as we are throughout our research. Creativity for me is a lifeline. It's a lifeline that establishes our peace of mind and our activity to progress with our ideas and to be brave, just as we heard in our first keynote speech. So, creating social prescribing model in Wales. We are exemplary here at the University of South Wales. We have a magnificent team with Professor Carolyn Wallace, who is the director for the Wales School for Social Prescribing. She is now becoming recognised throughout the world and has just come back from India proclaiming the news that we are doing this research, which is so essential in the growing need for people who are suffering from anxiety and depression, especially through isolation through the pandemic. So here we have a model that Professor Carolyn Wallace has created with a team of researchers to identify how do we realistically establish social prescribing in the UK. This is an amazing model which clarifies the situation in which healthcare workers and the social services together combine through a political will that social prescribing can work and will work for future generations that will meet many, many hazards for forthcoming generations. As you can see in this model, which is more sophisticated, at the bottom you can see where art on prescription lies within this established model. We know that more and more agencies come to work together, and so funding is imminently important for us and is gaining recognition. So the research, what is the research question? The research question is, what are the critical success factors for the sustainability of art on prescription as a social prescribing measure? This here now is the model. Now, if you would like to put your hands up, please. Has anyone, please, or is anyone using Group Wisdom software, please? Group Wisdom software was introduced to me, and I was very, very uncertain as to whether I would be able to cope with the Group Wisdom software, because it seemed to be so complicated. The initial steps, the brainstorming step, is rather interesting because you invite participants to come in online with a focus prompt that is, what is a critical success factor for social prescribing art on prescription? Well, surprisingly, the research participants from the Wales School for Social Prescribing Research, who were the majority of participants, came up not only with 100, but 191 statements. How on earth could we cope with this quantity of statements for the sorting activity? So we have a critical friends of the project agency in the university. We were encouraged to have a project advisory group, which are 6 critical friends, and we spent hours and hours and hours trying to put together 125 statements in order to be realistically possible for the sorting activity. So the steps in concept mapping, as you can see here, go through about a monthly period at a time, because some participants in their busy lives are unable to complete each of the steps of the activities. We are now at the stage of doing the rating, and the rating is very interesting in the sense that the sorting activity gave us piles, individual piles, and now the rating activity is looking at the importance of the statements and then the sustainability effectiveness for each of the statements. And here we see a combination of the ideas that seem to emerge from the brainstorming activity and the activity for the sorting of the piles. So now our initial outcomes are showing that people do recognise different strains of activity that are necessary for sustainability in social prescribing to become a factor for us to use in Wales. And it's really become a really interesting way of looking and finding data which the computer will then eventually sort out for us. Each step of the research was really vital to encourage people to remain with us, because some of the activities are quite lengthy and the process is quite complicated in some aspects. But nevertheless, by encouraging our participants, we are getting some really wonderful results insofar as we have already encouraged over 80 participants to remain with us. So before I leave, before I say that we are here to hand over to the next speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the late John Morris, because I really do feel that the legacy that he has left with us has engaged us with the staff, with the students and the alumni, and I would really like to give a huge gratitude and our condolences to his family. At the same time, let us stay together, let us research together. By coming together, it's a start, and when we progress together, we are making wonderful friends on the way of our research journey. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone, each and everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, questions then, please. It's a chair's worst nightmare. Thanks for helping me out there.
Dr. Susie, just like to say before my question, I'd like to say thank you for the presentation. It was a very good presentation you made. I've been seeing a lot of your research activity, especially with taking part on your therapeutic art sessions that you conduct within your studio here in Treforest. It's having a good impact on the community here. My research question is about if social prescribing in addressing mental health issues in terms of mental health treatment, is there a way that this kind of social prescribing creates a form of mental health awareness within the community, as well as also trying to bring people together to understanding how important it is, how important mental health is, especially in the case of situations where you have certain you have certain individuals who have different views towards mental health in an unfortunately stigmatized manner. Is there a way that it addresses these issues in a way that it makes mental health important and acceptable, and that it's an issue that needs to be addressed vehemently?
Yes, thank you for the question. Indeed, what it is that as our first speaker we had this morning, we know that each and every one of us, we know we have within ourselves a creative mind. We are all extremely creative, especially as researchers here. As researchers, we are extremely inventive and resourceful, and we should share this resourcefulness and our creativity with others who perhaps may be less confident, who may think, oh, life is difficult, life is really truly hard, and it's so hard to continue from day to day. What are we to do, and how are we going to sort out our problems, etc. But the creative mind will do that. Allow yourselves, listen to your creativity within, and your creative self will bring you through all kinds of issues and problems, because as soon as you think creatively, the body system, the endorphins, the serotonins and so on kick into action, and it's amazing. Once you do a scribble, just do a scribble, just throw some paint on a piece of paper, just look at what's happening, And this is what we're doing as observers and researchers. We try things out, we see what is happening, and we're looking out. And sometimes the most unexpected things happen. And that's truly magic. So live your magic, and thank you each and every one.
Okay, thank you. That's easy. Right. Yeah, go on then.
It's from Sam Pywell in the School of Sport and Health Sciences. She'd say, how do we engage people who state they don't like creative arts and therefore don't understand how it might improve their well-being?
Oh, Llun, that is such an amazing question. I wish I could answer it. I'm not a medic, but I know things work. And I have seen magic and miracles happen when people truly believe that something unexpected is going to happen in a positive mindset. So, Llun, thank you for your question. I would love to, well, part of the research is to investigate it further. Indeed it is. And the creativity in our own lives, we should be more expectant of what will happen if I try this, what will happen if I try that. And so in that sense, we had, in our first speaker, I truly, truly believe that we have to be inventive. And it doesn't matter where you are, what you do, but please watch out for the miracle to happen in your life, and it will happen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously, I apologise to the online questioner who for my lack of enthusiasm out there. I'd forgotten about the online. I make it clear that I only agreed to do this on the grounds that everything was face to face. So now for something completely different. So we've got Egan Goodison. Egan. Walking football in the Welsh coalfields regions.
Hi, my name is Egan. I'm a current master's student at the university, and this is Walking Football in the Welsh Coalfields. This project was a collaboration between Coalfields Regeneration Trust and Knowledge Economy Skills Scholarship, as well as the university. So to provide some background on the research, the Welsh coalfields refers to areas where coal was the prevalent industry, and up until the closure of the mines, this had a massive impact. So, as it says here, after the closure of mines, they became some of the most deprived regions of the UK, with distinct disparities in health and well-being. So this refers to things such as a higher percentage of older adults, a lower life expectancy, a high number of reported mental health difficulties within people, and also more disability and incapacity benefit claimants. So these need to be addressed, simple as that. So one of the ways we were looking to address this was through the use of physical activity. So in Wales, football and coal are intrinsically linked. As football became more popular in South Wales, this was because of an influx of migration for people to work in these coal mining regions. And in the case of women's football, they supported the coal strikes, and many believe this was the reason for the eventual ban from the FA and the FAW from 1922 up until 1970 for the women's sport. In Wales now, football is probably one of the most popular, if not the popular sport. So utilising that as a way to address this would be very beneficial. Walking football, as it says, is a slower variant of the game. It's designed to be more accessible. So there's non-contact, there's fewer players. It's supposed to be easier and inclusive. So it seems to be the best way, or one of the best ways, to address these concerns. And that's where my research comes in. So we used a mixed method approach, which combined a systematic literature review, which went through all of the current literature on walking football. There were 19 included studies, and it showed that there were clear, distinct facets, such as a physical, a social, and a psychological approach towards the effects. From this, we then decided to do focus groups to gain the perspectives of individuals in a South Wales coalfield on the perspectives of walking football and the benefit. And then we used this to develop a survey, which was then tested throughout Wales, see if these benefits were generalisable and agreeable. So the focus groups themselves were from 2 teams in a South Wales coalfield region. 2 of the teams were from a predominantly male team, and 2 of the focus groups, were from a predominantly female team. Now, it wasn't specifically a female and male team, but for the ease of distinguishing between the 2, that's the terms I will be using. We used thematic analysis to find key things from these focus groups, and these were the results. So details and descriptions refers to things such as their age, their gender or preferred gender identity, and also barriers to more traditional sports such as your 11-a-side or your rugby or your netball. So perhaps reasons why they were choosing to play walking football instead. There are also clear benefits that all the participants were finding, and they were in 3 different facets of well-being. So there were the physical benefits, psychological benefits, and social benefits. So in terms of the physical benefits, they were just telling me about how much fitter they felt. In terms of psychological benefits, they mentioned things such as improvements towards their mental health, or an openness or willingness to talk about their mental health within these groups. And then in terms of the social benefit, they felt able to go and talk to one another, and especially in the women's group, because walking football at the moment is currently for 40, 50 and upwards, they were finding that they were able to talk about menopause, and they felt socially supported because of the similarities with people within the group. They also spoke about, the inclusivity, the accessibility of the game, and they also gave suggestions on how the game could grow, so hence growing the game. So this then informed the development of a survey. The survey was split into 5 different sections. The first section was an about you section, which included things like their gender, their age, and whether or not they lived in a coalfield region. And then there were 3 sections that focused on the different facets of well-being, so the psychological, social, and physical sections. In the psychology section, it asked something along the lines of, because of walking football, I've been feeling good about myself. In the social section, it would say a statement along the lines of, because of walking football, I feel able to talk to people about important decisions in my life. And in the physical section, it said, because of walking football, I feel more physically able to do what I want to do. So those were the kind of questions in those sections. There was also a growing the game section, which talked about people's current opinions on walking football and how they feel it should grow and develop as it moves forward. So as we can see here, there was 107 people that responded to the survey, with almost a third of them from coalfields regions, predominantly male, and a mean age of 56. So if we combine together the 3 facets of well-being, there were 26 questions in total across those 3 sections and 107 respondents, and these are the results collaborated together. And as you can see, it's almost 70%, just over 70% of people agreed that walking football had benefited them in some capacity, either a physical, social, or indeed all 3. So what does this mean? Walking football, through that research, has shown that it is beneficial, and these benefits could be generalisable. There was no difference between any group, so no gender differences, no differences between the age or whether or not they lived in the coalfield region. So what's important is to identify the fact that the coalfield regions have this disparity in health, and therefore there's where needs it the most. So greater promoting and supporting of current walking football clubs, and giving it the support it needs to develop as a potential physical activity intervention in this case. And then finally, to talk about, again, the female component, the focus groups reiterated a big benefit for them physically, socially, and especially in terms of the menopause and being able to talk to one another about this. So researching more into that is definitely important, because especially in my survey, I didn't quite get as many female respondents as I would have liked to. So the next steps would be definitely to share this research and this findings, as I am, and then to just help it develop the walking football in Wales at current, because it has the ability to benefit any individual. It is currently, as I said, aimed at the older adult, but it shouldn't be limited to those people. It should be open to everyone. It can be open to everyone, and everyone is able to receive the benefits. And then promoting it more, so lots of people don't know what walking football is, or any of the walking sports, and those are areas which could be pushed more, so more people are able to know what it is and therefore utilise it. And then in terms of the growing the game section, supporting the current clubs with things like funding, setting them up with better facilities, better delivery, and enhancing the benefits for participants is really important. I mentioned this earlier, so I'll just go through it quickly, but the areas for research would be to look particularly on women and their effects of walking football, the effects of walking football on women, should I say, sorry, in particularly in relation to menopause and the social support. Also looking at the experience of deliverers, so coaches, referees of walking football, exploring other adapted sports such as the walking rugby, walking cricket, because they're all out there and they're all able to provide these benefits. We're just not seeing it. And then also just further researching walking football in the coalfields and perhaps the extent of benefits found, because if there was no difference and potentially people from a coalfields area coming from a worse off place, does that mean that they are experiencing more benefit just over time? So it's all something that needs to be explored. Thanks for listening.
Questions? Yeah, go on. Sorry. Looking around.
Hi, so you mentioned that you didn't actually have much difference between the third of your participants that did come from former coalfields and those that did not. Do you know why that is, and what is your sort of explanation on why we need to focus on that specifically? I'm just curious.
So yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from. In terms of the coalfields regions themselves, as I mentioned previously, they are some of the worst off areas in the UK, so there's a massive disparity in the health and well-being. So it's just about where needs it most. So if everyone is receiving a benefit, why shouldn't it go to the people that need it the most? And definitely exploring potentially the extent of benefits in comparison. So setting up, for example, a physical activity intervention and detailing before, during and after, that would be really important to find the extent of those benefits and definitely be able to compare them further.
Okay, thank you. I think you were next.
Hi Egan, thanks very much for a great presentation. You made it super easy to understand for someone who knows nothing about that sort of thing, so thank you very much. But anyway, on to the question. So what do you think are sort of the main barriers to sort of promoting or, getting new walking sport clubs in specifically sort of the coalfield regions of Wales?
Brilliant question. So definitely the funding at the moment. So looking at things such as Coalfields Regeneration Trust, they're doing wonderful work in terms of supporting walking football clubs at the moment and trying to set up new ones. As to why it's not growing even more, I'm not sure. It's massive. It's growing massively. Why this hasn't perhaps translated across into other walking sports would be something to look at. But barriers, I'm not necessarily sure. Just because at the moment it is growing so massively, it's hard to see what could stop it. But no, yeah, it's going really well, and maybe funding, maybe facilities, but just general support and getting it out there so people know more about it.
Okay, so we have a question from Sue. Oh, okay. Then you're next. Thank you.
I'd just like to ask you whether you are considering walking as being socially prescribed by medics and healthcare people.
Yeah, so one of the questions in our survey was about GP referrals and referrals from other organisations. So we wanted to look at potentially getting Mind involved and things like that. And in terms of the survey, they had great responses and they really enjoyed this idea of promoting it more in terms of getting people from GP surgeries to support it, and from Mind and from other organisations. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. One final question.
Thank you very much for the presentation and a really comprehensive research project from NRES, so congratulations on getting through it all. I just wondered what your recommendations are for the FAW to really help promote this work.
Give some money.
Other than money and time, what would you say if you're able to get an audience with them? Because it seems as though there are clear benefits here that we could actualise.
Yeah, well, I know there's an ongoing conversation with the FAW at the moment, and their associate members, I believe the Walking Football Association are associate members of the FAW now. But yeah, I think that's a conversation I'd love to have in terms of getting involved, getting more research. Could you repeat the question?
What would your recommendations be?
Probably to have more involvement, definitely support it more. I know there's a CPD coming out about walking football that we've been involved in, so that's been really progressive and really good, but not enough people know about it, so making it kind of the forefront. There's an aging population. This is one of the most accessible forms of physical activity you can get. Use it. Show it off. So yeah, probably promotion and just get more involved with research proving that this is good for people.
Okay, thank you. So one last presentation before the tea break. Fabrizi Nayathi. Sorry about the pronunciation. So it's artificial intelligence-based structural health monitoring.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Just, if you're going to stand there, you're all
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mtabisi Adriano Nyati. Today I'll be presenting to you how I've been using artificial intelligence to carry out a practice known as structural health monitoring. But before we dig deep and look at what and how I applied this artificial intelligence, let us take a look at what structural health monitoring is and why it is important for me and for you. On the screen, we can see images of different types of structures which we use on a day-to-day basis. They're very aesthetically pleasing, but they are the backbone of our economy and civilization as we know it. The problem is a lot of these structures, especially in developed countries, were designed many years ago and they're now starting to surpass their design lifespan, which means as they grow older and they get exposed to different environmental conditions due to things like climate change and deterioration of the materials which they were built with, we find ourselves at a point where events like this are a reality. So we need to make sure we detect this damage in time to prevent such catastrophes from happening. Because if these happen, there'll be a high cost, loss of life, injury, and it'll cost a lot to recover after such catastrophes. Which is why I've been using artificial intelligence to carry out this structural health monitoring. But let us look at what is structural health monitoring. It is a practice which we use to detect damage in good time, assess the damage, see how bad it is, and take the required actions to prevent the failures which I just showed you in the previous slide. Let's look at the numbers, because the numbers don't lie. This particular data is related to the bridges in the United Kingdom. We have 70,944 bridges. 5% of them, which sounds like a small number, are classed as substandard. Now, this means that these bridges are not safe to use and they've been shut down until further assessments and repairs have been undertaken. To repair these substandard bridges, it's going to cost us £1.16 billion. But just because it's only the 3,200 out of these 70,000 bridges that are substandard does not mean the other bridges are in perfect condition. All the other bridges also need to be maintained regularly, and to repair the substandard bridges and all the other bridges is going to cost us about £4.2 billion. And the longer we take to act, this number will go up and it'll cost us a lot more, not just in terms of monetary terms, but loss of life and potential injuries. So that data was related to bridges in general. Bridges and buildings and all sorts of other structures are built using different materials. My PhD project is focused on concrete structures, and the particular focus is on detecting cracks and measuring them in good time. You might ask yourself, why am I detecting and measuring cracks? Cracks are typically the first indicators of the presence of damage, and it is important for us to detect them, see how serious they are, and then carry on the necessary repairs. If we don't do this, we're at a risk of these progressing to become much more serious types of damage. This is not a new practice, it's a relatively old field, but now we're implementing new technology. Some of the methods which have been used to detect damage, as you can see, visual inspection, where an inspector goes to the site and measures the actual crack widths. If you have a massive structure, you can imagine how long and tedious this would be. And it's also quite susceptible to human errors. We then developed further to using vehicles for inspection. But as you can see, this sometimes involves lane closures, which is not good for the economy again. Traffic congestion, will all be late to work. And I wouldn't want to be that guy. Sometimes we need to monitor and assess structures which are out of reach and not accessible. That's a very high risk job, but somebody has to do it. But my research uses drones. I'll get more into it as we go forward, which means that we won't have to sacrifice human lives to do such dangerous jobs. A lot of studies have started using images to detect cracks and quantify them. But a lot of these studies don't do this in millimeters, because when you take an image and you measure the crack on the image, the most detail you can get from it is how wide it is in terms of pixels. But the international guidelines and standards specify the maximum allowable crack width in millimeters. So for the inspector on site, pixels don't really mean much. So other studies have realized this, and they started to use markers or planar markers which you attach onto your structure. You should know the dimensions of this marker in order to convert the pixels to millimeters. But again, it's an accessibility and safety risk, because if you have a crack over there, it's a bit dangerous to try and attach a marker on there, which is where my method comes in. I'll be using artificial intelligence to detect cracks very quickly, efficiently, and I've also developed the method to measure crack width in millimeters without having to attach anything, simply by developing a novel method which uses a laser as a calibration tool so that we can convert the pixel width to millimeters. First step of this was to collect a lot of data because I needed to train some deep learning models which they learn like the human brain, so you need to feed it with as much information as possible. I've got images which were collected using drones, and to test whether the laser would be suitable just outside the lab, tested it under different lighting conditions outside. After having collected over 20,000 images, I trained my deep learning model. I had two models, a custom model and a pre-trained model. And then we do some image processing to extract the crack. And then we apply a method which is called the medial axis transform, which measures the maximum crack width by going across the length of the crack and measuring the distance from the edge to edge and finding the maximum distance. And that would then be our maximum crack width. These are some of the results. The custom network achieved an accuracy of 94.6% in terms of detection and classification of cracks. The pre-trained network, which is a network which is already trained on 1.4 million images from Google ImageNet dataset, only needed to see the data 3 times in three steps. That's what we call an epoch. Whereas my custom network, because it was built from scratch, had to see the data a lot of times. So after 100 epochs, you can still see the pre-trained network still performed better. Let's look at an example of how it works. Here's an image of a crack which was taken. We apply the segmentation after detecting the crack is present. We found, and then the algorithm locates where the point of the maximum crack width is. It was over there. It gives you that output. The maximum crack width of this particular crack was 3.5 millimeters, and my system was able to measure it to 3.4 millimeters. To make sure this is applicable to the real world, it was tested under different scenarios in the lab, outside the lab, under different lighting conditions, using different devices, because the quality of the device which you use tends to affect the results. So if you have a low resolution camera, you might need to be closer to the crack, which is one of the things that farther away you are from the crack, say above 3 meters away, you start to lose accuracy. This is just an example of one of the apps which I'm developing. This was when it was at its simplest stage, where you just simply upload an image and then it will classify it for you and tell you whether there's a crack present and with what percentage of probability. And the next video is just a short video of the model at work on site. So it goes and detects cracks and corrosion in real time. So to close off, I presented to you how we can use artificial intelligence to save lives. This is not only used during routine structural health monitoring. This, especially because I use drones as well, we can use this for disaster recovery after earthquakes, when we're not sure how stable the structure is. So this method also measures cracks in millimeters, which is a big plus without having to attach anything onto the structure. Promoting safety, and it's much cheaper than the other methods. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll welcome them.
First hand. Over here, sorry.
Hi there. So I noticed when you were playing footage of the AI actually noticing cracks, that it made a few false errors. What are the ways in which you can mitigate against that?
I'll replay it and then you can point them out to me.
Yeah.
So that it looks like a crack, right? But it's not quite a crack. So that's where the pre-trained model comes in. You need to train it with more data. one of the things I did, one of my contributions is creating a new data set, which, because most of the available data sets have perfect images, so that particular one was still trained on the public data set. I hadn't trained it on my custom, good spot, and I hadn't trained it on my custom data set. My custom data set involves images which have occlusions in front of them, and sometimes you have like spider webs on bridges. They look like cracks that might confuse the deep learning algorithm. So more data, more data, more data. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you. We've got right at the back, one more question.
Hey, thank you so much for your presentation. It's really clear and straightaway presentation. My question is about your data set, the kind of images you use. It's just RGB images, visible images, or so the data set included many kind of
That's a good question. That's a good question. So for this particular presentation, my project has 3 main parts. So it's got a classification, which simply classifies whether it's cracked or not cracked. And then it's also got the object detection with the bounding boxes. And lastly, it's got the segmentation, where I didn't showcase it here today, but it automatically segments. So for the segmentation, I've got images which are binary images. And then for classification, it's just RGB images.
Yeah. Your algorithm, have you deal with outdoor factories like light condition, where the absorption is high when taking images can affected by the high absorption in that time? Have you considering that?
Yes, most definitely. So I've done it personally by taking images under different lighting conditions on different days, cloudy days. But to go beyond that, there's a process which we call image augmentation. So you take an image which is a perfect image and you augment it by varying its light, how bright it is, changing its qualities, making it low resolution. So I have taken into consideration bulk of the data set underwent, each and every single image in the data set underwent further image augmentation. So I've got the original images, and then I've also got multiple variants of the augmented images.
Thank you so much, all the best.
Right, we can have one more question, but it's got to be a quick one.
In aerospace, not your describing, I beg your pardon. In aerospace, the phenomenon you're describing is very familiar, where a dye is used to spray the surface of metallic objects, etc., and then photography, etc., etc., etc. Have you used that sort of technique in terms of possibly using or projecting a certain frequency of light onto the object that you're photographing?
I haven't looked into that at the moment. That's a good point. It's a point which I'll look into after my, due to the time constraints of the PhD only being 3 years. So if I were to get the opportunity to further the research, I'll definitely be looking at such.
Yes,
Okay,
fascinating. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, you're going to have to ask your question over the tea break. So, coffee break. Round of applause for our Okay, obviously my let's start again at 3:05 was hopelessly ambitious, given that tea and coffee was late, but never mind. So there are only 4 papers, so we have 2 of these papers this morning, so that leaves 3, plus we've got 1 additional one, so there are 4 in this session, so we should still finish shortly after 4:15. So the first one this afternoon is Lewis Jones. It's got such a long title, I'm going to leave you to read it.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, brilliant. Before I start, I do have a bit of a confession to make. I had a panic this morning. This book is for my PhD notes, but it's also for my Dungeons and Dragons campaign. So I was reading, thinking, the goblins have invaded China, what? But, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of all the staff here at USW for putting this together. Thank you so much, including the tech guys at the back. Thank you very much. But also, I'd like to point out to Dr. Susie Rogers, as someone who suffers severe mental health issues and anxiety. I think what you're doing is amazing, so please keep doing what you're doing. And I think the world needs more Dr. Susie Rogers, so thank you very much. Okay, China's Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI, debt entrapment and development as a form of hybrid warfare. All big topics within their own right, so just allow me to take a step back and deconstruct for you. So my research overview. So what exactly does hybrid warfare and debt entrapment have to do with the Belt and Road Initiative? Well, there's indications that China does use debt entrapment while conducting BRI business with other countries, as Chelney B says. And the concept was recently covered by MI6 chief Richard Moore. As Bowden tells us, debt entrapment is China's way of getting people, should be getting countries, on a financial hook in order to exert leverage. Regardless of this, there's actually no clear evidence that China is guilty of this, and so the debate goes on. And herein lies the purpose of this research, to investigate the relationship between hybrid warfare, the BRI, debt entrapment, and to ascertain if it is being used to benefit the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, while ascertaining why countries fall victim to this influence. All right, calm down, Lewis. What are you talking about? Hybrid warfare. The biggest nuisance when researching hybrid warfare is that there's actually no universal definition. You go back to 1998, 1999, there was a book by Colonel Kuai Liang and Wang Jingzai called Unrestricted Warfare, where they spoke about how China, they were talking about China, could engage in its rivals, but under the threshold of actual war. There was a gentleman then later on, Hoffman, 2007, that said that hybrid warfare blends all methods of warfare without reaching the threshold of war. And there's some other sources as well. But none of these sources actually say the same thing. They sort of overlap, but the terminology isn't the same. So I would ask if anyone recognizes this definition. You won't, because it's mine. I made it. I've created my own broad definition to encompass all other definitions. So when I'm talking about hybrid warfare in my research, I'll be applying this definition. Okay, so the Belt and Road Initiative, what is it? So building on and greatly expanding on the ancient Silk Roads that once connected Europe to China, it is a modern economic project on these ancient routes. While the older Silk Roads connected two continents, this road connects the world to China. Infrastructure, construction, investment, you name it, and the Chinese Communist Party will do it for a price, allegedly. And I just want to point out 4.4 billion people with a collective GDP of $21 trillion. Just keep that on your minds for now. So debt entrapment. Now, those of you here who are involved in policing, UK policing specifically, excuse me, will understand debt entrapment in the area of county lines. If anyone knows what that is. Okay. A county lines is where urban drug dealers will debt entrap rural people and then force them to do one of many things. So it could be debt entrap them financially and then get them to run drugs for you. You can then get them to give up their home for you, so then you can use that port to spread your influence in that rural community. Now, I'm using that example. It's bad enough one person having that power over another person. Now, imagine a country having that power over another through a national-led project encompassing 4.4 billion people worth $21 trillion. The victims would be endless, both state and civilian. Methodology, quite self-explanatory. I'm going to go for a qualitative approach with interviews and case studies, combining analysis of both primary and secondary sources, such as books, articles, journals, etc. And then I'd like to draw comparisons and form a conclusion between the data from both case studies and interviews. So how does it all come together? Well, glad you asked. This framework is designed to identify both targets and methods of hybrid warfare. It also introduces vertical and horizontal characteristics, such as intensity and synchronization. So a high intensity attack via hybrid warfare would be a single attack aiming at a power grid and blowing out the national power grid, but nothing else. That's high intensity, low sync. A high sync, low intensity would be a combination of fake news, minor cyber attacks, doxing, etc. But I'm using this theory to support the corruption variable, which is a variable I am putting forward to my case studies. Just go back a minute. Sorry. And with these variables, I hypothesize that the internal corruption, that's one variable, and the reliance of imports and exports of said country in China, also variables which will lead to debt entrapment, which will then allow China to exert influence that directly benefits the Chinese military. And these are my frameworks here. Gone through that one. Complex interdependence theory. This theory is really good because it supports the variable that the reliance on Chinese imports or exports as a theory is directed at the economic realm, where summarized Rana says that the policies and actions of one actor will have a significant effect on the policies and actions taken by another. And in terms of Belt and Road Initiative with hybrid warfare and debt entrapment, you can see how it blends in together. Neocolonialism theory. So with the two variables coming together to form the dependent variable, Chinese exertion of influence for the benefit of the PLA. You can see here it says that there is the idea is non-kinetic and non-military control through economic means, which is steadfast in the idea that debt entrapment can be used through the BRI as a hybrid threat. So to illustrate these variables and theories, I've made some preliminary case studies to show you, and this is the criteria. So the case country must be part of the Belt and Road Initiative, pretty obvious. The independent variables must be applicable to the case country, so corruption and reliance on Chinese imports/exports. And then empirical data must be translatable by analysts and strategists regarding the effects it has on the People's Liberation Army. So, for example, they get, off the top of my head, they would get an airfield out of the agreement. In your mind then as an analyst, you would say, okay, well, this airfield benefits the PLA by expanding their air force capacity in said region. Here's one I made earlier. So you've got the independent variable corruption, reliance on Chinese imports and exports, and the dependent variable. So corruption, I use the Corruption Perception Index. It gives the African nation a total score of 128 out of 190, 190 being the worst. That tells me it does have a rather big problem with corruption. There's actions such as people fearing political violence, voters being bribed, and resources being used improperly for campaigns. Reliance on exports, now this blew my mind. Where is it? From 1995 to 2020, Chinese exports to Djibouti have risen 25% annually. That goes from $9.67 million to $2.31 billion. I'm not an economist, but that says to me that there is some reliance there. And the exertion of Chinese influence, Djibouti has seen the most out of my 3 case studies. There's a PLA base based in the country. If you're not familiar in geography terms, it's just on the Horn of Africa, Djibouti. It's used for not just logistics, but there's facilities for fuel, weapons, storage of equipment, and hangars for both aircraft and ship repair. And it's not on this slide, but personnel-wise, there's about 4,000 to 5,000 PLA soldiers. So not just an outpost. I consider that pretty, pretty important, and a clear exertion of Chinese influence for the benefit of their military. And this is, take that last slide and apply it to here, Sri Lanka and Equatorial Guinea. You can see I've put my independent variables with the indicators and also the frameworks that support each variable. Sri Lanka, it did exert Chinese influence because there was a lease on a port. Sri Lanka had to default on its debt, and to claw back some of that debt, they had to lease a port to China for 99 years. And at least on one occasion, the PLA have housed, I believe, submarines and ships on at least one occasion. Now, okay, you might think it's only on one occasion, but that one occasion still shows the exertion of Chinese influence for the benefit of its military. What next? Conduct empirical data through interviews, continue to gather literature on the subject, review the feedback from sessions such as this to see what can be implemented or changed, analyze data from the interviews and see how it compares to literature, and then, please God, form a conclusion. Thank you so much for listening. My contact is lewismarkjones1992@hotmail.com. I'm also on LinkedIn. I apologise for the mess room just now, but I hate these things. But thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Not sure whether that's more frightening or less frightening than the antibiotics earlier on, really. Questions for Lewis? Susie.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Lewis.
You mentioned my name, so I'm coming to you. Right. Okay. Now then, you have a very ambitious program ahead of you, haven't you? Because it's really neo-political. And so I'm just wondering whether you might consider group wisdom as a software mechanism to identify the variables that you're looking at by using the group wisdom brainstorming and then the sorting into different piles from your statements. It's a magnificent process, and then the software will do some kind of multivariate analysis for you and build up a story, which you obviously will have to critically analyze in person with a group of critical friends. So I'm asking you, what kind of software or what kind of procedure were you hoping to use for your case studies?
As it stands, but I will be looking at the group wisdom software in future. I've never heard of it, to be honest, but I'll take this to my lecturers, my supervisors, to see if I can implement that model within the research. So,
Okay,
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Microphone coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I've just got a question in terms of the conclusions. I suppose it could be quite difficult. I suppose you're planning on some conclusions as why it happens, but is it your aim to put together recommendations for security? Because it's quite complex, obviously, there's a global issue. What, is that your end aim, or is that beyond the scope of what you're planning to do, or what is it that?
So do you mean like a recommendation to like NATO, the UN?
Yes, is that what you're, yeah.
Not as far as NATO goes, but the Americans, I say the Americans as the United States, they believe this already because they are in a long political Cold War with China. So even if my research didn't show that the Belt and Road Initiative was being used for hybrid warfare, I believe some people in Washington might try and nudge me to say, go on, they would say it does. The problem with this is very, what's the word? There's two opposing sides. In all of the literature I've found, there's either those who say China is definitely guilty of this, or China is completely innocent. There is no sort of middle ground among sources. You are either pro-Washington or pro-Beijing. So that's a problem. I'm only interested in the truth. Now, it could be the conclusion says, yeah, China does do this for the BRI, but it's not with every nation, or it could be, it's very unlikely, but there are some cases that do show it. Either way, I'm just looking for the truth. And it's very difficult in a world where there's two very powerful opposing sides. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time on this one. Sorry to cut you off again. But another round of applause for the rest. Thank you. How do you pronounce your name?
Oh, I think every time.
Ruth.
Oh, Zweya.
Zweya. And so our next presentation is Rose Zweya. Chanel?
Yeah.
Chanel, Transmedia Branding.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to read it on the screen.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate it's the afternoon, so everyone is a bit tired, but thank you for staying and for listening to my presentation. I just want to say it was lovely to see all of you. It was absolutely brilliant, and I hope to make my contribution. So my presentation is about Chanel, the brand, and Coco Chanel, the designer, and it focuses on transmedia branding, the woman, the brand, and the location. So a little bit about my background here. I've been a journalist since 2009, and then I kind of slowly transitioned to marketing in 2012, mostly because sometimes journalism doesn't pay the bills, and marketing was the easy option, really. After a while and in between, I managed to publish my books. One was about Coco Chanel, and one was about the real Leonardo da Vinci. So it was something that was very interesting to me. These were biographies. However, my editor was kind enough to let me add a little extra, something more, something a bit more modern, maybe a bit more pop culture about these two books. So I kind of added a different chapter, and the idea of starting a PhD kind of came through. Yeah. So how did it really all started? So it was 2020, we were in the middle of the pandemic, and a video about Chanel Scottish mansion was shared for the first time by a couple on their TikTok channel. The house was beautiful, if you appreciate this kind of architecture. It was still quite beautiful, but obviously it was damaged. Following the video, every single newspaper and magazine worldwide published picture of Coco Chanel famous Scottish house. It was unbelievable. The video went viral, and it kind of made me wonder about, different things about this couple, about the TikTok channel, about Coco Chanel, about the Chanel brand. So what happened that I started to ask myself questions. So who was this couple? Were they fans? Were they consumers? Did they know anything about Coco Chanel? Did they know anything about the Chanel brand? Did they know anything about the Scottish house? Was the Scottish house part of the massive promotional kind of Chanel activity? and what was the role of the media. So, you know, we can see like, you know, some kind of like keywords coming through: Instagram fan, branding, storytelling, knowledge, and that kind of culminated finally in my research question. I say finally for, you know, the joy of my supervisor who were like, you know, so Rose, what do you actually want to like investigate? And here we are. So how do high-end fashion brands use transmedia branding to engage consumers and fans? And what kind of transmedia branding strategy do Chanel use to attract and engage consumers and fans, as well as the importance of physical space to Chanel brand fandom? So before I actually start to get into details about what transmedia really is all about, I thought I would show you like some kind of like visuality, some kind of like visual examples. So here we have an advert. You might not be familiar with Chanel, which is fair enough, but what do you think this advert sells? Just a bag, right? So it's an advert, a simple advert about a bag. Maybe if you're familiar with a brand, you will notice a few more examples, you know, the stripes, you know, such a typical Chanel woman, if you know about Chanel. But again, it's just a simple advert. You see, you know, just a bag. We just want to buy the bag. When it comes to transmedia branding, we have, something different. So I'll try to show you this video if I can. Here we go. Not for long, but just for a few minutes maybe.
5 numbers. Chanel, Paris. Number 1, Rue Cambon. Immerse yourself in the Rue Cambon, synonymous with Chanel, and walk past the numbers 21, where it all began in 1910 when Gabrielle Chanel opened her millinery shop, then 29, 25, 23, 27, and now 19, where season after season Karl Lagerfeld's collections are presented. Enter, finally, at 31, the address of a lifetime. Climb the staircase that so many clients and celebrities have ascended.
Right. So, just trying to go back here. The difference between an advert and the transmedia branding video is quite evident. So, the advert trying to sell you the bag. The transmedia branding video try to sell you the identity, the brand, you know, Chanel as it is. So if you're not familiar with Chanel, you will get these details, you will get these elements coming through. So there's lots about the founder, obviously, lots of black, lots of white, lots about Chanel number 5. And also there's an active element when it comes to the locations about Chanel, Rue Cambon, Paris, and here we see a map as well. So what happens is that we kind of see something passive turning into something a bit more active. So now we have a few key terms when it comes to transmedia, which I'm going to like have a look at this for you. So, you know, we start with the main one, you know, transmedia. We have Kinder, and she argues that transmedia is a network of intertextuality constructed around a figure or a group of figures. So think the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, or Star characters from Star Wars, Super Mario, The Simpsons. So like, you know, think about all the intertextuality, all the media, all the text connected to these figures. When it comes to storytelling, think about Harry Potter. Think about the world of Harry Potter. Think about how big it is. Think about how every medium tells a story, how this contributes to create a unified and coordinated entertainment experience. Think about the Harry Potter video game. Think about the books. Think about the fan fiction. Every single medium tells a story. When this story turns promotional, commercial, we have what we call transmedia branding. So it's a further expansion and takes the shape of a cross-channel communication strategy with a commercial promotional purpose. So going back to that video that I showed you, so if marketing tells us about a product, transmedia must embody and become the brand. It can be argued that transmedia reaches the product, bring different layers, and kind of like try to appeal to both consumers. You can buy Chanel if you can afford to, or you can just be a fan of the brand as it is. So transmedia tells you a bit more. It's a kind of like it's a storytelling that keeps on going and tells you a bit more about the brand and makes sure that the fans are a bit more active. So my research so far, I'm currently working on my methodology, in which I plan to have like a textual analysis of different Chanel brand videos and intertext. So I'm in a selecting kind of process at the moment. And at the same time, I'm also going to have an ethnography to look into the role of social media posts, especially in relation to Chanel and Chanel location. And at the moment, I'm selecting my samples, working on questions and looking into groups. I'm a member of different Facebook groups, TikTok groups about Chanel. And obviously, I'll be attending the new Chanel exhibition in November, which could be quite interesting from a location point of view. So why? I believe that by answering my research questions, I will be able to explore a bit more the relationship between what is produced by the brand and what is produced on a fans level. Mostly because you need to understand that Chanel is a very private, very secluded kind of brand. They have control over every single thing, from exhibitions to the management of their fashion products, the website, and every single thing. And what is produced on a fans level in terms of social media posts, for example. And particularly expand on the role fans play when it comes to brands. They're not just consumers, they can be fans. And obviously the location and the role locations play in transmedia branding. So here we go.
Yeah, go on then.
You manage.
Just making sure you get in there. then you're next.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation, Rose. Well done. My question is about from your analysis in how Chanel markets its products. In terms of the ads, and there was the video, talk about the history behind the brand. Which of the two is more strategic in terms of marketing, which is more appealing to potential potential clients in buying their products? Which is more of an appealing marketing strategy for them?
I think it depends on the purpose. It depends on the purpose of the campaign. From a marketing point of view, I think the advert, has the potential of actually you recognize the bag, you know about Chanel, and you want that, that black bag. It's so famous, you want it. You see the advert and you buy it. So the purpose is just purely commercial, product-wise. From a transmedia branding point of view, it's mostly more about the brand, what it represents. It's an identity. It's establishing a strategy that keeps on going. It's establishing a strategy that does not only cater for consumers, it also caters for fans. You don't have to be a Chanel, you don't have to be able to afford a Chanel in order to be a Chanel fan. So that's the main thing. I don't know which one is more successful. I can give you my personal opinion, which is I think the transmedia branding is a much more comprehensive, much more a bigger strategy, and it kind of gives you a bit more detail, a bit more meat when it comes to even selling products, but also to the contribution of knowledge in terms of from fans. So we can see fans contributing maybe for the first time to a marketing strategy.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, that was a very good presentation, and I am actually a fan of Coco Chanel as well, as I'm sure a lot of the women are here.
It's not a given.
And I also think that the transmedia is more powerful, But thinking about that, I'm just starting to think about corporate responsibility and corporate social responsibility. And in the fashion trade, then the transmedia started to take that on. Yeah. Do you think that's something that would be with Coco Chanel, and whether that transmedia would make a big difference if it took on its corporate social responsibility and reflected that? So in terms of the fashion industry, it's that you've got certain brands who are basically saying that, you know, we don't use factories at the bottom of the supply chain. So in other words, they're sort of basically saying that they don't want you to throw away the clothes, etc., etc.
So like an element of transparency.
Yeah. So do you think that in the future that might be something that is for Coco Chanel, or do you think that's a way off at the moment in terms of the transmedia?
No, I think that's something that, you know, that probably could happen when it comes to Chanel. They are quite transparent in terms of like the products and the fashion. They're just very secluded and private when it comes to the location, when it comes to knowledge about the founder. But they have been quite transparent when it comes to that so far. So, you know.
So do you think it's the brand is still very much about Coco Chanel herself? Do you think that's moved on from?
I don't think the brand will ever, like, you know, I don't think it will ever kind of like moved on completely. They cannot, mostly because there's so much history.
Yeah.
And even though Karl Lagerfeld actually, you know, came and, you know, he took the brand on board when the brand was not doing so well, and he actually did the hard work. But I don't think, you know, he actually said, I'm doing what Coco Chanel would have done. So she's part of the brand.
Okay, thank you. And if you get any cheap handbags or anything,
I'll try.
Just let me know.
Yeah, I'm
thank
trying
you.
to get one as well. Thank you.
Susie was going to ask a question.
Thank you. Rose, thank you so much. I'm most intrigued about your ethnology. I understand ethnography is that if you want to see how people live under bridges in London, you go and live with them. And so how on earth are you going to be able to do this on this huge, massive social media? Are you going to pretend to be a fan, or how are you going to do it?
I'm not going to pretend to be a fan, but I'm a member of different Facebook groups and a member of different Instagram groups, and I've been trying. At the moment, I haven't quite started yet, but I'm in a kind of monitoring phase. So so it's going to be quite interesting, and the variety of posts about location about Chanel is unbelievable, and about Chanel herself. So yeah, there's definitely like an appeal of actually going to Paris and doing like, you know, like an offline kind of strategy, because it's quite a big brand. But I also believe that online fans have play quite an important role when it comes to knowledge and when it comes to the Chanel fandom in the community. So I'm very interested in see how that will actually play out.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Anna, I like it most about this day is that here, you know, the juxtaposition. So now we go from Coco Chanel to auditing, which actually is something I know something about.
Hi everyone. I know we're all tired by this time, and as Brian mentioned, it's so hard to move from Coco Chanel to auditing. My topic is the effect of prohibiting non-audit services on auditor independence of mind in the UK. How many of us have shares in various companies? Nobody? Okay. Auditors generally have the role of auditing financial statements of every company. And the reason this is done is to protect investors and third-party users of financial statements. And over the time, we've seen different fraud cases appearing online in different companies, and many discussions have been going on around what could be the cause of these financial issues and why are the auditors not picking up on these things before they happen. So provision of non-audit services has been one of the key issues discussed on the effect of on effect of authority independence, and financial regulators have been so concerned about it to protect investors. And to protect investors, they introduced various regulations, which included restricting certain provision non-audit services to clients, and also capping the fee level of non-audit services. And the gap in the study now is over the time. Many studies have looked at the contest, but the UK contest has not been really looked into, especially after the introduction of the regulations in 2014 by the European Commission. And UK just leaving the European Union also play a significant role in the result, play a key significant role. And no study actually have looked at the 70% cap ratio that has been placed by the European Commission. So they are saying external auditors cannot have more than 70% of what they charge their client for audit fee for the period of 3 years. So this was introduced in 2014, and companies are just putting this into practice. So I'll be looking at this, the effect of non-audit services on auditors' independence in the UK, focusing on the publicly listed companies and private firms. And my questions would be, does the provision of non-audit services affect auditors' independence? Does the restriction of specific non-audit services affect auditors' independence? And the 70% fee cap ratio, does it have any influence on auditors' independence? Independence is defined by the FRC as the freedom from conditional relationships that in context of engagement would compromise the integrity or objective of the firm. And there are two types of independence. Auditor could be independent in mind or in appearance. And in mind is the mental state of the external auditor. And appearance is how the external auditor is being perceived by a third party. The effect of non-audit services has been looked by prior studies, and we usually have positive relationship, negative, and no relationship. The positive relationship focuses more on knowledge spillover. So the argument is that when an external auditor who has been brought in to perform an audit also carry out non-audit services for a firm, like preparation of their financial statement, they tend to know more about the company, and they tend to transfer their knowledge when they're preparing audit, when they're conducting an audit, and gives them better review of the audit. And fee reduction. When external auditor, it has been confirmed that external auditors tend to reduce fee when they produce audit service and non-audit services to their client. It's more like a move to attract the customers. Just, we'll provide you the audit services and we'll provide you the non-audit services at this rate. With the negative, it has to do with the economic bonding. That is the financial interest. So imagine you're an external auditor, or your annual income is coming from a company. Whatever they do in that company, you tend not to talk. There's a probability that you don't want to say anything. And this financial interest will limit your ability to give a true and fair conclusion on the financial statement. And there's something called social bonding also. I go there every day to prepare financial statements. I tend to get close to the management. And when you have a relationship with management or the staff of the company, you also are limited in your ability to express your view concerning the state of the financial statement. And there's just some studies saying there is no relationship at all. External auditors providing non-audit services does not have any positive or negative influence. Non-audit services can pose various threats, self-interest threat, as mentioned. Self-interest, it has to do with the financial interest in the company. We have self-review threat, that is, when the external auditor prepared the financial statement, they're also coming to review the same financial statement, to audit the same financial statement they prepare. So how can we really rely on the information they're going to provide us? The third one is advocacy threat. There are non-audit services like litigation. When an auditor is representing a company legally and you're also the auditor, you tend to sway towards the management, the company's interest more than the investor's interest. And we have the management threat also. That is, now you're seeing things from the view of the management because you're probably, you're now in the payroll. you're in the payroll, and whatsoever decision the management is making, you tend to agree more in that direction. Non-audit services are commonly categorized into tax-related, auditing-related, and other services. And the fee cap, and it's argued that depending on non-audit services may not necessarily affect auditors' independence, but it's majorly based on the type of non-audit services you're providing. So if you're providing a tax-related non-audit service, that could have more influence on auditors' independence than when it's an auditing-related non-audit services. And the fee cap ratio is just about the level of the fee of the external auditors. It is argued that when it's more than 70%, the external auditor tend to not give a true or fair view on the financial statement. This study is based on an agency theory, which says there's a principal and there's an agent. The principal being the investors, the agent being the management, and there's another agent being the auditor. Now, the principal provides the fund. The managers are supposed to operate the firm and give accountability for this fund that has been provided. And the external auditor comes in to audit this. But there's a problem now because, yes, the investors are paying for the external auditors to check the account, but the managers are truly the ones that decide who the auditor will be. So still, there's still an agency problem going on, because if the company still has to decide who is going to be the auditor can still play along with them. And in terms of private and public firms, public firms tend to have more agency problem than the private firm, because the private firms are more family oriented. The ownership is more people that in management are family members. They have access to the information compared to someone that is like a shareholder in Lloyds Bank, for instance. You rarely know what is going on except the annual report comes along, or most time people don't even look at the annual report. So in the private firm, people tend to have more information, and therefore the risk is lower. But when it comes to like the managerial conflict, it seems that in the private firm, because it's family owned, some of them still have few shareholders coming in, and because they have access to this information, they tend to be biased by the way the financial records are being made, and information is more like building up wealth for themselves, and they are not accountable to the public. Unlike the public companies, they are expected by law to produce their annual report, to disclose all their financial information. Private companies are not required to do so in any form or shape, except they want to. This study is a quantitative research, and data were collected from FAME and Thomson Reuters. And the sample consisted of FTSE 100, and for the private firm, I mean 1200 track table. And the selection process went by excluding the financial banks, financial service industry, that's banks, because they tend to have different extra regulations that they work with, which could affect the result of the study. And I excluded private firms that have at least 2,000 people and revenue of 200 million, and companies that have missing years in the sample. So it's also supposed to be a dependent variable. Our dependent variable is independent. Okay, dependent variable is auditor's independence in mind, and is measured with discretionary accruals, and that's the model that was used to calculate discretionary accrual, and the discretionary accruals is the residual of the model. And yeah, this is the actual model that was used for the study. All variables used in the studies can be syntax, audit NAS, audit NAS, and I included some control variables: audit fee, audit tenure, audit firm. With audit fee, the higher the audit fee, the tendency that the auditor is not going to be independent. Audit firm, there are non-big firm, non-big four firms, and big four firms. So the bigger the audit firm, the tendency that you have the resources to carry out an efficient audit. And we have leverage, we have return on investment. Oh, really? Really?
Let's see if we've got any questions.
Okay. Any questions?
A round of applause for us. You would have loved the statistical analysis. You want to ask a question?
Thank you very much. Anna, that was a that was a great presentation, Anna. It's also in a very critical subject area that affects companies in all industries, considering audit services are required in all of them. My question is just carrying out your research, are there any constraints that may occur when carrying out the audit activities within various companies that would, especially in the case of finding any discrepancies where there's questionable integrity behind certain findings that you find from the audit? I don't know if I was...
So can you rephrase the question?
Are there any constraints that may come about in terms of how to address discrepancies in audit findings?
That's one of the things that have been discussed, and is provision of non-audit services, and the regulation is restricting certain services, and other methods, other initiatives that are used is rotation of auditors, because we have a situation where auditors could be auditing a particular company for more than 10 years, and the longer they stay with the firm, the longer they become familiar, and they could excuse some of the management acts. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Susie, or as the microphone say, you have it next.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. I just have a question. Auditing in Wales might not be, is a safer job than auditing in certain societies, perhaps like America and South Africa. Did you consider threat to life hits on auditors? Because I've seen a couple of cases where they put hits on auditors if they're about to expose a company for embezzling funds.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's sincerely a possibility, and that is why things like that is why we have things like you not getting acquainted. There are safeguards by the FRC, for instance, that the auditors should put in place before they carry out an audit. And there are parts where when you realize that the management are not working with you, you're supposed to whistleblow. So it's more like a whistleblowing system in place. So you're supposed to whistleblow. But I understand where you're coming from, like maybe places like Africa where people will still, anyways, your life is in danger. And that comes with the job sometimes, and you know, you just make sure the necessary safeguards are in place according to the regulatory bodies.
Okay, and I think last question to Susie.
Hello there. I'd like to ask you the question with respect to the legislation. Is there some kind of legislation in any aspect of the independence of audit, please?
Yeah, for instance, the legislation that this study was based on, the European Commission legislation for auditing, is we have in UK also by the FRC, that is controlled by the FRC, so it's an ethical standard for external auditors or auditing in general. So those legislation, for instance, this provision of non-audit services is one of the legislation for auditing. Yeah.
In order to protect the public.
Yeah, there are safeguards. There are safeguards by the FRC to protect the. Did you mean the public or the auditors?
Public.
Public. If it's with the public, most time we're referring to the public as the investors, because those are the ones that will be affected by what is wrong with the financial statement if it's not true and fair. So to protect the external the investors, these restrictions by the regulatory bodies are put in place to put the auditors in check. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Hannah. Adam? Right, final presentation is Adam Jones, and I can't read that out because I don't know what it is.
Are these your notes? Sorry, Hannah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for staying behind for me. I'm a bit of an impromptu. I literally jumped in someone's spot this afternoon, and I thought I'd just take this chance to present some work. It means my PhD viva is actually tomorrow. So, yeah, my name is Adam Jones, and my research question is the development of a novel, non-destructive technique for inline measurement of chromium thickness on packaging electrolytic chrome-coated steel. Let's call that ECCS for short, okay? So this is a CES-funded project in collaboration with Tata Steel Packaging, which are based in Cynhelir. My project actually ran from October 2019, and I submitted my thesis at the start of April. And like I said, my viva is tomorrow, and my director of studies is Dr. Llun. So what I'm just aiming to do today is just to give a very generic overview on the work that I've conducted throughout my research. So a bit of a background first, then let's talk about this. So Tata Steel Packaging, they just literally manufacture coated steel products. And these coated steel products include electrolytic chrome-coated steel, tin plate, and polymer coated steel, which is under the brand name of Product. So just to put this into perspective, what are packaging applications? So packaging applications include things like food and drinks cans, bakeware products, aerosol containers, and paintings. So just for this purpose of presentation, just imagine the tin of beans that you have in your cupboard and a container that's holding them beans. So electrolytic chrome-coated steel comprises of a metallic chrome layer, a chrome oxide layer, and a dioctyl silicate layer on both sides of a very low carbon steel substrate, which is known as black plate. And the reason ECCS is out is because it's a very cheaper alternative to tin plate, and the coating presents rusting from corrosion. Rust acts as an adhesive for the further processing, and it also provides a very highly decorative finish. And it's very important to note here, the reason why the magnifying glass is here, is that these total chrome thicknesses for ECCS in the nanometer scale. So up to 30 nanometers, so very, very small, okay? And even the steel substrate that that's deposited on is only has a maximum thickness of 0.5 millimeters. So we talking at the micron scale. So what my research proposal was then, what's the problem? So Tata Steel Packaging has been facing inaccurate coating thickness measurement determination with a current coating thickness measurement system, which operates on the principles of energy dispersive X-ray fluorescence technology. And this inaccuracy has been greater than 15%, and it's often up to 30%. So it's a very high margin that needs to be solved. So to compensate from this problem, obviously Tata Steel Packaging is still making products for their customers, but to compensate from this, limitations have had to be introduced to the coating process. These include decreasing the actual line speed of this production process and increasing the plating current. And what does that result in? Raw material usage increase of electrical energy usage, and it's also decreased the production output. So after quantifying this impact with a partner company, Tata, this provides greater than £200,000 in cost to the business per annum, and greater than 175 tons of CO2 emissions through inefficient electrical end uses. And as we all know, is currently in the global eyes for reduction. What am I doing, or what have I done, should I say? So my research aimed to research and develop a novel technique that can be applied to this ECCS application, to measure this total chrome thickness, which provides non-destructive and non-contact measurement capability. I had to provide evidence at the lab scale, and I'll talk a bit more about that now. Due to the nature of this presentation, I could talk for hours, I'm sure everyone else here. I've just limited this to 4 key research questions that developed through part of my project. The first one, and probably everyone's thinking in this room, because I did at the start of the project, what coating thickness measurement techniques are there? We've talked about one, EDXRF. What else is out there? What else could apply to these based on past and present research? So how I answer this question was through scholarship and numerical simulations using MATLAB on this coating structure. And what this resulted in is a published review paper, which is peer-reviewed. And what this review paper was to review 20 techniques for coating thickness determination for several various applications. And what the output of this was, in collaboration with the partner company and my supervisors, we identified 3 optical techniques that were going to deliver the project requirements, which we thought we had an element of uncertainty because it's been applied before. These were optical reflectometry, ellipsometry, and interferometry. Several variants of optical reflectometry, so this is using narrowband and broadband light sources, and also imaging, were justified to deliver the project within the budget and time constraints we had. The second key question was, can metallic coating thickness be measured with optical methodologies? If so, what are the limitations? A very big question to ask. So these answers provided by research, numerical simulations, experimental trials conducted in the lab, and actually a proof of concept demonstrated that we created to demonstrate the results to Tata Steel. And what we found was optical reflectometry techniques can measure metallic coating thickness, providing that right light can reach the substrate. And what does this mean? Is that the thickness of the material is suitable. Just remember, going back to the second slide, we're only looking at 30 nanometers of coating thickness here, so very small. So what we found is for chromium, this was found to be less than 50 nanometers. So right in our key region we needed, but signal differentiation becomes increasingly difficult when the layer thicknesses are past 30 nanometers. And what we can see here is 2 separate results. This is for an aluminium substrate on chrome to identify other applications, not directly for Tata Steel, but for other suppliers or coated product manufacturers. And this is the results for Tata Steel, so for the ECCS. And you can see as the results as the layer thickness of the total chrome starts to reach 30 nanometers, signal differentiation becomes increasingly difficult over 10 nanometers, 20 nanometers, and 30 nanometers there. So the next question is what we found was spectroscopic reflectometry has been used in the semiconductor industry before. Different elements of the design, different elements of the system, and it meets all the requirements needed for our application and our project. So what differences are there between the ECCS and the silicon and silicon dioxide layer structures in terms of the optical spectrum? These answers provided by scholarship, numerical simulations, and experimental investigation in the laboratory. And what we found is standard interference fringe fitting techniques that are used in the semiconductor and photovoltaic industries do not apply to this application. So there's a lot of systems out there that provide this technology based on interference fringe fitting. This doesn't apply here, so we had to create our own system and regression process ourselves. So what I did was models developed with cross-reference to offline characterization techniques, such as X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, glow discharge optical emission spectroscopy, wavelength dispersive X-ray fluorescence, and automatic coulometry. And what we found, we had effective results obtained and scope to deliver the accuracy and repeatability further. So the last question for the purpose of this presentation then is what product process characteristics are going to hinder optical measurements when we put this on a production line, specifically utilizing reflection methodologies that we've discussed? Are there going to be mitigation strategies to these issues? So the first point here, answers provided by scholarship, industrial partner discussions, and experimental work. And what we think were the 3 key characteristics when implementing onto the production line was, would the product surface roughness play a part in the measurement? Would the process vibration play a part in the measurement? And what about the product coating homogeneity? So let's start with the easy one first. The product coating homogeneity was tested by Tata Steel for us, and we were assured that the coating was pretty much coated evenly across the product. So that's what we mean by the homogeneity there, okay? The next one was looking at product surface roughness. And what we found in the lab as well, and there's very little papers on this, so this is actually a contribution, was if we increase the fibre pro focal length of our system, then we have an area averaging effect which mitigates the effect of the micron scale surface roughness on this steel substrate. And the last but not least, which we've also got a video of here, was what about the process vibration? How is that going to be an issue to us? What we found is, so this is trials of a static sample demonstrator, and this is trials of a kinetic sample demonstrator. So just imagine I put a sample on a stage, which does not move, take those results, over 200 measurements. I developed this kinetic sample demonstrator in a lab utilizing a spin coat. You can see the samples here, and then this is the results for that experiment. And what we found is, all we have is a larger standard deviation, but the accuracy is very similar. How do we get past this? Using a larger number of samples over the measurement interval. So the key contributions from my work are originality, metallic chrome thickness determination at the nanometer scale. We've developed new optical regression models, and we've also demonstrated a new technique for ECCS, TCCT, DOS soil, and also CFP applications, which I haven't included in the scope of this presentation. And we've delivered a successful prototype. By contribution, we've got a viable technique for various applications. We've highlighted potential in-process techniques for several applications, so not just for tartar. And we've determined the metallic coating thickness measurement and limitations using reflectometry. The impact, we've delivered all requirements set out by the partner. We've shortlisted for the Wales Tech Awards last October. I've got a published literature review, got a potential patent on the way, and I've attended 2 annual M2A conferences, which I presented in. 2 USW internal conferences, 3 now, which I'll have to change later, and the quarterly packaging conferences within Tata and all its stakeholders. I presented in them in 6. The reason why it's 6 and not over the years, it should have been more, is because of the COVID pandemic. So the future work, Tata IP and USW IP is still determining the status of our IP. It's holding up a few of our publications, and it's holding up some of our work that we want to get on with prior to that. Whilst we're waiting for this, we're developing a grant application through Innovate UK Smart Grants with Chris Mills, my Tata R&D director, Dr. Lashana Guller, and Dr. Kang Lee, for putting this system on the production line, integrating it, and conducting the trials prior to product development. We've also identified further applications for Tata, which we're going to integrate. So use this technique and port it over to other applications with slight changes in the model regression process. And what I'm hoping to do this summer, as soon as this gets sorted, publish my 3 further papers that I've got ready. And the USW, so I've got some ideas for the future. I want to set up some ultraviolet visual infrared spectroscopy facilities in our optics labs, so hoping to get some funding for that, bring in some other industrial partners. I want to catalogue reflectometry simulation data for a larger range of substrate layer combinations, outreach to further customers, see if we can help them with it, and investigate hyperspectral imaging for coating thickness evaluation. I was gagging to get one of these cameras during my project, but it was out of the scope of the budget. We're looking at about £20,000 for a decent one here, so, and that's it. So thanks for listening to me today. That is the end of my presentation. Because I'm using this for my Viva tomorrow, I've got all my notes afterwards. So. Cheers. Thank you, everyone.
As you got your Viva tomorrow, I hesitate to say this. Has anybody got any questions?
That's a risk, isn't it? Nah, yeah, please, if you've got any. I know it's late, but...
Right, Chibuzo.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. Sorry, was it Adam, your name?
Adam, yeah.
Hi, Adam. Thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on how far you've come anyway. That's already an achievement.
Thank you.
And I hope it all gets sealed off tomorrow.
Thanks.
So I just have a little piece of advice. Obviously, this is an internal presentation, and we will accept and take what you've presented. I'll be careful if, I don't know what feedback you got from any of those external presentations you did, but I will be careful actually claiming some of those things you have on the impact slide as impact. I will be very careful selling that. And if you get in the midst of people who are quite critical about impact, you might be thrown, those might be thrown under the bus. So if necessary, you might want to speak with the impact officers. We have some impact officers here. Because, for example, I mean, claiming this presentation as an impact will not sell for me or for most people. So good is good thing, but when you bang on and say this is impact, you have to be careful what you're claiming to be impact. And then the next point is the publication you showed. Can you talk to me a little bit about the quality? I know you said it's peer reviewed. But what beyond being peer reviewed, what is the quality of that?
So I think the journal is MDPI census, it's got an impact factor. The specific census is peer reviewed, and it's a quartile 1 journal for this one. And I think the impact factor is over 3.6, so it's actually not too bad based on some of the other articles I looked at. But if I was going to go back in time, I'd probably look at IEEE transactions on instrumentation, which how further free papers are aiming to go into. So thanks, good point. In reference to the impact, I've had to keep a lot of this information out due to current IP developments as well and discussions that's going on. So the design of the system has been input for those reasons.
One final question, because we're short.
Ram.
Sorry. Adam, that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the best tomorrow.
Thank you.
Believe you'll do great, and well done with your achievements. My question is just one. It's not regarding the presentation per se. Did any of your publications? I'm just asking because I'm in my first year in my research. I was just wondering if any of the publications that you published out, did it attract any attention from potential stakeholders to be involved in your research, and also did it come beneficially? Did it bring any benefits to research in terms of funding through grants?
This is an excellent question. Realistically, my peer review journal, it brought in some citations and it brought in a lot of reads. But it goes back to what I think it was Emma was talking about earlier about actually publications come in many different forms. And like I said in the presentation, I delivered a lot of, 6 oral presentations to the packaging theme reviews where executive levels of not just Art Steel, we got ThyssenKrupp, etc. and that there, and highlighting what the future of metal packaging is. So just talking about the journal article has not specifically brought anything in, but the other publications that we've done, the packaging and theme review concerts, the annual materials and manufacturing conferences at Swansea University, has actually attracted quite a lot of attention. And some of the projects, like I've put on the slides, like the dioctyl sebakit, chrome-free passivation alternatives, trivalent chrome coating technology, the future of metal packaging, and it gained attraction from several stakeholders to pursue the technique that we've delivered at the lab scale onto those type of products. So to answer your question is, just be careful. Just make sure that if you're going to publish anything, impact, and it's about speaking to the right people in the right place as well. So even if your journal article just brings in some citations, happy days, but usually the conferences that you go to have a lot more impact and to generate more of a network as well. So networking at these events. I started rambling now, so.
Okay, thank you. Special round of applause then for Adam.
Thank you.
Good luck for tomorrow. Good luck. I'd like to thank all 9 presenters this afternoon. We've had tremendous variety. It's been a really interesting afternoon. Thank you for all your questions as well. I apologise if I've cut some people off along the way. I'm going to go home now and just sit in the garden because I'm not used to working this hard. There's nothing else on the programme, but there are closing remarks, so I'll hand over to Paul.
Thank you very much, Brian. I was just going to say, I want to reiterate what a fantastic day we've had today, but also to remind you that it's only day 1. We've got day 2 as well. We've got 5 more oral presentations tomorrow, another chance to look at the images of research. We've got, not as advertised, 9 3-minute theses. I think we've got 10 3-minute theses tomorrow. And of course, there's also the prize giving in mid-afternoon after we've had the 3-minute thesis competition. And after that, we've even got the barbecue as well. And if you're not on the barbecue yet, do let one of the members of the graduate school team know, and they can help you to book onto the barbecue as well. So plenty to look forward to tomorrow. Susie?
I just wonder whether it might be a nice idea to have a photo of all the presenters here today.
Just in case, yes, just in case they're not here tomorrow. So we could do something like that. Thanks very much, Susie. So presenters, do hang around at the end, and we'll get a photograph of all of you at the end. Good idea, Susie. I'm sure, well, I'm looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow as well. From enterprise and engagement, who should be just sitting on the desk outside this room. And there are opportunities with many of our business partners, including Tata Steel and Iron Bevan University Health Board, ITSUS, Thales, and many, many more. So if you have ideas about partnerships, take advantage of that over lunch and find out a little bit more about those KTP opportunities, and say hello to Alan and Sarah. After the 3-minute thesis presentations, there'll be a short break for the judges to convene and decide on the prizes. But make sure that you come back for 2:30 in this room for the prize giving ceremony. I say 2:30, it might slip a little bit. About 2:30 we'll have the prizes. And in each of the categories of the presentation, so the oral presentations, the 3-minute thesis, and the images of research, there'll be a first place prize of either attendance and travel costs for the prestigious Life Beyond the PhD conference at Cumberland Lodge in Windsor in August, or up to £300 for conference attendance. And there's a runner-up prize of a £100 voucher as well. And in all cases, the prizes will be awarded by a panel of judges. And after that, don't forget, there's also the barbecue at the Student Union from about 3:30 to 8 o'clock. If you're not booked onto the barbecue but would like to be, do get in touch with one of the grad school team who will try to see if they can sneak you into the barbecue. And I'd also like to thank everybody who's been involved in this event. So thanks to Klinos and Rachel, Elaine, Sally, Alison and Jane, our graduate school team, for all the considerable work in organising yesterday and today's events. I'd like to thank the university's conference team for the great facilities that we're using, and Events on Stage Limited for providing all of the technical support and having to deal with all the headaches of academics not standing in front of the lectern and actually having their voice picked up. I'd like to thank the chairs of today's sessions, Fiona Brookman and Rebecca Peters, and also to Blessing Adeleke, who's going to be helping me with the judging of the oral presentations, and Duncan Peary and Sky Redhead, who are going to be judging the 3-minute thesis. And of course, thanks to all those who are participating and whose presentations we're about to enjoy. A couple more things to mention. One of the benefits of attending an event like this and participating and presenting, whether it's in any of the three formats, is that it will help if you want to apply to the Postgraduate Research Student External Engagement Fund. And you can find details about that on the Graduate School website. You can apply for up to £850 for the costs of an external engagement event, which includes a national or international conference. The funding is awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as the pot's empty, we've got nothing more to hand out. But it's also awarded on the basis of a number of criteria, and one of which is having engaged with one of the university's presentation events. So you get a tick in the box for having presented at an event like this, or at a faculty presentation event as well. So do take advantage of that scheme. And lastly, it isn't too late to book onto tomorrow's imposter syndrome event as well. Here at the conference centre tomorrow morning. So the graduate school team again will help you to book onto that if you want to do that. All right. Okay, now on to the main event. We're very lucky to have today as our keynote speaker Dr. Emma Hayhurst. Emma is a microbiologist at USW with a long-standing passion for global health and a desire to reduce inequalities. And her interest in antibiotic resistance is what prompted her team to develop an affordable, simple test to improve the diagnosis of urinary tract infections. And her team has now formed a spin-out company, Llun Scientific, of which she is the Chief Executive Officer. And Emma says, my innovation journey has definitely been a roller coaster, and I've learned so much on the way. We're not there yet. Failure is always a distinct possibility, but I'm less scared of that now. It's a fantastic hook to take us into Emma's presentation entitled Take the Plunge, Make a Splash, What Cold Water Swimming Taught Me About Creating Impact. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Paul, for the introduction, and thanks everyone for being here, and to Llun for inviting me to speak today. I didn't actually know I was going to be billed as the keynote speaker. I thought I was just doing a little talk about impact, but thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I'm Emma Hayhurst, and I am a scientist, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a wild swimmer, and I'm a mother. And most of those things I've become through a combination of accident, luck, hard work, and a little bit of judgment sometimes. So I just want to make a confession. The title of my talk is about wild swimming, but actually wild swimming hasn't taught me an awful lot about impact in truth, although there are some amazing analogies that can be made there. And the reason I thought I'd go with this is because it's an excuse for me to put up some beautiful pictures of wild swim spots that are all found in Wales, all taken by my amazing friend who's written a wild swim walks book for this South Wales area. And I'm in the hope that even if you're not inspired by the main body of my talk, maybe it'll inspire some of you to get out and have an explore and find some of these places. So I've been asked to talk about impact, and I want to just think about what impact means. So who here wants to make a difference? Hands up if making a difference is one of the motivating factors behind you doing what you currently do. Yeah, brilliant. Hopefully most of us, right? That's why we're all here. We all want to make the world a slightly better place. And that's basically all we mean by impact. Impact has been taken on by the powers that be and used for research, research excellence framework exercises now, and gets very complicated. But basically all it means is you want to leave the world in a slightly better place than which you found it. And as I've just seen from your hands, most people are driven to some extent by wanting to do that. So a few years ago, I read a really good book called Doing Good Better. It's about effective altruism and a radical new way to make a difference. And it's by William McCaskill. And this is available on World of Books. If anyone is prompted to go and read it, I really recommend it. And the basic premise behind this book is that we have limited resources. We have limited time to give, and we have limited money to give. So if we want to do the most good we can in our short little lives, we have to use that time and that money effectively. And that means if you donate to charity, you should be really thinking about the best charities to donate to, the ones that where your money can have maximum effectiveness and and help the most people, or let's widen that definition, say the most sentient beings, not just humans, in the most effective way. And equally, if you want to use your time effectively, you've got to look into the same thing. How can you use it most effectively? The effective altruism movement has grown over the years, and if you actually put it into Google, you'll see that there's a huge amount of ideas and resources about this movement. And as an offshoot of the effective altruism movement is this website here, which is 80,000 Hours. And 80,000 Hours is an organization that's dedicated to helping people decide how to make the best impact they can through their career. So the idea here is you have 80,000 hours in your career, roughly. Make the right career choices and you can help solve some of the world's most pressing problems, as well as having a more rewarding, interesting life. And here you get, again, this word, impact. So what are the careers that they recommend? Well, here they are, the key categories of impactful careers. You could become Prime Minister, work in government. You could help build an organization that does a huge amount of good, or you could do research in relevant areas. And I love the fact that this is up here. And the reason that research is so up there with these high impact careers is because you could quite literally change the world through your discovery and your knowledge. By its very nature, you're finding out new things. And through doing that, then you could change the world and make it a better place, which is really exciting. In reality, almost undoubtedly, almost all of us won't go and change the world in that way. But there are so many other ways that we can have impact through our research careers. And I'm going to touch on some of those through my own journey in a couple of slides' time. So what makes me qualified to stand up here and tell you about impact? Probably not a lot, but I'm going to try, do my best. And I want to just tell you a little bit about my story and how I got to be where I am now. In pictures. So starting up at the top, when I was at school, I actually wanted to be an actress. So I did GCSE drama, and then for A-level, I chose a random collection of subjects which included performing arts. By the time I finished my A-levels, I realized that actually acting was really not going to be what I wanted to do. And by then, I wanted to follow my passion for the ocean and do marine biology at university. However, because I'd taken a random collection of A-levels, I didn't have the right qualifications because I didn't do chemistry. So I thought, okay, well, I've done biology, what can I do? So I picked zoology because I've always had an interest and a passion for wildlife. So off I went to try and work out which university was the best one for me to do zoology. And I chose Sheffield. And the reason that I chose Sheffield was because I liked the trams. And because the guy, when he gave his talk about first year university, told us we could drink a lot of beer in the union because first year was quite chilled. And I went, oh, that sounds good. So that's what I selected. In the meantime, I then went and took a gap year, and I spent most of that in Zimbabwe in Southern Africa. And while I was there, I basically got offered an apprenticeship to become a whitewater raft guide on the mighty Zambezi. And I was desperate to do this. And I rang my mum and I said, oh, look, I'm not going to come to uni. Actually, I'm going to stay and be a raft guide. And she went, but you've got no money. And I was like, I know, I need to come home and save money first. And she said, well, come home, try university. If you don't like it, then you can go back and be a raft guide. And then I kind of got sucked into university and I've never left. So off I went, started zoology, and very quickly realized that it's a lot about dead things, and I'm not that into dead things. And so it wasn't really the degree for me. But luckily, our first year at university was very general. And I did a module in microbiology, and it was taught by this guy, Milton Wainwright. And he completely changed my life because he was so inspiring. He introduced me to this world of tiny things that I never knew was there, and showed me all the ways that microbiology impacts on our lives. And I thought, this is what I want to do. So I swapped degrees. They let me in through the back door because I didn't have the right qualifications. But they said, OK, come along then. And I started doing my microbiology degree. It was actually really tough. I think because I didn't have the right qualifications, I felt like most of my degree was spent catching up with what I should already have known. And I didn't properly love it until I got to third year and I did my lab project. And I worked in this amazing big research lab. And my third year project was about genetically modifying a bacteria to make it more resistant to heavy metal. Completely pointless, but really good fun. And this is my heavy metal resistant bacteria. And this ended up in a publication. And what this taught me was how exciting it can be to be an expert in something, to be the only one who knows that little thing that you know, to have discovered something. So that inspired me to go on and do a PhD. So I stayed on in the same lab, but again, I wanted a break first. So I took another gap year, and this time I spent it in Ghana in West Africa. And I volunteered in a rural health clinic in the north of Ghana. And it was under the leadership of this amazing doctor who is, without a doubt, one of the best people I've ever met, because goodness just shone from within him. Everything he did because of religious reasons. He was a very religious man. I'm not religious, but to me it was about humanity and that love of humanity, and everything he did was about love. And again, this completely inspired me, and it sparked the passion I still have for addressing inequalities in global health. I've seen firsthand people die of things that are completely preventable, and it doesn't really need amazingly clever science to solve that. It just needs the will of people to solve it. So that really sparked something in me, and that was an amazing experience. Back I came and started my PhD. My PhD was looking at the dynamics and the structure of bacterial cell walls. So incredibly dry. I don't know how I got persuaded into that, but I did a PhD in it and I did a postdoc, and all of that work culminated in quite a high profile publication in which we drew this. And this was basically what we thought bacteria looked like from the inside. And it was quite a change from what people believed at the time. And so that went out there, and that was that work. And then I remember I was sitting there during my postdoc, and this is, I used to do a lot of atomic force microscopy, so really high powered work looking at the inside of the cell walls. And I used to call it my atomic force microscope cave. And it was a windowless room. It was really small. And I remember sitting there after hours waiting for this microscope to do its thing and thinking, I could do this till I'm 80, and not a single person outside this little subject area is going to be impacted positively in any way whatsoever. And that was like a eureka moment for me. I thought, I can't do this anymore. I can't do fundamental research. So I went and looked for jobs. And one of those jobs that I applied for, really didn't think I would get, was a lectureship here at the University of South Wales. It was then the University of Glamorgan. I thought they'd invited me to make up the numbers, could not believe it when they offered me the job. And so I moved to South Wales from Sheffield. And that was like being dropped in at the deep end, because I never taught anything in my life ever. And suddenly I was teaching all these subjects, and some of them were completely alien to me. I had spent years being a really deep expert, and suddenly I was teaching all these kind of wider subjects. I was literally a few minutes ahead of the students in terms of my expertise, but don't tell them that. I loved it. I absolutely loved teaching, and I loved the fact that you can make a daily difference to people's lives. You can see it, you can feel it. It's so different from being stuck in an AFM cave, and really definitely the right move for me. A few years after that, I met my husband and had 2 children. So this is my crazy children and husband in the sea in North Scotland in February this year. And that took up the focus of my life for a few years. So I went part-time, I taught, I looked after my kids. And then it was back in 2016 that I got a returning fellowship. And this was aimed at people who'd had a career break. And it worked out that all of us who got them were women, and we'd all had children and taken a break for that reason. And that was absolutely game-changing for me, because it gave me the confidence to believe that I could do it. And what I decided to focus on with that research project was antibiotic resistance. So this was mentioned in the introduction. It is one of the most pressing global health challenges we currently face. It's a simple case of evolution. We've been overusing drugs for so many decades that they're not working brilliantly. The bacteria have evolved resistance to them. And that means that we're seeing more and more commonly now infections that are completely untreatable because the bacteria are so resistant. So I decided to focus on environmental pollution with antibiotic resistance. And I worked with Welsh Water, and we looked at how antibiotic resistant bacteria and their genes travel through sewage and end up in the environment, and what difference that can make. Why is that a problem, and how is it a problem, and how can we improve treatment in order to stop this happening? As a little side project, we got a little grant to start developing this affordable diagnostic tool. And the reason for that was still related to antibiotic resistance. It's because if you can diagnose better, then you can treat more appropriately, and then you don't use antibiotics wrongly or inappropriately. So better diagnostics and more accessible diagnostics is a key tool, a key weapon in the fight against antibiotic resistance. So me and my colleague got a little grant to start looking at a molecular test for diagnosing bacterial infections, and we focused on urinary tract infections at first because it's so common, there's no good diagnostic tools, and there's so many antibiotics given out to treat UTIs with no real idea of whether they're even needed. So that's been an amazing journey, and through that we have, as was mentioned, started our own spin-out company, Llun Scientific, of which I'm now the CEO, and this down here is our device that we've actually developed. So it went from a really ugly kind of proof of concept type thing in the lab through to a prototype, through to it's now in production, and we're working towards regulatory approval for our test for UTIs. So that's how I ended up here. A little bit about some of the impact I've had. I just want to kind of summarize and then get onto the main body of my talk, starting with the fundamental research. Fundamental research is important. It wasn't my thing. It was too far from the real world. But there are some discoveries that come through fundamental research that take decades to get through to being something useful. But you never know. Something that you discover in your fundamental research could be picked up by someone else in decades' time, and it could change the world. For me, I enjoyed the applied research more. This is where you're working often with partners, with health boards or with industry, and you're trying to solve a specific problem. So it can sometimes be seen as not as clever or as deep as fundamental research, but it's so important. And it's really that kind of space where you can do research that makes a difference in the shorter term. Communication, I think this is key for me. And I know you had a talk yesterday on communication, which I'm really pleased about, because I think if you don't communicate your research in some way, you're never going to have impact because you'll keep it to yourself. So for me, the ways that I've kind of made a difference through communicating is through teaching, and then also through media coverage. We've had some press coverage for some of the work that we've been doing, and I know that that has raised awareness of the issue of UTIs, and that's been brilliant in terms of the impact that that has. And then finally, with the commercial research, obviously here we're trying to actually put a test on the market. So that's huge. That's something new that will be available. That's my holy grail. That's my ultimate aim. We're not there yet. And commercial research is very different from academic research. It's much more structured. It's much more boring, to be honest. It has to be very kind of set. But the ultimate aim of that is to bring something new into the world, which is really exciting. Okay, so on to the kind of main focus of my talk, which is how some of the things that I've learned along the way. So the first slide is about overcoming fear. And this is actually my daughter. This is near where I live in Ogmore by Sea. This is my, at the time, 8-year-old daughter jumping off this massive drop into the cold water. And to do this, this is a real leap of faith. She had to overcome the fear. She had to take that step into the unknown, and she had to be ready for the shock of the cold water. And I think there's an amazing analogy here with creating impact, because to create impact, you have to put you and your research out into the world. And I don't know about you guys, but I find that terrifying still. The first time I did it was when we published that theory of how a cell looks, that cell wall theory. And I just spent weeks full of anxiety, waiting for the backlash, waiting for people to tell me, well, you've got it wrong. This is a ridiculous theory. How can you possibly have believed this? I was waiting to be laughed at. And I was so scared that we got it wrong. And actually, as it turns out, we probably did get it wrong. But we started a conversation, and I've never had any negative feedback from that. I think people are pleased to see something going out there. And in the same way, it's true of our tests that we've developed. Because we did it in the lab, we made it, it worked. We're like, this is so exciting, it's working. But that's very different from then giving it to someone else and putting it out there and saying, we think this works. We think this is going to improve things. You have a go. And the first time we did it, we were working with people from Public Health Wales, and we were actually developing the test for COVID at the time, and we were testing students, and we had these people from Public Health Wales coming in to use our test, and the results were awful. There was false positives everywhere, and as it turns out, it's because we were storing the tests differently and wrongly, but we didn't know that, and it was excruciating because we had to phone up the head of virology at Public Health Wales, and she was like, well, I would have expected better results, and I was like, oh God, what have we done wrong? This is awful. They're going to think we're idiots. They're going to think we're fools, but it was okay. We learned from it, and I think this is a really important point for me, is that everything we do in this way is scary, and there's always a fear of failure, but actually, if you make mistakes and if you get it wrong, that's only failure if you don't learn from it. I've made so many mistakes over the years, and you just pick yourself up and you keep going. So my message here is just jump in, do it, don't be scared. Okay, so this point is about navigation or knowing the way. This is me, again, near where I live. There's a lovely, amazing 3-mile swim. You get in at one beach and you swim along these massive high cliffs and you get out at another beach. And in order to do this, you need to know what you're doing. You need to know the tide conditions, you need to know the sea conditions, you need to know the weather conditions, because if you don't, you're a bit screwed, because these are all really high, inaccessible cliffs and you can't get out there. So you need to know exactly where you're going. Actually, I think that's totally not true for research in many cases. I've never had a real plan. I have never planned meticulously my career, and most things that have happened to me, as I say, have happened kind of almost by chance. And I think that's okay. I think that's really important. You don't need to know where you want to go. I think the only thing to keep in mind is your own internal compass. And for me, that's about, does this feel right? Am I being true to myself? Is this something I really believe in that fits with my values? And if it is, go for it, no matter what the plan is, because you can always change your mind. And just as an example of that, at the moment, I'm the CEO. I never wanted to be the CEO. I'm definitely an accidental CEO. And what I've learned is I don't really want to say being the CEO, because I have to do financial forecasts and I really don't care about them. What I care about is innovation and ethics and impact and all those exciting things. So I want to make up my own job title. So now my aim is to slowly over time move over, let someone else do the money bit, and let me focus on the things that I'm really passionate about. And that's okay. It's okay to wander along and make it up as you go along. Some of the wild swimming adventures I've had them with amazing people, and they're people that we've connected purely over a shared passion, and that's for wild swimming. And it's people that I wouldn't otherwise think I'd have things in common with, but we bond over that shared passion. And it's the same with research. The best research comes from working with people who are not in the same silo as you. Just as an example, our diagnostic test has come about between me as a microbiologist, my colleague who's a plant geneticist, and our other colleague who's an electronic engineer. And it's then been developed over time through partnership with clinical microbiologists in Public Health Wales, in the health boards, and in industry. And that's so key. None of us could have done this on our own. And none of us would have automatically knew that we had such an idea in common. It's about talking to each other. And I think today is a great example of that. You might look through the 3-minute theses on offer and you might think, oh God, none of these are relevant. Listen to them, because you never know what might be relevant. And someone with a totally different mindset and a totally different interest might trigger an idea in you or vice versa. And then when you talk about it, you never know what crazy grant idea might come out of your work. That's certainly the way it happened for me. And I would say that's another key message, is just talk to everybody, even if you don't automatically think that you've got something in common. So this slide is about immersion. This is an amazing lake, by the way, in Snowdonia. It's so clear. It's like swimming through, I don't know, bottled water or something. It's beautiful. Immersion and belief. The journey to impact is tough. Having a research career is tough. There's no doubt about that. And I think you have to have a belief in yourself and your research and the difference that it could make. For us, our journey with Llun has been absolutely full of problems, from the bad clinical results at first, through to being rejected for research grants, being rejected for investment proposals, internal arguments amongst founders, arguing with the university, not always the easiest of shareholders to have in your company. All sorts of issues have come up for us, and we've had to pick ourselves up off the floor so many times. And the only reason that we keep going is because we genuinely believe that we've got something that will make a difference. And without that, I don't think I'd have the motivation to persevere. We're not there yet. We've still got loads of hurdles. We've got to get regulatory approval. We've still got to get investment. The university is still challenging shareholders. But hopefully, with that kind of belief in what we're doing, we've also got to persuade people to buy our tests at the end of the day. But with that belief in mind, that's what keeps us going. And every knock that we have, we think, OK, it's just another knock. Get up. Carry on, keep going. And that's been key to our success to date, really. So this is me at my first triathlon. I've never really done competitive swimming apart from when I was little before. And I thought, yeah, we'll give an open water triathlon a go. And that was definitely me putting myself out of my comfort zone. So the message here is about challenge and about getting yourself out of your comfort zone. If you do that, your comfort zone grows. And just to give you two examples, well, relevant to today, really. When I was at university, if ever I had to give any kind of talk, I hated it. I am not a natural public speaker. I used to go bright red and then go even redder because I knew I was red. And it would be this vicious kind of circle. Hated it. Over the years, I've learned to deal with it. And today, I'm putting up pictures of myself in a swimsuit. Now, I had kids 11 years ago, and I haven't been the most body confident of people ever since then. Wouldn't even be seen dead in a swimsuit on the beach in front of friends. And now I'm putting up pictures of myself in a swimsuit in front of a room full of strangers. And the reason that I'm doing that is because it has taken me outside of my comfort zone. These pictures, when I decided to let my friend use them in her book, that was a huge thing for me because I thought, oh God. And then I thought, you know what? They're beautiful pictures. Who cares what no one's going to, if anyone looks at that and goes, look at that fat lady in a swimsuit, well, that's their problem and not yours. And actually what they'll probably see is just a beautiful swimsuit, beautiful swim spot and a beautiful photo. So even for me, this is outside of my comfort zone. And I think that's important because actually it's meant my comfort zone has grown and I feel much more confident doing these things than I used to. So take the challenge. Go for it. This point is about resilience. So this was me last week, actually in the Thames, and it was me and my husband. We just took ourselves away from the kids, had a night camping and walking and swimming in the Thames. And God, I needed it. And I think this point here is about, because it's tough and because we care about what we do, I'm so passionate about my work. And I think that's important. But the flip side of that means it's really hard to switch off at times. And so you need something that you love that's not work. And for me, that's wild swimming. It could be walking, it could be bird watching, it could be painting, it could be playing music. But please have something that you love outside of work and you do it, even if you feel too busy, because that builds resilience. It makes you a better person, makes you more well-rounded, and it helps you cope with the inevitable setbacks that will come. And then my final point is don't drown. It can be tough and it can be overwhelming. And there are times during my career where I have felt completely at breaking point. I've taken time off work. I've felt my stress levels have been through the roof. My anxiety has been through the roof and I've been unable to function. And that really, really shouldn't happen. That's not unique to us as researchers. Talk to anyone who works in the NHS or anyone who teaches in a school and you'll find the same problems, but it is not right. We should not be taking on so much that we put ourselves and our health at risk. And so this point is about learning to say no. I've had to give up teaching for a couple of years while I focus on trying to make Llun a success. I loved teaching. So it's not even learning to say no to things you don't want to do. Definitely say no to things you don't want to do, but you might even have to say no to things you do want to do as well. And that's really important because if you take on too much, you don't do any of it well, you don't do yourself any favors, you don't do anyone else any favors, and you may end up drowning in it. So please, please, please take the time and work out what you can and can't fit into your lives because nobody can do everything. And that's important too. Okay, just my final kind of summary slide, really, just to kind of go over the things I have learned along the way. It's okay to make it up as you go along. definitely, you don't need a plan. Go for opportunities you like the look of, even if they scare you. And I promise you, everyone else feels like an imposter too. Not everyone admits it, but everybody does. Most of life is mundane, even if you have your dream job. Most of my job is quite boring. The thing that keeps me going is the impact and the passion and the difference that I can make. Do make a difference. You can do that through your career or through volunteering, or through, if you're lucky enough to get super rich and be able to donate lots of money, donate loads of money, do it to good causes. Let someone else do the good work and you pay for it. Things change. What you want now might not be what you want in 15 years' time. That can be because of family or personal circumstances or health, but it's okay to change with that. Research careers are undoubtedly tough. It's not an easy place to be. Always be kind to people you're working with, to the people around you, to yourself, and try and ignore your ego. I think that's a really key message as well. Sometimes I have to think, am I doing this because I believe in it, or am I doing it because I'm flattered that someone wants me to do it, or that I'm always try and keep my ego in check and think, no, just do the things that you want to do, and do them for the right reasons. Don't do them for personal glory. Talk to people, that's key, definitely. If you find yourself incredibly unhappy, don't stay in the job. Leave, even if it's making you rich or making you successful. Nothing's worth your health. And then the final point is, do go swimming. Buy the book by Nia. I don't get any money, I'm not on commission. Or go walking, or whatever it is that you love to do, but make sure you take that time for you as well. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there. Want to sit down? Yeah, I'm happy to take questions if you want, if there are any.
Yes, all right. Well, thank you very much, Emma. Really interesting talk, and genuinely, as somebody who's done a lot of research work as well, there's so much good advice in there, and you really should pay attention to the advice. But do you have any questions for Emma? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for that. Very uplifting. Again, thank you for that very uplifting presentation. No doubt your diagnostic device has been patented.
Well, there's patent pending, but yes, yes.
Are you allowed to tell us just a little bit about the principle on which it's based?
Yeah, basically, the whole system has been patented. So it consists of 3 elements. You have a little swab device, and then you have the molecular reaction, and then you have the actual reader, the analyzer, which reads the molecular reaction and converts it into a clinical positive or negative result using an internal algorithm. So the whole package is what has gone into the patent to be protected. The reason that we did the analyzer as well is because nothing like that existed. So we had to make our own. So it's basically trying to make it as user-friendly as possible, because one of the things we thought was molecular biology needs to be more accessible. We all know it's like, you know, the best way of diagnosing things. You saw that with PCR and tests for COVID, but it's been the realm of kind of experts in highly resourced labs, and we wanted to break down those barriers and make something that's very accessible, very easy to use, and can be used anywhere, not just in a lab setting.
And where are you now exactly in terms of rollout and worldwide marketing?
So we've sold a few into veterinary, because veterinary, turns out dogs and cats get UTIs as well, and that's still a problem for antibiotic resistance, and there's no regulations in veterinary, so it's much easier to get a product to the market. So we sold a few in veterinary, and we were in, and NICE did a review recently about UTIs and point of care tests, and we were in that. And we're working on an NIHR-funded performance evaluation of our device that's going to start in a couple of months. At the moment, we're undergoing clinical evaluation in Public Health Wales. We are hoping that this week we secure some of our investment that's needed, and then we will have regulatory approval in terms of UK CA marking in about 6 months' time.
I've at least 3 million other questions to put to you,
Come and
but
talk
maybe we
to
can
me
have a little chat
afterwards.
at the end.
Yes,
Thank you
of
so much
course,
for your time.
yeah.
Any more questions? Any more questions? Oh, they're over there.
A bit more of a lighter question. What are your top 3 locations to go wild swimming?
Ah,
specific places where I can Google them and drive.
Okay, well, I live in Ogmore by Sea, so definitely that's one of them because it's my home turf. There's a beautiful bay. If you don't go stay in the car park and you walk about a quarter of a mile to the east, then there's a lovely little bay called Hardy's Bay, and that's where you can swim Dunraven to Hardy's, and that's fabulous. What's my second one? Anywhere in Pembrokeshire, any kind of beach there. And then in terms of inland, there's actually some amazing rivers. You know, the Ystrad and round Pontned Fechan and Waterfall Country. If you want to go for like concentration of wild swim spots, I would recommend getting yourself up there. It's just north of Neath, and it's absolutely beautiful. And there are literally hundreds of wild swim spots that you can do all in one day on a nice walk. But buy the book, and then you'll see the rest.
Okay. So thank you again, Emma. Fantastic advice. Fantastic advice and a really inspiring story. So we have a short break now before we have another 5 oral presentations. So hopefully there's tea and coffee. You can help yourself to that. Have a quick break. And when are we back, Linus? Is it 11? What's that? 10 past 11. Oh yes, 11:10.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We're going to carry on now with the oral presentations today. My name is Fiona Brookman. I'm a professor of criminology here at the university. I'm really looking forward to this afternoon's presentations, quite a nice mixture. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who's Michael Higgins, who's going to be talking to us about an overview of space situational awareness. So the first thing is not to trip when you get on the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, so good morning. My name's Michael Higgins. I'm a Masters by Research student here at the University of South Wales, undertaking a CARES funded project in collaboration with Raytheon Norse, and this is titled Development and Establishment of Space Surveillance Centre at the University of South Wales. So just a quick look at what we're going to discuss, aims of the project, quick overview of what SSA is, some of the key technologies involved, what we've done here at the University of South Wales, and then a quick look at the observations as well. So the aims of the project are to effectively implement a low-cost solution using commercially off-the-shelf software and hardware just to get involved with SSA activities in general. And this is to get a bit more of an understanding of what's involved and some of the key technologies out there. So what is SSA, or Space Situational Awareness? It has no universally agreeable definition, but in summary it is understanding our space environment around Earth, along with tracking, detection and characterization of objects of interest. So SSA is critical for the safety and for sustainability of space activities. And it's a wide subject, and there's a lot of different activities involved with this. So collision avoidance, for example, this could be preventing collisions between objects and active satellites. Space traffic management as well, so that's key in terms of making sure we're using the space resource in terms of efficiently. Space weather monitoring, so that could be the likes of solar flares, which can have detrimental impacts on active satellites, and early warning systems, which can give up-to-date and timely sort of information if there's any potential collisions in space. Debris mitigation is a really growing concern as well. So with the likes of OneWeb, Starlink, SpaceX, sort of planning on launching tens of thousands of satellites over the next few decades, it is a growing concern in terms of the amount of debris which could be up in the space sort of region there. And also to inspire international collaboration between European Space Agency, NASA, and implement legal and policy considerations. So we know there's stuff up there. We know there's a lot of material up there and it is growing. So what are the key technologies in terms of identifying and characterizing the environment up there? So There's passive and active approaches. So active approaches would be involved with actually some sort of interaction between objects. So that could be emitting signals towards it, or a passive approach, which is effectively stargazing and observing the space. So optical and RF are the key technologies out there. There are other technologies, but optical being, it relies typically on natural light coming from the sun for reflection of the objects to be analysed. And there are advantages and limitations to both. So optical, for instance, can produce high resolution imagery of the optical space objects, or RSOs. It can operate covertly, so it's not emitting any signals, you're observing that, so there's no interaction with the objects as well. So it can be very valuable for object identification, the shape, the size, and the positional sort of information on that. Typically, it is limited by weather, because obviously you need a clear line of sight with that as well. And it can have some issues with lighting conditions. So there's typically times of day where it operates best. With RF, this typically uses emitters and transmitters, and receivers. This is just to sort of send radio frequency signals up into space and measure and reflectance there. So this is a lot more costly solution, which is shown up here on the top right. This is actually in Chilbolton in south of England, and this can operate in all weather conditions, and it can also observe sort of what's known as stealth satellites, which may have some sort of black coating and sort of hides from optical detection. It does have some limitations, as mentioned. It's a very expensive implementation, and it can be limited in terms of the object properties it can detect. So what have we done here at USW so far? We've gone for a passive optical approach. So we've gone for a very simple setup, which just consists of a camera and lens setup on a astronomer's tripod using a GPS module for accurate positional and timestamping. And this is all fed back into a computer system as well then, where we do further work on the information. So we're just using a commercially available off-the-shelf camera setup there with a wide field of view. So we're looking at a large area of the sky during a sort of twilight time. So this image here just shows around about the perfect time to be creating observations. So the sun's in a position where it's just reflecting off objects in space, a couple of hours before or after the sun rises or sets. So we've done some observations. We've done observations overnight, what happens with the images we've captured. So we created a time lapse of the night sky of a given position in the sky. So we can do some image pre-processing. So this is sort of done around about the time we do the observations. So this could be adjusting for gains, brightness of the imagery, which we undertake, or checking for any distortions in the optical train path. Then it's inevitable that there will be some noise on the images. So if we just look up in the top corner here, this image on the left is what's sort of known as salt and pepper noise. So it's just natural, it's just sort of natural interference, which is taken in either from light sources or just from the hardware in general as well, which is created on the image. So we just do some algorithms just to soften the image so we can get a clear image for detection. Then we can do some object detection techniques. So this is to identify the object of interest on the imagery, and just to identify if it's a false positive or a true object moving through the sky. We can do some feature extraction against that. So that could be matching up to a known database, checking the uniqueness, the patterns, and the main features of the object to see if it's been logged in a database. We can do some object tracking as well then. So as we watch in the time lapse go across the imagery, we can do trajectory analysis against that so we can see where it's moving. With the GPS module, timestamping and positional information, we can sort of create an orbit of that object or what it could be. And this can produce a TLE or a nomenclature, which is a bit unique in terms of the trajectory of that item moving through space. And then lastly, we can do some object characterization in terms of defining the mass, the size and shape of the object as well. So on the next slide, I'm hoping you may be able to see on the left-hand side, there's a slight line coming through the image here, which is a piece of debris or an active satellite which we've observed over time. So this is sort of taking around about 20 seconds. So they move really quick, and this is over quite a large portion of the sky. And as it just moves through, we track that. That's identified as a moving object on the imaging software, so we can just identify that that is a piece of debris or a satellite in space. So just touching on some of the challenges and sort of future work as well with this. There's been a couple of challenges in terms of where we can do observations. So the observatory roof, not sure if you're aware of, on top of the G block there's been a couple of issues with that, so we can't really utilise that much. So trying to find a really good spot for that has been a bit of an issue. Weather dependent with this system as well, so it has been a bit of a limiting factor with cloudy or rain, which can have an impact of a clear line of sight on the island. So it's been a lot better over the last month or so, so observations have been a lot clearer, and light pollution as well. So knowing the area you're at can have an impact in terms of pollution coming through. Future work, so to mitigate some of these issues, we're in talks with Brecon Beacons and other dark sky reserves where we can do a lot more observations in terms of clear skies and mitigate sort of the issue with light pollution, hopefully have a little bit better weather there as well. And also look at maybe some other optical systems. So there's an exciting one coming through called, it's sort of loosely known as event-based optical systems. And these just use a little bit of a different setup in terms of capturing the images. And they do look like they offer the opportunity to create observation day and night, which really improves the efficiency of the system there. So that's brilliant. Thank you for your time today, and just want to open that up to questions.
Thank you, Michael. Perfect timing and really interesting. Who was first? Oh, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Higgins. Thank you. Yeah. I'm most intrigued by this. What would happen if you suddenly discovered there was an unidentified flying object somewhere? What would you do?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think I probably would be able to become a professor then, at least. But no, I really don't know. We haven't really thought of that, but I think it'd be a bit of an excited sight, and I think it'd probably be a bit groundbreaking in what that would mean. But yeah, we've not seen any yet, so let's see as we create more and more observations.
It was only asking the question because I was speaking to someone earlier today, and when they were 17 years old, they saw two occasions near Cowbridge.
Well, that could have been one. We could have been witnessing one there, but.
Had they been drinking, though? Who's next? Sorry, gentleman back there. Shall I pass them?
And it's very interesting regarding to satellite communication. So the question is, are you using fiber optics or radio frequency?
We're not using radio frequency. As mentioned in the slide there, we're using a bit of a passive optical approach. So we're just using commercially available off-the-shelf camera setup, which is just a traditional CCD camera that's 62 megapixels. So it's got high resolution over a wider field of view, but we're not actively doing anything with RF. This is more because of Raytheon was a bit more insistent in terms of using optical hardware as well.
So what's the distance between the Earth and satellite? I mean, which one you're, the low Earth orbit or geostationary orbit? I mean, LEO or GEO?
What was that, sorry?
The satellite which have been measured, is it for low Earth orbit or geostationary orbit? Means that LEO or GEO?
Right, okay, so our current setup is specialized really for LEO. So that debris is very likely to be in LEO.
Yes, around 570 kilometers. This is LEO.
Yeah, within LEO distance. Yeah. But we have no way of knowing at the moment with knowing how far away it is in terms of its altitude. That's because just with the imagery, the image itself, we've got no active measures to detect the distance of that. We can implement a bit of a multi-source system where we can integrate other measuring devices. You can use lasers as well to detect the range, but the current setup has no way of establishing the distance from Earth at the moment.
Okay, so you are measuring the risk of the orbit, is it?
We need to get some other questions in now, sorry. There's a few other hands up. Anybody, well, I don't know who's next, sorry. There's hands everywhere. And the gentleman here, perhaps?
I'll keep it short.
Okay, yeah, if you can keep your questions, we'll get more people in then.
Am I right in saying that stands for two-line elements?
That's correct, yes.
Are those two-line elements available publicly via the internet?
You can find them on Space Track.
Yes.
Not the ones which we are doing.
Okay.
But it's just saying this is where we can go in terms of start generating stuff like that. That's the future sort of ambitions with it. But you can find TLEs for known debris or satellites on a website called Space Track.
I'm not embarrassed to share with you all, I actually still use STS Orbit.
Oh, okay.
Developed in the 60s.
Oh, brilliant.
And it still runs on Windows 10 today. And I'd love to feed those two-line elements in.
Okay, the gentleman there. Yeah, and then you, and that we'll have to stop then, sorry, because we've run out of time.
Thank you for that fascinating presentation. My question is, how are you correlating, because yes, you're measuring the mass and the size of the objects, right? How are you correlating them? What's your calibration?
To be completely transparent with that, this is not full-blown process yet. But this is the stages which we want to be able to get to with it. So we can't actually identify the actual mass and size of it. It's just what can happen with it in terms of just sort of cleaning up the images and sort of working it. Once we can work out the altitude and orbit with it as well, using that information with it, we can sort of determine the mass and size of the object. But without that key information relevant to how far away from Earth it is really essential in finding out. So if we do implement new sources into it and get that information, we can start to characterize it. So it's just a bit of a growing process with it at the moment.
Oh, thank you, Mike. We'll have to stop there, sorry. Just got a question on the chat. Yeah.
So, hiya, I got a question from Gina Dolan, and she's asked, can you tell us what is the most challenging part of your work so far?
So initially, with Norse being the collaborating company, they were purchased by Raytheon around about the time I took over the project. So that took a little bit longer to sort of get across the line than we would have liked to start those conversations of what the objectives were, where we were going to go with it. It did take about 6 months to sort of get finalised. So really around about that time, it was literally just doing lit reviews and looking around information. So that was probably one of the most challenging aspects of it. Also just sort of getting the hardware set up and optimised in terms of being able to capture the information was quite difficult in adjusting brightness and gains as well.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Michael. That was brilliant. Thank you. So if I can welcome onto the stage now Marla Forrest, and Marla's going to talk to us about how nurses in Wales can be supported to integrate spiritual care into practice. Thank you very much.
Just work out the technology here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm Marla Forrest. I'm a nurse by background, and I was fortunate enough to get some funding from CES to be able to do my research. And as a nurse who has a huge commitment to holistic practice, I was very excited to be able to look at spiritual care in nursing practice. And my research is looking at how nurses can be supported to integrate spiritual care into practice, an introduction to a useful model. In order to talk about spiritual care, we have to think about an agreed definition of spirituality. And a lot of work has gone over the last decade into getting a professional agreement about what we mean by spirituality. And so this is one of those definitions. It's an EPIC, an organization called EPIC, that spirituality is the dynamic dimension of human life that relates to the way persons experience, express, and or seek meaning, purpose, and transcendence, and the way they connect to the moment, to self, to others, to nature, to the significant, and the sacred. So that's quite a comprehensive way of thinking about spirituality, which is fantastic. But one of the challenges is, can you remember all of that? And will everybody in practice be able to do that? And so Wilf McSherry and Linda Ross did some work on a model they call 2Q-SAM. And what they recommend is that nurses at certain points during the day look at a person as part of their care and say, what's most important to you right now? So if we want to think about spiritual care as being around what is most important to people right now. To do my research, I started with a scoping review to identify the gaps in research. And there's quite a list there of what we know and what we don't know. There were over 4,000 pieces of research that were published. The thing that really struck me was that for 10 years, there was consistent research that indicated better outcomes in care where spiritual care was provided. But there were very, very few pieces of research that looked at how we implemented. And so in developing my research methods, I wanted to be able to get at a broad range of nurses and get their perspectives, but I also wanted to be able to delve just a bit deeper. And so used a mixed methods approach, which I was fortunate enough to be able to work with the Royal College of Nursing, which is the largest nursing union in the UK, and do a survey of nurses, which included some open-ended questions, but then to interview nurses as part of a focus group and really be able to find out more about what they thought. But there was another gap that I found in the research, which there was almost no research on organizations' perspective on delivering spiritual care. And it seemed to be key in some of what nurses were trying to tell me. And so we did a focus group. Again, I was really fortunate to be able to gather some nursing leaders at policy level to be able to talk to them about what they thought about spiritual care. I wanted to look at barriers and facilitators so that I could understand what was supporting spiritual care in practice and where the obstacles were held. And so this survey gave me quite a lot of information about the key elements, being time, environment, priorities in care, support from colleagues. But what's really interesting is how the same things can be barriers and facilitators. So it's a bit about how those are managed within your work environment to be able to meet the needs of people. From the focus group, from the different focus groups, there were 5 themes. My view of spiritual care being people's individual perspective of what spiritual care meant. Walking alongside, which is about the patient setting the direction and the pace. The systematic absence of spiritual care. In times of need, that spiritual care, there are times when it seems more important than other times. And the multidisciplinary team around the patient and the importance of the whole team thinking about spiritual care. It's not just about nurses. The big differences in the focus groups between the nurse leaders and the nurses in practice was that the nurse leaders were thinking very much around the multidisciplinary team, the role of the nurse specifically, but within a team, and the importance of any work in spiritual care being down to the entire team as well as the nurse, where the nurses in practice were very much thinking about their own individual experiences of supporting people with spiritual care and best practice. So they said many of the same things, and there was much more agreement than differences, but just that little bit of a difference in perspective. And so from that, my goal was to create a model. And the model was based on having the end point of integrating spiritual care into practice and what did we need to have in place. And from what we got from the barriers and the facilitators and the other feedback from all of the nurses and leaders was that we needed to think about patients being aware about spiritual care, that it's available. And when they're in having some sort of a care episode, being aware that they could ask and talk about that. That nurses need to have access to training. Nurses told us that they don't feel confident and confident. They want to know more. They want to be able to provide this, but they don't always feel able to. But also there's an organizational perspective, and the organization needs to have resources to support nurses to assess and deliver spiritual care, and that includes documentation, as well as time and a suitable environment. Also, an organizational culture that supports spiritual care. And one of the things that we do know is that when nurses feel their own spiritual needs are met, they are much better able to meet the spiritual needs of the people that they're caring for. So the model is meant to be used to help nurses to think about how they could be implementing spiritual care in practice and identify what might be missing, and to work together with the organization to provide a foundation for spiritual care and a culture that supports spiritual care. But of course, what we know is that essentially all models are wrong, but some models could be useful.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Oh. Thank you, that was ahead of time. Thank you, really interesting. That was ahead of time. Yes, the lady at the back with the white blouse. Oh, sorry. You can speak.
Thank you, that was absolutely, it's fascinating and it's excellent work. One of the questions I've got is that I think that people consider that nursing, that they have the roots, holistic care is probably the roots of nursing. Do you think that over time that nurses have lost that holistic care? And is it connected to religion, and would that be a challenge to a holistic care or a spiritual care in any way?
That's a very interesting question, and actually it's something that I didn't really have time to completely go into, but that nurses, the NMC used to have a very clear mandate as part of nurses' guidance to provide spiritual care. That mandate has remained within student teaching, but it's a little bit more woolly and not as clearly stated now. And so some nurses actually feel frightened to venture into what feels like spiritual care, because a nurse who prayed with a patient, does anybody remember it? More than a decade ago, lost her license.
Oh, right.
And there's a perception that it isn't part of their care, which is untrue. It is part of the care. And the NMC is in the process of revising their guidelines, and we are hoping that they'll just bring the clarity back around spiritual care being according to that definition, so that people there is a confusion between religion and spirituality. And it's a bit about making that really clear. So thank you for that question. That was a really helpful one.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Gentleman here.
Hi there. So I noticed in that definition that you used that it was obviously I'm guessing it has to be quite varied because it is trying to be an encompassing definition, but it seemed remarkably similar to definitions that are often used in describing play. And I'm guessing, do you feel that these two areas are connected, and the emotional needs of the patient are also treated alongside these both play and spirituality?
Well, I don't. Thank you for that. That's really interesting. And I don't know that play was something that was considered at the time, but of course, if you're looking at that way, isn't play about having your own way of looking at the world, in a way? And isn't spirituality about the same thing? So in a way, I could see that there could be an interconnection about we're trying to connect with people at what's important to them. And when we play, don't we approach it in that sort of a way? That's a really interesting way of thinking about it.
Gentleman at the back who never got to ask a question last time. I remembered you.
Hello, hi, Mala. It was a brilliant presentation.
Can you speak
a bit? Sorry, you can hear me?
Yes, you can now, yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Thank you, Mala. That was a brilliant presentation. My question is, what impact has spiritual care had on treatment towards patients with mental health disorders, especially those who are facing trauma due to coping with terminal illnesses, for instance. What impact has it had?
Again, a really good question. And the area where we have the most evidence from practice is hospice nursing, oncology. It's one of, so it's much more integrated into that branch of practice, because people expect people to be potentially in a state of a spiritual crisis. And one of my great interests is, I wonder if people don't always make it to hospice. People sometimes are in an acute area having great need, but also people with chronic disease who are trying day to day to manage something that's really changed their lives, and how much of a difference it would make if they had that connection and that support that comes with whatever to them meets their spiritual needs. And I think what I was saying is that the evidence isn't as good as it should be, because we know it happens in practice, but we haven't looked at it. And the research is really very thin on the implementation. And so it's a really good question, and we need to do more work on it.
Thank you. Haven't got any question here.
Thank you. Marla, we meet here again. Welcome to the university in Treforest. My question. Picasso said, art washes from the soul the dust of everyday life. Are we getting to spirituality like that as well?
That's a lovely quote. And actually, there's a lot of work that goes on in the background in spirituality and spiritual care, where they look at art and music, and so I think that's really important, that people always that there is that connection with religion that gets drawn into people's minds when we talk about spirituality and spiritual care. But actually, it's more about the essence of what's important to people. And for some people, I'll give you an example. A chaplain said to me, I was asked by someone to bring someone when they had bad news. And so I assumed it was their daughter and went looking through the notes. It was their dog. And said, I jumped to a conclusion of what was important to that person, instead of stopping to say, what is this? And I think that's the point, is exactly it. For some people, it might be that opportunity to just look at something beautiful, or to listen to some lovely music, to be in quiet, to go outdoors. It doesn't have to be about something that is a specific practice.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you so much, Marla. That was absolutely brilliant. Okay, thank you so much. Our next speaker, also on the theme of nursing, is Jane Williams, also from the Faculty of Life Sciences and Education also. And Jane's going to talk to us about understanding compassion from the perspective of NHS staff. Thank you very much, Jane.
So this talk is about understanding compassion, and understanding is an important word. It's more than defining. I think understanding widens the scope of what we're talking about. And we're understanding compassion from the perspective of NHS staff. And I thank you all for the opportunity of being here today to present my research. This is a Case 2 Masters by Research project at the University of South Wales, and it was funded by the European Social Fund in partnership with Cyntaf Morgannwg University Health Board. So it's a roadmap of the presentation, the background, a little bit of context, literature search, methods, findings, and implications for the future. The background initially was some sort of negative reports about compassion and services lacking compassion for example, the Francis report about 10 years ago. Now they've moved on, and we have reports, Health and Care Standards Framework, which is suggesting safe and compassionate care. Compassion economics is a very big field. The clinical benefits of compassion. I don't know if you know, but if you experience compassion as a patient, maybe your pain is less. Maybe you need less anaesthetic. And there's a real intention now to embed compassion and compassionate leadership into service delivery in Wales. And it's really important because at the moment we've got a crisis in the NHS in retention, recruitment. There's polls, unison polls, saying that half of staff want to leave and wouldn't recommend the service to family and friends. So there is positivity. The Queen awarded the George Cross after the pandemic to NHS staff for courage, compassion and dedication. So a little bit about my partner, which was Cyntaf University Health Board. It's the health board. I think one of the problems is that it's so many different sites. But research and development is certainly a key part of the health board's values and intentions. And compassion was already a value of the health board. This is a painting hanging in the foyer of the Royal Glamorgan Hospital that was commissioned, and it's Florence Nightingale and nursing today from the pandemic. The research wasn't meant to be about COVID, but COVID had a huge impact on it. So the aims of the research were to explore the meaning of compassion from the perspective of the NHS staff, all staff, clinical, non-clinical, patient-facing, non-patient-facing, admin staff, everybody. And the secondary aim was to contribute to the voices of those working at the health board being heard and to validate their opinions. So I began with the literature search, and I covered sort of Medline, Embase, PsycInfo, Google Scholar, and grey literature, as much as I could find, health board publications, and also Twitter, YouTube, podcasts. Not quite sure if they meet the definition, but they met the definition for me. And I did two searches, one at the beginning and one later on to sort of soak up any literature. Had to stay in a sort of 5-year limit because there's a lot of literature out there. So examples of the literature I found were like the Willis Commission report, which is about the future of nursing education, but it was also about broadening it from nursing into sort of the whole organisational, the whole workforce. And it raised the kind of questions like, can you mandate compassion? Can you tell people to be compassionate and leave it at that? Or do you have to show compassion? Do you have to lead by example? And do you have to make the environment and the context supportive of compassion? Another was an RCN publication, An Act of Compassion, which was about the first safe staffing law in Europe. Examples from NHS England, which showed that compassion is on an organisational level. And also current examples of compassion in the NHS, so Swartz rounds, giving care, taking care rounds, ballot rounds, compassion circles. And this leads on to psychological safety in teams, so the whole workforce. And this was an idea introduced by Paul Gilbert. And basically what he's saying, there's a tricky brain, which is an old brain, driven by fear and threat, and a new brain, which is about thinking and intention. And experiences of compassion push you into that new brain so you can think. You can have positive intention, but if you're under threat and you're constantly experiencing a lack of compassion, you're pushed back into that old brain. And when we're stressed, we're really unable to function at that higher level. And the third one were challenges in the digital age. And I think this slide is actually out of date because I think it's now about artificial intelligence, which people in the room probably know far more than I do. But this is a Wilger et al. Article from 2019 about defining compassion in the digital age. So really, is it something to welcome or something to fear? The overall idea was that if we can welcome it, we're going to have more opportunities to be compassionate because other things are going to be taken away from us. And also, we need to start educating the workforce in soft skills. And the last one was about compassion for the planet. This is my favourite slide. It came from a MediWells conference. And it really broadens the scope of compassion. And what it's about is the fact that a lot of pharmaceutical, medical waste is excreted and it ends up in the sea. It's quite a high proportion of the medicines you take. So people are talking about compassion. And you show yourself some compassion. So the method, critical incident technique, we use this because it explored experiences of compassion. Don't be confused by the critical incidents. Participant recruitment, all people working at CUMTAF, a convenient strategy, sent out an invitation and see who responded, aided by the Research and Development Department, and it was for all staff were invited to take part. So the data collection, very importantly, at each point of contact with the participants, had a quick check-in, showed we were compassionate, good clinical practice. We had a comprehensive sources of help leaflet, which everybody was given, and they were reminded that if negligent practice was disclosed, then, you know, couldn't guarantee confidentiality. The data analysis was following Bourne and Clark's 6 steps. So going on to findings. Professional identity was a really big one. And this is a slide, it's about patients, but most people were talking about their relationships with their colleagues and about the organisation as a whole. And they talked about putting on a sort of cloak of compassion, a sort of acting compassion. And some people found this quite a challenge. And they were leading to question their professional identity. And we had questions about nurses showing compassion. Oops, okay. Right, and challenges to compassion. Well, what do you do if you see non-compassionate practice? Do you speak up? Do you keep it to yourself? So small acts really matter, and they ripple through, and they make, somebody described compassion as the glue that was running through the health service. And really, collaborative efforts can drive change. This is a quote from a previous case student. And then finally, about implications for the future. This research says that our genes are influenced by social connection. And so really embedding compassionate social connection into our systems of healthcare delivery is not just for our children's future, it's for our children's future and ad infinitum. So any questions? Thank you for listening.
Should we take the man at the back first and then...
Thanks for the presentation. On the topic of embracing the digital changes, people are quite averse to robotics and artificial intelligence. How do you think we can go about having the healthcare systems embrace these changes, considering that the technologies can considerably reduce the burnout faced by NHS staff?
That was one of the challenges. How do you enable people, let people use your data initially, so you can build the sort of algorithms that make the digital and AI, and how do you get people to trust it? And I think really it's about talking about the benefits. So if we can use technology to aid your diagnosis, you know, people can spend more time talking to you, and it just becomes another part of the team, really. You know, and it frees people up to have called soft skills, sort of compassion. I think there's a way to go, but I think, you know, we're getting there.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, excellent presentation, and the NHS is really part of the UK's institution, so obviously compassion is essential. And I think we've all heard about examples where there hasn't been compassion. We talk about bedside manner, etc. But my question is, isn't compassion in a way linked to how you perceive people? So we also hear about, you know, the NHS staff getting hit and etc. by patients, you know, for the ambulance, etc. So you can get compassion fatigue, I imagine, if you're a nurse and you're treating people with compassion and you're not being treated very nicely, you're overworked, etc., etc. So is that one of the challenges you would say for the NHS at the moment?
Yeah, compassion fatigue wasn't really part of my research, but compassion fatigue and burnout is, as you said, really big in the NHS. And I think, you know, if you're trying to show compassion each and every day and you haven't got time, you haven't got resources, you've got frustration, like you said, yeah.
Yeah, and then following on from that, if one noticed somebody, say a consultant come in, wasn't very compassionate and give somebody a diagnosis in front of, you know, 6 other people in the bed, would a nurse really say to him, look, that wasn't very compassionate, or her, or they, or them, or whatever? I mean, it's almost, it probably wouldn't happen, would it?
Well, you'd hope it would. But yeah, and then that kind of thing can lead to moral injury. There's examples in maternity care where you see things and you don't speak up, and then you take it home, you know, and it's a seed and it leads on to like moral injury. But there's an idea of balancing, you know, some doctors, people have to do that, they have to deliver the bad news, and then maybe on the team there's somebody else who's going to step in and be the compassionate person. It's a team, it's or an organisation.
Was there another question? Yeah.
Thank you. Hello again.
Hello.
Thank you, Jane. It was a very good presentation. And one thing that caught my interest is just like the first question. You spoke of the digital age. You spoke of the digital age, embracing the digital age within the NHS, by the NHS staff. Now, my question regarding that is, if digital systems are properly regulated within the NHS, and there's also a framework to regulate them, as well as to ensure that staff are trained properly on how to embrace and utilize them, what would be the impact of them? What would be the impact of the staff embracing the state of compassion towards patients when caring for patients within the NHS institutions?
There's I went back to this book, Compassion and Compassionate Economics, on it. There's a huge cost benefit to having a compassionate service. If your patients are getting better quicker, they're spending less time using the services. I think it's also better for the patients, and it's also better for the staff if we could you know, improve this staff retention and staff recruitment. We wouldn't have, well, I'll just take anybody kind of attitude. And like you said, compassion glues the service together, so it ripples through, it ripples up, it ripples down. I think it would be a much more lovely place to work, and maybe going back to how things were a long time ago.
Oh, thank you so much, Jay. And also, it's for the families as well, isn't it? I mean, both of the talks that we've just heard, the last two speakers, it's not just the patients, it's their families that also experience that, isn't it? Thank you so much for yet another fascinating talk. Thank you. So we're taking a move away for a moment from nursing. Well, I think it is. It could be nursing. But Gwyn now is going to talk to us. Gwyn Mapp from the Faculty of Business and Society, Foundations and Scaffolds, and Objective Analysis of Complexity in the Workplace. Thank you very much, Gwyn.
Thank you, guys. The title sounds scary. I guarantee it isn't. Thank you very much. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Gwyn. I'm a senior lecturer in the business school. I wasn't always a lecturer, though. I've only started in August. I've done a part-time master's here, and I'm third year in my DBA studies at the minute. And so I'm going to talk to you about my thesis. Bear with me on this, because I did this in 20 minutes last week, so I'm going to have to rush through the early bits. But, so, abductive analysis, it'll come in. I kind of changed the title. I want to put the slides up. I didn't realise I did that. So I'll explain that in a bit. So this all started with me being in a previous career. You can tell I'm not a spring chicken. I've had previous lives before and previous workplaces before. I was working in a workplace that it was toxic. It was horrible. Me and my friends were really struggling to keep that gel together. And I remember thinking, right, what is it that's keeping me here? Why aren't I just leaving? So I used that as the spark to research my master's. So, and what that did was led me to employee turnover theory. So the theory behind why people leave their jobs. Okay. So the first stage was embeddedness theory, why people get stuck in their jobs. So the thought I had on this was the librarian from Shawshank Redemption. I don't know if you've all seen them. It's that idea of institutionalization. I hate it here, but perhaps I can't cope outside. Oh my God, it touches on imposter syndrome that Emma spoke of earlier. Another aspect of employee turnover theory is to explain how people quit. So what is the process that people go through? And I've got a diagram here, which is, I'm going to skip through this deliberately because this is a setting the scene about what's not good. So this is the established model. It's linear. There are bits on this. There's psychological contract breach there. There's a job offer from elsewhere there. A meta-analysis in 2017 said that this doesn't work. Okay, I'll explain why in a bit. So another aspect of employee turnover theory is that you have antecedents, so conditions that, that have a statistical relationship to employee turnover. So there's 58 of these. Age, agreeableness, whether you have children, extroversion, role ambiguity, job satisfaction, stress. Every single one of those things on that list has a statistical relationship to employee turnover. But when they tried to run the model on it, it worked less than half the time. So as a predictive thing, you might as well have tossed a coin, to be honest. You know. So the guys that did this meta-analysis said, actually, we need a paradigm shift. This is using a positivist approach. We actually need a paradigm shift. So I'll talk about that in a second. The last aspect of employee turnover theory is it's a dynamic situation. There's the last bit, which is when people search for jobs, they normally do it on a cyclical basis. So they look for a job, see if it works. If it didn't work, they go and find another one. They try and learn and adapt and, you know, change organizations, change approaches on application forms. It's an evolving process. Now, I know that because in that horrible job, it took me about 2 or 3 years of continuous job applications to get out, and eventually found somewhere out there. But it was 30-odd job applications to the civil service. It was a health and safety executive. It was Welsh Government. It was, in the end, I settled on Natural Resources Wales, and they took me, thankfully. But it was a continuous process, and I was constantly changing, constantly adapting at the time. That slide is designed to make you dizzy, because that's exactly what the existing research is about. It's all over the place. Completely conflicted, 4 different unconnected strands. So it's then that I came across the P-TRED model. Okay, so the P-TRED model was developed by Professor Rothhausen, who I've been in contact with. She did a grounded theory, qualitative study, blank sheet of paper, what's going on. She provides an answer to why people stay and why people leave. And her answer was, people are motivated to facilitate or address threats to a person's identity and well-being across 4 domains. Okay, so Jane mentioned earlier about professional identity being important for nurses. It's baked into this model. But it's not just identity from a professional point of view, it's also role identity from a family point of view. It could be social identity as part of your tribe that you belong to, church group, rugby club, whatever. Right? There's lots of elements to this. This is where the complexity theory comes in. There's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer, and they're all interacting. On top, right, so the P-TRED model is an acronym. We have purpose, and this comes from psychological well-being. There's a model in the 80s from Carolyn Ruff, talks about psychological well-being. So in order to be have psychological well-being, purpose is one of the things that you look for, a trajectory, so coherence and changing over time. Relatedness, so it's how your relationships work. Expression, being able to express your mastery of your skills. Acceptance, that's your conscience, being able to sleep well at night. Differentiation then is being valued for your uniqueness. Right? All of those things happen, according to this study, in 4 domains. So we have family, work, your finances, and then your other, according to this, which includes community and spiritual. Marla, there you go. Right? Spirituality is included in there. So Emma's talk this morning, I could probably map that across on this, because Emma was talking about spinning plates, having resilience, and about doing things in different domains. So if one thing goes sideways, you've got good practice in others to give you some resilience. Yeah. On top of that, the P-TRED model gives us a process diagram that's cyclical. So we have something coming in here, gets evaluated here, where all of your things that are happening in your life are being evaluated, compared and contrasted. If there's a problem, it leads to psychological strain, physio-psychological strain, which leads to coping mechanisms, one of which was employee turnover, which takes us back up there. Right? But cyclical, constantly moving. Emma talked earlier, I mentioned Emma, I did ask permission, I promise. Emma talked earlier about trying things, seeing if they work, not taking it to heart, moving, adapting, learning, moving on. It's exactly what that process is. But it's across all aspects of your life, right? What I've done this for my thesis is map this out. So I've color-coded it initially, right? So we've got blue one for stuff coming in, and that could be COVID pandemic, it could be new family situation, it could be the headmaster ringing you up from school and saying that your child has just been bullied, it could be anything like that comes in. It could be being told you've been made redundant in work, it could be your church group's got a leaking roof and you need something to help, or it could be something good, yeah? It all goes into this place where it's sense-made, based on your identity, your personal identity. Emma talked about core values being important. That feeds in there too. You then analyze that and have some strain, and then it leads to coping mechanisms. Okay? So I did a version of this study for my master's. Sorry, there's one other aspect to this. We have multiple cycles in our lives, depending on the plates that we are spinning. Not all of them are the same size, though. So for me, I'm working full-time in the university. I've got 2 kids still in school. I'm doing my DBA part-time. I'm doing the PGC part-time. I'm also a member of the Taekwondo club, which I do with the kids. They're all things that are happening in my life that I need to balance. And that's what's going on there. Yeah? And everyone's is going to be different. Yeah, everyone's experiences are different based on what they go through. So I'll just pause for 1 minute. 1 minute remaining, oh dear. So I love this diagram. It comes from Dinosaur Comics. It says we're going to talk about workplace stress, and actually stress is stress. Workplace is one domain, but you've got to balance that against everything else that's going on in your life too. Yeah. So my master's, I did a replication study of the original process. I did it in South Wales, 24 semi-structured interviews, did focus coding and Vivo, and that's an example of my codes. That is currently drafted as a paper with Professor Rothhausen. I'm trying to get it published. I've had 7 rejections so far. So resilience again, try everything, keep it going, let's see what happens. Part of that process also, what I managed to do is to map out people's responses to the P-Tread across the 4 domains, right? So this is an example of one of the people I spoke to. And generally, they quite like life. They got lots of positive stuff going on, and they got one negative thing going on, largely related to workplace bullying, but compared to everything else, they're quite happy. Yeah. This is someone who's also largely happy, but has massive problems in work, but they've got that resilience going on because they're really happy about the rest of their life. This interview person, mainly negative, little bit of positive. They left their jobs within 3 weeks of me interviewing them. Lots of negative stuff going on. They really didn't like being there. This person, lots going on, very ambivalent nature. They felt trapped in their job and went off on a long-term sick for 6 months. Yeah, they couldn't see a coping mechanism that could alleviate these problems, so they just burnt out. Okay. As part of the DPA, I've done a poster presentation where I've done a miniature study of this. There's my poster from last year. And what I think actually is happening is there might actually be a 5th domain here. Instead of having an other with spiritual community stuff, I think there is actually a space for looking after oneself, spiritual health, whatever, and that's separate to community. So that's what I'm planning to do for my DPA now. I'm using an abductive approach, using Timmons and Tavery, hard quals methodology, using a priori coding, but I'm looking for surprises so I don't get any confirmation bias. So hard quals, I've got permission to interview members of our business faculty. So if there's any volunteers who want to come along when I send the email out, feel free, I'd be delighted to hear from you. Now, any questions? And I was over a minute. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know whether there might be a little flaw in it, FLAW, because it looks as if we're looking like black and white. I'm either in employment or I am out of it. So it's this in and out, this black and white, this long and short. But my looking at life is transformative. It's this idea of if I'm in a bit of a fix, I shall try to use an innovative way of getting around it with some other kind of invention and staying, but not in the same place, but staying because I have changed the environment. It's like Dr. Llun Gornal was here in the university, and she told me a little story. She said there were 2 little frogs in the kitchen, and they fell into an urn of milk. And the one little frog said, "I'm drowning, I'm drowning." And the other little frog said, "No, no, no, you're not. Keep on struggling, struggling." And they found a little pat of butter, and they jumped out, and everything was transformed. So can you please give me some kind of idea of whether this idea comes into the game in your research, please?
Okay. I'm sorry you took the opinion that this is a black and white model. It really isn't that. It's a complex adaptive model, which is all about shades of grey and a constant adaptation. Okay, this isn't a positivist approach. Okay, so this is all about cycles, and being a complex adaptive system, this is all about taking a snapshot of where someone is and understanding where the coping mechanisms might come from. So definitely not positive, definitely not black and white. However, the original model was based on employee turnover theory and coping mechanisms. So I've had to put a step there to include employee turnover as a coping mechanism. But this isn't only about a work model. This is about family, community, self, that type of thing. So it takes a more holistic view about a person's work life. And yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Brilliant. Yeah. We've just got time for you to your question now, and then we've got to move on.
Come on, Ada, be kind.
Hi, Grin. So I was noticing in P-Tread that I believe it was relatedness If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. It might be agency then, or both related to this and agency. There appears to be that sense of needing control over those degrees that affect you. Does that mean that places where workers have more democratic control over their workplace, that there is a better quality of life or a better quality of experience?
I couldn't possibly say that because, right, so a couple of things going on here. Psychological well-being. The agency element is how many coping mechanisms, how many cycles you go through, right? So slightly different, okay? The amount of coping mechanisms you have available to you is going to be dependent on where you are in life. For example, I've only been here for 10 months and already my wife is looking at the job adverts for other business schools and suggested perhaps we should move to the south of France or to Spain somewhere and teach business because we might get a better quality of life. I'm going nowhere until my kids finish school. That constrains me, right? And it doesn't matter whether I'm in a democratic workplace or not. That's my constraint. And this model kind of is a way of trying to understand an individual's constraints so that you then understand what coping mechanisms are available. If their workplace is lovely, like I mentioned about NRW earlier, being a lovely workplace to be in, very compassionate, very centered around well-being, the coping mechanisms are more available and easier to push through than somewhere that's particularly difficult. But it's all stuff I'm going to find out when I do more interviews.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Will. Brilliant. Thank you. We have one speaker left for this session. Sarah Gill is going to be presenting online, so we'll be joining us on the large screen in a moment. Sarah is going to be talking to us about the development and evaluation of an empathy intervention for nursing students using digital storytelling. Hi, Sarah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fabulous.
So
okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Can you see my screen?
I will hold up. Can you see that? Can you see us at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll hold that up when you've got 1 minute left. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah, and I'm a PhD student. And my research is working in the issues, the development and evaluation of an empathy intervention for nursing students using digital storytelling. So my PhD is funded by CARES in partnership with our Environment Health Board. So before I get into the background of my research, I want to firstly start with the question, what is empathy? So empathy is a complex emotion, and in the context of nursing and nurses, responding to patients with empathy requires nurses to be able to put themselves in the patient's shoes and see situations from the patient's perspective, and then to communicate that understanding back to them. Now, you would assume that empathy comes naturally to someone who works in the field of healthcare. But the truth is that there's been reports and research studies that show that there's lack of empathy among healthcare professionals in the NHS. For example, a report from the Mid Staffordshire Hospital, the Francis report that came out in 2013, reveals failings in the patient care in the NHS and called for a culture change to include more empathetic care. Also, research studies have shown that empathy among nursing students decline over the course of their studies. So I conducted a systematic review to investigate existing empathy interventions to see their effectiveness. And I found that although the current existing empathy interventions in the nursing literature are effective in increasing or promoting empathy among nursing students, However, they have several methodological limitations, and this called out for the need to develop a new empathy intervention that addresses those limitations and gaps. And then in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, nurses and nursing students have encountered even more challenges during the pandemic. For example, the use of masks and social distancing, which has limited their ability to demonstrate empathy to patients. And there are currently no studies that look at empathy in the context of the pandemic in the nursing literature. Also, a recent study published in 2001 by my supervisors, Yu et al., used a patient story as an empathy intervention, and found that the digital story increased nursing students' empathy. However, the effect was not long-term. So addressing those gaps in literature, my research study looks at developing and evaluating an empathy intervention to promote and sustain empathy among nursing students. Specific objectives of this research study is firstly, to develop an intervention using stories from NHS staff member on their experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic and how they demonstrated that while working in the pandemic. And also then to test that intervention among nursing students to see whether it improves their empathy, and then lastly to see whether that effect is long-term. So putting my methodology into context, so I've used the Medical Research Council framework to develop and evaluate the intervention. There are 4 phases to this framework. The first is to develop the intervention. The second phase is feasibility, to refine and improve the intervention. The third phase is to evaluate the intervention, to test its effect. And then the last phase is implementation, to test the intervention in real world setting. I did not have time in my PhD to do the last phase due to the time. So this is the phase 1 of my study, which shows how I developed the intervention using 4 stories from healthcare staff members. I collected the stories, I edited them, and then those stories were then put into a video format and then uploaded onto a website, which is the empathy intervention. So this is an example of those stories, disclosing bad news to patients, emotional distress at work, the challenges of working in the COVID-19 pandemic, and the challenges of demonstrating empathy by a telephone consultation. So once I had those 4 stories collected and edited and put into a website, I then conducted a feasibility phase where in a qualitative study. This is where I tested the intervention to improve and refine it. 9 students took part in the study where they listened to those 4 stories, and then I interviewed them where they provided their feedback on the experience of the intervention. And this is the finding of the feasibility phase, where most students reported that they found the intervention interactive and engaging, and that from the intervention they realized the differences of working in the pandemic before and after. And then the intervention raised awareness on empathy, and that they would recommend this intervention to other nursing students, and that they were able to learn from the intervention from other healthcare professionals' experiences. A recommendation from this feasibility phase was that students suggested to add more videos of healthcare professional stories, or possibly more stories. However, this was not possible due to the timing. However, I did add subtitles to my interventions to each of the stories. I then moved on to the last phase of my study, which was the evaluation phase. This is where I tested the intervention on a larger scale of nursing students of 197 students in a cluster randomized control trial. So the finding of the evaluation phase showed that nursing students who received the intervention had a higher empathy scores after listening to those 4 stories compared to nursing students who did not receive the intervention. However, after 6 to 8 weeks follow-up, empathy scores did not sustain. So in conclusion, the empathy intervention that I created had an effect on empathy, nursing students' empathy, although the effect was not long-term. Therefore, the implication is to redesign this intervention, perhaps adding more stories or patient stories. So my contribution to knowledge is that this study is the first in the field of nursing to use the MRC framework to develop and evaluate an empathy intervention, especially using digital stories. And then also another contribution to knowledge is that this study can serve as a first step for researchers in the fields of nursing and healthcare to use this to develop future empathy interventions for healthcare training. And then I hope that this intervention raises awareness for empathy and the importance of empathy in the nursing field, not just in nursing students, but in also all healthcare professionals. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Sarah. Any questions from the floor? Fabulous.
My question actually...
Wait for the speaker, Mike.
Thank you. My question feeds into the previous speaker's contribution as well, Gwyn, I believe. Right. And meshes very well with your contribution. I'll get to the point. Over the years, the Harvard Business Review have looked into the issue of recruitment and retention and throwing in the towel, as it were, Gwyn. But to get back to this particular issue of empathy, it's seen by many as being an aspect or indeed a component of emotional intelligence. And I myself have been involved in a number of recruitment sessions over the years in various organizations across the world, and I was not seldom disappointed to witness how the issue of attempting to measure emotional intelligence during the recruitment phase was totally neglected. Hence my question to you, how do you feel about present-day recruitment processes in terms of assessing a candidate's level of emotional intelligence, including, of course, empathy? Thank you.
Did you catch that?
Thank you for that question. So empathy, as you mentioned, it is an emotion, a behavior, and therefore it is difficult to measure. It is difficult to define. And although there are there's lots of questionnaires that look at measuring empathy in the context of healthcare and general public. I haven't really looked into the recruitment side of things or recruiting healthcare professionals. But one thing I would add is that when nursing students specifically, when they enter the profession of nursing or when they start their course, they enter with the enthusiasm or with the motivation that they enter because they care for patients, they care for people. But I think, and then they have that empathy there. But once they start the profession, once they start working with patients, I think that empathy gets lost somewhere because they work with so many different patients with so many different needs. And I think, again, like I think one of the questions asked for Jane, that compassion fatigue and burnout is also one of the factors which also then leads to the loss of empathy or lack of empathy. So yeah, there are measurement skills out there that measure healthcare professionals' empathy, but yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you.
Can I just see if there's anybody else? Yes. And then we'll go to the back. Sorry.
Hello. Thank you
Hi.
very much for your presentation. That was very interesting and certainly very clear. And I was very interested that there seemed to be an impact of the digital influence and that it didn't sustain. And I wondered if you had considered if, again, it was an organizational perspective, and is there a way to build in an ongoing cycle that allows the renewal of that emotional context that they gained from the digital context? Because I think it's wonderful that there was an initial impact. But of course, they're going back into that environment which tests it for so long.
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. Yes, there was an immediate increase in empathy, but it did not sustain over time. And I think future studies can look into perhaps redesigning the intervention in a way, adding more stories, or perhaps that can look into, the long-term effects of how empathy could be sustained over time. But from my study, one thing that I did pick up is that maybe perhaps empathy is something, it's like a booster. So that needs to be added on to the nursing curriculum, as just like other trainings are, because empathy can be learned and it can be taught. So if it can be learned, then why is it not added as part of the learning journey? And I think because there's research that suggests that empathy decline over time, I think if empathy were introduced, or maybe empathy lecture or interventions like this, at the beginning, the middle, and the end, maybe that could have an impact on their empathy. And not just while they're in university becoming nurses, studying to become nurses, but also a healthcare professional working in the NHS as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jane at the back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. My question was, did you find any examples of using virtual reality to tell stories, and do you think it would be a good way to tell stories?
Yes, it would be, yes. For my PhD, due to the timing, because when I started collecting those stories, COVID happened. So I was restricted to actually go out there and, collect face-to-face stories from healthcare professionals. Well, my initial plan was to actually collect patient stories and how their experiences are of the healthcare, but that was not possible due to the COVID restrictions. And this is why this had to be as digital stories. But yes, there are studies out there that have looked into using real people as storytellers in a small group of students, nursing students or healthcare professionals. And yeah, this could be a possibility for future studies, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we'll have to bring it to a close now, unless there's any burning questions. Are you okay to? So thank you so much for your fantastic talk, and to all of our contributors today, and to everybody for the questions. Lunch is going to be served in the usual spot, and there's also going to be images of research, and Paul can say if there's anything else you need to know for later this afternoon. Thank you very much.
I think we're just about ready to make a start on the next session. So hi everyone, welcome. So my name is Rebecca and I'm the head of computing and mathematical sciences here at USW, and I'm really excited to have the opportunity to chair this 3-minute thesis competition. I know from having done this competition myself how challenging it can be to try to summarize your research across these years into just such a small window of time, and to communicate that effectively to such a sort of wide and diverse audience. So I'm really, really excited to have the opportunity to chair today's session. So just a little bit of, I guess, sort of housekeeping on the structure of today's session. So as the title alludes to, you have, for the candidates, you have 3 minutes to deliver your presentation. And in terms of that timing, I will give you a 30-second warning. So I will just raise my hand to just let you know that you have 30 seconds remaining, and obviously the judges will be aware of that as well. In terms of questions, if I can kindly ask us to just reserve the questions for the coffee break, just to ensure that we run to schedule and not to really take anything away from the event itself, because as I said, the purpose of this 3-minute thesis competition is for the explainability to sort of come across within that 3-minute showcase. So I guess without further ado, we have a really exciting lineup of candidates here to present today. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our first candidate, which is Liam Webb, and he is going to be sharing his 3-minute thesis on open source solution for the implementation of scenario planning with an interactive visualization tool. Thanks, Liam. I'll just give you a nod when we're ready to start, if that's okay.
Yep. Okay, so my name's Liam Webb, and my 3-minute thesis is measuring access to services under alternative public transport configurations. So one of the main issues in Wales currently is that the bus services are being undercut, and there isn't a lot of funding going towards it. So for example, the BBC article there states clearly what one of the main issues is. We find one of the biggest issues is that it's not to do with knowing that the bus services don't have enough funding. It's mainly to do with getting policymakers to understand that in certain places there aren't enough bus services. So this is really one of the main research objectives, is to try to find a way to convince policymakers to maybe take another look, or maybe use some sort of foresight to, instead of cutting the service, maybe find an alternative to that. So obviously to counter this, I made an application that can look at the potential access. So for example, here you have a isochrone. So this is an access you can get to in 30 minutes. And I am trying to show what would happen if, for example, a route gets cut from the service. So for example, if there isn't enough funding and a route gets taken away, this is the kind of access you can expect. So this is what happens when the Thornhill to Memorial Stadium gets taken away. As you can see, not a lot of access, and it's kind of acts as a double-edged sword, because it's not just cutting the bus services to where you can get to, but it's also cutting people's access to critical services. So for example, here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 care homes can be accessed within 30 minutes. 1. Now this is even more prevalent in more rural areas of Wales. So for example, when you start to go into central Wales, northern Wales, getting rid of one bus route can really be quite detrimental to the local community. So this application uses like transport data. It's called GTFS data from the national index and plots that on the map, and then the user can then interact with the map and create a different one based on a route that's being excluded. So for example, if a policymaker wanted to use this and see what would happen if a bus route did get cut, they could open this application, select the route that could possibly be taken away, and foresee what would happen for the services and the bus route itself. So this application is meant to help and encourage policymakers to take another look before they actually act and enact some of these policies. One of the ongoing challenges for this is potentially being able to see what happens if you add a bus route as well, so you can see it in reverse. So yeah, that's my 3-minute thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. That was really interesting. Okay, then. So next up, we have a slight change to the schedule. So next up, we have Rama. So Rama is going to be presenting on developing a security compliance framework for the Internet of Medical Things.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. My name is Rama. Full name is Ramadan Mohammed Rajab. I'm a PhD student from Kenya. In my first year, my research project is developing a security compliance framework for the Internet of Medical Things. Now, my research focuses on developing a robust security compliance framework that will address key issues that will address security and data privacy within the Internet of Medical Things ecosystem in order to develop security controls, incident response, and compliance measures that will ensure the security within the IoT ecosystem, or rather, the Internet of Things ecosystem within the healthcare industry. Now, the reason why I focused on develop this, now the output of this research is to develop a guideline which will implement these security controls, which will be, and part of these controls will be an IoT network penetration testing framework using, sub-framework using artificial intelligence techniques, encryptions, and other security measures that will enhance risk assessments in addressing the Internet of Medical Things ecosystem, which encompasses of devices, systems, and applications that are run within mostly environments within hospitals and also patient care ecosystems within the domestic environment within the homestead. Now, there are certain legal and ethical considerations to consider, which is confidentiality of data, privacy, especially of patients, and with the privacy of patients also comes the anonymity of patients, because you'll have to, the autonomy rather, because you'll have to anonymize the identity of patients who will be partially, who will actually play part in being participants in the data collection of these devices. We also have fairness and transparency as well. Now, what this framework, the beneficiaries of this framework will be the NHS here in the UK. I'm also looking forward to implementing the impacts of this, the impact of my research outcomes also, not just within the NHS, but also back in my home country, which is Kenya, through the Ministry of Health, in order to find ways of improving patient care by ensuring security of the medical devices and systems used within the healthcare environment, and also to ensure that at reduced risks, because and the main element behind it is the social, not just securing the data and systems that are in place within the Internet of Medical Things, but it's more also of the social impact, because if these issues are not addressed, it will actually compromise and risk the patient's life, where especially patients who are depending on these devices and systems for diagnostic treatment.
Really great to hear about the impact of your research on healthcare and patient privacy. So thank you. Okay then, so next up we have Samara, and she's going to be talking to us about geopolymer concrete.
Hi, can everyone hear me well? Yeah. Hi, my name is Samara Al-Tamimi. I'm in the first year in my PhD. So my research is into the development of geopolymer concrete. Concrete is considered the most reliable and versatile construction material. Next to water, concrete is considered the most used construction material, which requires huge amounts of production of cement. The production of ordinary Portland cement is considered the second major generator of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, large quantities of natural resources and energy are consumed. The environmental degradation and the increased greenhouse gas emissions has forced communities to achieve greener and more sustainable construction material. Over the last few decades, the development of alkali activated material have been widely investigated and has gained a huge interest among researchers due to the environmental benefits, as well as the superior mechanical and durability properties. On top of that, the ability to utilize numerous wastes from different sectors, such as fly ash, ground granulated blast furnace slag, with the addition of alkali activator. So the geopolymer concrete is a relatively new construction material. It is an aluminosilicate construction material, which is formed due to the reaction of precursor, which include aluminosilicate material and alkaline media. And this process is called geopolymerization. The main challenge remains the human tendency of having a blind faith of conventional concrete due to its strength and durability properties. The main aim of my research is to help to build this trust into geopolymer concrete over conventional concrete, and this trust can only be built through testing. So the main aim is to be obtaining optimum mix designs and mixing procedures to enhance the effectiveness and the efficiency of geopolymer concrete sustainable construction applications. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Samara. That was really interesting and really great to hear about the environmental benefits there in terms of your research. That's really exciting. Okay, then. So next up, we have Alango, and the research is around the characterization and optimization of wave propagation for the next generation secured communication systems.
Hi. This slide explains it answers three questions. Why waves, which is millimeter waves, and what I'm going to do, and what are their applications. Why millimeter wave? As an analogy, I will say, if I want everyone in this room to be cramped in this first row, that's what has happened here, where all our mobile phones and from 1G to 5G is all crammed within that space. And now we are spread all over the room. So similarly, we want to use the remaining spectrum, which is around possible availability of 252 gigahertz, So that's the answer to the why question. What I'm going to do, I'm going to set up a data link between our campus here in Treforest and the upper Gyntaf campus, which is approximately 1 kilometer, and study the propagation characteristics for at least an year over all seasons to say how the millimeter wave propagation is affected by the environmental conditions and all other urban scenarios below the link. Once I get the data, I am going to model everything and create characterize the propagation, and that can be presented to ITU, International Telecommunication Union, so that they can utilize that data for the future communication networks, 6G, 7G, and so on. Application-wise, communication, it's used everywhere, and in my title itself, it's secure communication. So MOD is involved in this project, so obviously there is going to be electronic warfare, tactical networks, airborne data link, that kind of applications, and commercial 6G future networks, and within wireless technology, everything is healthcare as well. So that's the project.
Thanks, that was really interesting. Okay then, so next up we have Mohammed, and the research looks at a comparative study on aerodynamic drag of re-entry vehicles, noise morphing, honeybee abdomen without flat face spherical spike.
Hello, good afternoon all. Re-entry vehicle. Re-entry vehicle faces a lot of challenges during its re-entry to the outer space and during its re-entry to the Earth. During its re-entry, like when the thing is that the sharp cone, if it is sharp, when it is going to the re-entry to the Earth, its tip will get aerodynamically heated. The challenge is that we have to reduce this aerodynamic heat and aerodynamic drag in order to get the landing and the lift perfectly. So in this case, in my project, the dilemma is when a sharp nose cone, the sharp nose cone goes to the outer space, it needs less drag to get to the outer space. But when it comes to the Earth, it needs to be relatively blunt to get into the Earth bed. Like when a nose cone with sharp nose cone goes to the Earth, it needs less drag, and when it comes back from the Earth, it will cause it needs to be blunt nose cone. In that case, to do this, nowadays our nose cone are quite like a constant geometry, which can't balance both aerodynamic heat and aerodynamic drag. In that case, I want to do different journal, and I have got there the morphing of aerodynamic morphing of honeybee abdomen. It seems like because of its flexibility nature, it can bend according to its environmental needs. It can bend, it can extend itself, it can get contract during its reentry. So here, during when I am doing my project, I also gone through a journal of Kalimuntu, where I saw that the spike itself reduces the aerodynamic drag significantly, which we can see in my graph that when it comes when it is about the blunt body, it's about 0.88 drag, and when it's on the other hand with the spike, it decreases significantly, and the thing is that because of this bow shock, the drag is much heavier in this blunt body, and In this case, the motion is separated in two cones, which throws away from the shoulders, which reduces the drag. So this is what I got from my project, and this is all about my project.
Thank you, Mohammed. Okay then, so next up we have Daniel, and Daniel's going to be talking to us about his research in developing sensitive and specific viral detection methods for the confirmation of viral surface decontamination.
Thank you very much. Influenza H1N1 is a commonly circulating strain which most people this year have probably experienced the effects of and have high immunity to. It affects multiple different countries, causing 3 to 5 million cases per year, primarily of cases such as seasonal flu and various other illnesses. It affects many different industries, mainly due to livestock and worker illnesses, which can be precursors to secondary infections. It has a high mutation rate, which means that it's becoming less affected to current treatments, which means that could pose problems for future generations. My research is looking to tackle these problems in some part by trying to see if ozone gas has a potential as a decontamination agent for use in a variety of environments. To try to work out ozone gas effectiveness, a qPCR assay has been developed. The limit of detection of this assay is being established, and this assay will be used to get a quantitative analysis of changes in RNA presence over time when there are varying ozone gas concentrations. This assay has been tested numerous times to allow establishment of suitable primers to amplify the M1 matrix gene of influenza, while also being used to give a good analysis on whether the assay can detect varying concentrations of RNA through the use of dilution assays. These have given repeatable results, which has given more confidence for the use of my assay to determine ozone gas's potential. With this assay, it could be used for potential to look on surfaces and different equipment for use in healthcare. It could also be used in public spaces for use to reduce spread via surface decontamination, such as in rental accommodations. But primarily my research is looking at in the healthcare sector to reduce medical waste. This will be done in practice on certain clothing and equipment, which could then be used more than once, extending their lifespan and saving money for for healthcare systems such as the NHS. With this extra money, it could potentially be put into other areas of healthcare systems to help improve over the board, which means that it could potentially be put into new treatment options and potentially be used to fund new research for potential for a larger range of illnesses in the human population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay then, so next up we have Ewan, who's going to be talking to us about heart rate variability biofeedback and the impact on athletic recovery.
So athletes push their training to the absolute maximum when it comes to competing. And what we're doing with the thesis is trying to understand how heart rate variability can improve recovery. Now, it's really difficult to find the balance between training and the stress that they experience. So what we're trying to do is trying to understand whether we can use an intervention to help maximize recovery. Now, generally, the recovery strategies used are with the physiological aspect. We've got cold water immersion, we've got stretching, massaging, maximizing nutrition, and then with a psychological recovery, we've got mindfulness, and we've got breathing techniques. So these are all techniques that are fantastic, but sleep is the best recovery strategy, especially when it comes to performing at an optimal. So when it comes to recovery, these are all used to maximize the psychophysiological deficits experienced after physical activity. So they're used to help maximize recovery, but it's mainly to decrease inflammation, to decrease soreness in the muscle, and also to decrease general stress in athletes. There's something you may not have considered, which is changes in heart patterns. And this is what we're really looking into, is using heart rate variability. So heart rate variability, what is it? It's the distances between each beat. And this variation between each beat is common, okay? And it's a good thing. It's a sign of good health. But what's the relevance to our research? When an athlete is fatigued, their HRV decreases. And as they slowly recover, the HRV increases. So we're hoping to use heart rate variability biofeedback, which is a unique breathing technique to maximize HRV. And it's done through a system called respiratory sinus arrhythmia, which essentially means when you take an inhale, your heart rate increases, and when you exhale, your heart rate decreases. And this is due to the oxygen demand. So previous research has found heart rate variability biofeedback to decrease levels of stress, depression, anxiety, enhance emotional control, and really importantly, enhance sleep duration and quality. So what we're hoping to do is previous research has not actually investigated the effects of using this technique on maximized physical recovery. So this is what we're hoping to do. And by whether we're using heart rate variability biofeedback to prime the system to recover faster, i.e. increase the heart rate variability, or impact levels of sleep. And if we're able to tackle this and improve this, then this will be the Goldilocks formula for athletic performance. Thank you.
Thanks. That was really interesting to hear about the impact there on athletic performance. Okay, then. So up next, we have a talk on loneliness and common mental disorders among international students in Wales. And this research has been delivered by Lattice.
Good afternoon. Whenever we think about loneliness and social isolation, thoughts of older adults and maybe COVID-19 comes to our mind. And if we Google these two words, you will get a lot of articles about older adults, the care, or people sitting on lonely, looking far away in sad moods. But is this the real situation? A recent survey done in UK has found 16 to 24 age group youth are more lonely than any other age groups. So this is a big public health concern. So, and it's very important to know that not everyone lonely are socially isolated, and not everyone socially isolated are lonely. This is why I'm thinking about my research, because international students come to a foreign country. They go through a lot of challenges. They have to leave their family members, get used to the accommodation, food, everything, all the environmental factors, and they have to perform really well also in academia. And this can be very stressful for a short period of time. And they feel something called cultural loneliness, where the absence of their preferred language and cultural background not having in this environment. Many students get used to this. They adapt, they adjust, then they move on. But some of them continue to feel lonely for some time. And this is why I did my systematic literature search to find what research has been done, what is the research gap, and how acculturation, loneliness, and social isolation are impacting the health and well-being of international students. And I found food habits, nutrition, sleep, stress have been widely researched in many countries. But loneliness and social isolation have received little attention. And the studies done in the US and Australia say that local students are more lonely than international students, which is surprising. So I'm proposing a mixed method study. which will assess the current situation, try to understand the bigger picture, the things we don't see and the things we did see, and which will help us to understand the prevalence so we can maybe plan the future work, the experience of international students to get a proper understanding whether they have previous mental health problems which carries along the way, and whether the available services, are they impactful, are they using it, or whether we need some tailor-made services for specific students from different socio-cultural backgrounds. This will help us in many ways, and ultimately my research will help the well-being of Future Generations Act implemented in 2015 in Wales. That is my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really interesting to hear about the impacts there. Okay, then. So last but by no means least, we're going to be dialing in the last candidate from online. And Mohammed is going to talk to us about semantic modelling for smart batteries.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Mohammed. So whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Yeah, can you see my screen or is the slide there? Everyone can see my slides?
Yes, we can see everything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I can start.
Yes, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to talk about semantic modeling for smart batteries. And what is semantic modeling? Semantic modeling is a process of representing meaningful knowledge about to understand about data. And what is smart battery? Smart batteries are like act intelligently in different situations, for example, to protect batteries, device, and humans. So according to the World Economic Forum, batteries are in a systematic enabler, a major shift to sustainable development and climate change. They can reduce the 30% of required reduction in carbon emissions. And according to the same report, the annual revenue of the production, battery production revenue can increase up to 300 billion USD dollars annually by 2030. So it means we will generate more data. And this means we have to utilize this data instead of creating again and again. So we can reuse the data for better prediction, for better production of the batteries. So what is the issue? The issues are here, like batteries and production producers, they have their own systems. They generate heterogeneous data. So they are using the different protocols, and that is there's no a standard language. They are using different terminologies, protocols, and context. And if we can manage this data efficiently, so we can reuse it and produce a knowledge base about the batteries, and that knowledge base can be used for different actors, and they don't need to reinvent the wheel again and again. So what we can do by using this data, heterogeneous data, how we can use it, we can add a relationship between these data by using ontologies. This is one of the semantic technique that gives a formal representation of knowledge, where we can identify the semantics, relations, and the contextual understanding. It will help us to give a meaning of the data and provide immediate understanding in the same way as the human, at the same level for the computer as well, for the machines as well. So if we add semantics and rules, which give us these semantic technologies, give us a capability, a facility to embed the semantics and rules in this formal representation to make data more intelligent. And by meaning more intelligent means we can create a knowledge graph, and this knowledge graph is more factual knowledge about the batteries or about the domains. So in my case, we are going to do define the more factual knowledge about the batteries in the particular domain, in a particular context, in a particular application, and which will give us a domain-specific knowledge and deeper contextual knowledge about specific scenarios. So what will help us, this knowledge graph? This knowledge graph will help us to get a high level of interoperability between different actors of the data. They can help us to give understanding, integration of the data across the systems and domains. It helps us to give the sharing and collaboration. And it also helps us to use this data for machine learning and deep learning to discover the new knowledge and apply the reasoning to reason for the new knowledge. So this knowledge graph can be accessible through different standards, like Sparkle Query is one of the semantic web standards that we can use to access this knowledge. We have a different data exchange like a JSON LD. This is like a one standard is available. We can use the REST APIs to access this knowledge, and this knowledge can be accessed for different actors, like battery engineers can access, battery management system can access this data and apply some machine learning algorithms, apply some analysis algorithms to predict, for example, the health of the battery. So the battery can act intelligently to protect the health. For example, health, if there's a need of maintenance, what is the current status, and to protect the big losses from by reusing this semantic data. So this is what I'm going to do in my PhD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. So as a data person, really exciting there to see the applications of how you're going to extract that data into insight and utilize that. So thank you. So that concludes our 3-minute thesis run-in. So again, I think I'd just like to summarize and just say that that was really, really interesting and sort of insightful to be able to see the wide range of research that's going across engineering, computing, healthcare and science there across those really exciting research projects. So all at very different stages, some at the start and some closer to the end. So really exciting to see those. And as I said, it's no easy task to try to summarize that massive task of research into just a small 3-minute window. So I'd just like to give all of the candidates a round of applause and just say, well done. Okay, so we're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think now is the perfect opportunity for us to have a break until about 2:30, just for the judges to be able to discuss and to collate their scores. So thank you, everyone. And yes, please feel free to help yourself to coffee.
Hey, thank you for staying. We do now have the prize giving. What I'm going to do so I'm going to go through the 3 categories of presentation. We only have 2 prizes in each, but where judges have had difficulty in making decisions, and that's been the case, I think, in all 3 categories, because the standard has been so high. I will also make an honourable mention first to those who are just outside the prizes. And when I call out the prizes, when I mention the winner of the second and first prize, if you could come to the front just to collect the certificate from me, that would be very handy. But what I want you to do, if you're a prize winner today, is stay until the end and have your photograph taken together, all the prize winners together at the end. Okay, so first category is the images of research. An incredibly varied set of images representing what people do. It's really fascinating to see that. There's an honourable mention, first of all, to Ali Coles. The second prize, so if you could come up, the runner-up goes to Helen Miller. Helen. And in the images of research, the first prize goes to Emma Foley. Emma here. Guess that means Emma's not here. So okay. Oral presentations, and again, fantastically difficult to choose between some amazing presentations that we had over the 2 days. The standard is incredibly high. What I would say to all of those who presented, actually, not just in the oral presentations, but in all of the categories, if you haven't been out to conference yet, you really must, because you're so good at presenting. You must get out there and tell other people about your work as well. And I got 3 honourable mentions as well for the oral presentations to Marla Forrest, Natcha Lythongam and Matabisi Nyati. Very, very good. Well done. But our runner-up, second place, goes to Sarah Gill. Now, Sarah presented online, so hopefully Sarah is hearing this. We will be posting the certificate out to you, Sarah, but very, very well done. The winner for the oral presentation is Talatu Usar. Okay, we're already on to the last of the prizes. We've only just had the 3-minute thesis and we're already doing the prizes for it. So once again, just outside, honourable mention goes to Ilango Nagasundaram. So very well done to Ilango. But the runner-up is Lasith Disanayaka. And our winner, the winner of the 3-minute thesis is Ewan Rowlands. Right, so I will ask all of the prize winners if they can stay so that we can do some photographs right at the end, but I'll close off this part of the event. We still have the barbecue to come. Don't forget to go to the barbecue. I guess that's from, is it from 3:30 or from 3 o'clock? So you can go over to the student union from 3 o'clock. And if you haven't booked on, don't worry. I'm sure Klinos will be able to sneak you into the barbecue if you ask her very nicely. Yeah. Okay, so just to finish off the event, it's been a fantastic event. We've only really done 1-day events before. We weren't sure how it would work with a 2-day event this year, whether we'd get enough participants, enough enthusiasm to come to these events. The attendance has been fantastic across the 2 days. The participants have been absolutely amazing. We did images of research for the first time. I think it's already persuaded us that won't be the last time, because that's been really fascinating. So thanks to everybody for presenting, obviously. Thanks for all of those who've come along to watch as well and to cheer people along. And really, I hope to see you again at the next year's event, whatever we choose to do. So thank you very much.